Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a fun one for you guys today. Before I dive in, as I mentioned in another video, I am still recovering from my surgery for my clogged tear duct. You guys can see I have a scar on my right side. It will go down, it will disappear over time, so don't freak out. I didn't destroy my face, but the doctor didn't destroy my face, I hope. Anyway, it's just a matter of time, but I'm also dealing with some fallout from the surgery. I have an infection. I thought I was having a reaction to the anesthesia and the medicine they gave me, but no, it's an infection, so I'm dealing with that right now. Anyway, still a little congested, still not 100%, but I have this fun news to share with you guys because MAGA figured it out, you guys. MAGA has blown the lid off of the Democrats' election fraud. Okay. I don't know if you guys heard about this. This all went down when I was out for the week after my surgery, but it's going down. Okay. They have figured out how Spencer Pratt was cheated out of his election in the Los Angeles mayoral race. As you guys will recall, I shared with you before my surgery that, he was up in the polls. He was giving Karen Bass a run for her money. He had overcome Nithya Raman, the progressive in the race. And then all of a sudden, Spencer Pratt was in third place. He was out of the race because in California, as you guys all know, I've told you, we have a top two election system. We have the jungle primary, so whoever advances, the top two vote getters advance onto the general election in November. So it could be two Democrats, could be two Republicans, which is very unlikely in a Democratic city and a Democratic state like California. But here's what they found. They found that ballots were thrown out. Not joking. In one city alone, you guys, almost 700 ballots were found discarded. And so they know for a fact that this is how we Democrats have rigged the election against Spencer Pratt. So take a look at this. You're going to see here that in San Recto, California, ballots were thrown out. Breaking. 675 ballots for Spencer Pratt found in a dumpster in San Recto. Federal authorities are on scene. Let the games begin. HT Christian Cole. Okay. As you can see here, there's a little community note added to this saying that San Recto isn't actually a city. There is no San Recto, California. So these people will fall for anything. These are the most easily duped fools on the planet. This is like tricking a half asleep 2-year-old. You could literally tell them anything and they'll go along with it. They're so desperate to try to come up with an excuse other than the fact that people in this country don't like their policies and don't like them. You're hated. Your policies are hated. We have now lived with almost a year and a half of MAGA policies, and guess what? The majority of Americans have rejected it because they suck ass. So grow the fuck up, MAGA, take the L, and stop whining. Stop acting like little freaking spoiled brats. You lost. Your candidate lost. There is no excuse. And as I said on Twitter when this all went down, I can almost guarantee that the person who started that rumor chose the name San Recto purely because MAGA men and women have their heads up their ass. If they named it San Rectum, they probably would have still believed it. So, there you go. That's where we're at with these fools. They will fall for anything. All right, guys. I mean, with the ways we could, if we were as evil and corrupt and deceptive as they think we are, think of all the ways that we could like rip them off. We could come up with so many ways to take everything from them. Anyway, there you go. I'll let you know if this whole San Recto mystery comes up again or if we find another one. San Anus, California. Santa Anus, California. I don't know. Via Cologne, California. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of new polling data for you guys today. Before I dive in, quick update on my surgery. As you can see, I have a scar on my right side. It will go down. It will, pretty much disappear. For right now, I cannot put any makeup on it because it hasn't gone down completely. So, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I'll be back to normal probably pretty soon. I did find out I'm not having a reaction to the anesthesia as I thought. It's actually an infection. So dealing with that right now. So anyway, guys, that's where things are, but I am back. So I have more bad news for Donald Trump and the MAGA party. First up, I have polling from Marist. So this is brand new, just came out. Donald Trump just hit his lowest approval rating with this pollster of all time, first and second term. So he has only a 36% approval rating, as you see here at the top, 59% disapprove, 6% are still unsure. What is it going to take? Right? And then check out where he stands on the economy in this poll. So 60% disapprove of his handling of the economy, only 33% approve. Again, 7% unsure. I don't know if I like paying more or not. Really? And then Fox News also released their latest. So I want to show you that. Here is their polling. As you can see here, not much better for Trump. We have almost 6 in 10 respondents who are pessimistic about the economy. It was 59% of respondents who said they're pessimistic. And when they were asked about the direction of the the country, it was equally abysmal. Take a look at this. So, I mean, just horrific. You do not want the chart looking like this, okay? Only 37% are happy about the direction of the country. And that's down, they said, 7 points since July of last year. So it's getting just worse and worse for him every day. And Trump's overall approval rating and on key issues is just as bad in this poll. Take a look at this. So I know it might be kind of hard to make out, but Trump's overall approval rating in this Fox News poll is 39%. I think this might be the first time he's dropped into the 30s with Fox. I'm not 100% on that. He has a 43% approval on immigration, which is his best topic so far. I mean, that's the only one that he's, somewhat hanging in there, although that's still negative. I mean, he's still underwater by quite a bit. Almost, what is that? Almost 20% on immigration. Only 35% approve on Iran, only 31% approve on the economy. And look at where he is on gas prices, 23%. That is pathetic. There were also a couple of polls from last week. I want to share them with you. Obviously, I wasn't around to share them, but I want to show you the overall picture of what's going on because last week they showed Donald Trump's numbers were ticking up a little bit in the Reuters Ipsos poll and on the Economist YouGov. Those were from, though, when everybody was like, oh, war's over, we're good, this agreement's going to stick, blah, blah, blah. And we didn't have the language that was used in it. This was before everybody knew that Iran was going to become extremely wealthy and that we were still going to be in this limbo on the Strait of Hormuz because Israel, of course, is literally blowing up the deal. So anyway, I imagine it's going to tick back down now that people realize that, oh, Donald Trump is just still an incompetent moron and we still don't know what's going on and we still, are up and down, back and forth. So anyway, Newsweek reported on a new poll. This was from the Public Religion Research Institute. They polled almost 5,500 U.S. adults. So this is substantial. Most polls are around 2,000 people at the most. Sometimes, or most of the time, like 1,000, 1,200. So here's what they found. They said 59% believe that Trump is a dangerous dictator whose power should be limited before he destroys American democracy. Support for that view has increased since March, when 52% of Americans agreed with that statement. So by 7 points, it went up. And then there was also a somewhat new national poll from NBC. So take a look at this. It says among Latinos, 64% disapprove, 34% approve of Trump, while 70% of voters between ages 18 and 29 disapprove of Trump, compared to 21% who approve. So his approval rating with these groups range from, and everything I've seen, from like the low 20s to the low 30s. And Trump's unpopularity continues to give Democrats the upper hand in the midterms. Take a look at this one. So this, again, this was from the NBC poll, and you can see the Democrats are ahead by 5 points. And you may think, oh, well, it's NBC, like, of course. But no, NBC has actually been fairly, I would say, forgiving to the Trump administration and generous to them. So this is a pretty substantial swing. Of course, this is, the generic ballot question. This is outside the margin of error. And then last year, if you look down at the bottom, last year around this time, like I was saying, yes, Democrats had a lead, but only 1 point. And that was within the margin of error. Republicans were at 47. So it's, as I've been saying from what I'm hearing in focus groups, it's less that people are excited about Democrats and more that they're turning on the Republicans. Anyway, next up, I have the Emerson poll. So Emerson College just released their June survey, and this is even worse for the Republicans. So take a look at this one. 10 points. Their poll shows Democrats with a 10-point lead on the generic ballot question. I mean, unbelievable, right? And then the reason is because of independents and Hispanic voters. Much like what I said in that other poll, that's what they were citing here. As for Donald Trump's overall approval rating with Emerson, he is also, like with all the others, in the high 30s. So 39.4% approval rating. Just abysmal. And then as you can see, his disapproval rating, that is 54.6%. So his, a lot of times it's not proportional. And as I've explained before, you'll see the approval, going down, the disapproval going up, but not in proportionate amounts. And that is a lot of times because people, as you see here, 6% have no opinion. Don't know why, don't know what it's going to take. But like I said, these people are just not paying attention, I guess. So next up is the AP NORC poll. They released their report last week about Donald Trump rapidly losing support among independents as well. So as you can see here, Republicans, independents are in the middle, Democrats are at the far right. So, Republicans, Democrats haven't moved much since he took office. I mean, his support has dropped among Republicans, but look at where he is with the independents. I mean, he has dropped almost 20 points with independents since he first took office. And there's a pattern that is emerging with this because the majority of these losses comes from a few key groups. So take a look at this. So you see here, Trump has lost 21 points with independents with no college degree. And even though he's lost support among all of the demographic groups, Hispanic voters are the most disillusioned. So take a look at this. You can see there's white, black, and then Hispanic voters. Look at how he has plummeted. 23 points he's lost with Hispanic voters, with independent Hispanic voters since the beginning of his second term. And then this next one, this is probably the worst by far. Take a look. So check this out. This is obviously a breakdown by age groups. These are all independent voters, broken down by age range. Trump has lost 17 points among the 18 to 29 crowd. He's lost 20 points with the 30 to 44-year-olds. He's lost 19 points with the 45 to 59 category. And then, he's down a little bit, 5 points with the 60 plus group. And then this graphic really undercuts this one that you're looking at really undercuts the narrative about Donald Trump's support among independents 60 and over, because while they haven't dropped off, like you might be going, oh, why are the 60 plus, they're not abandoning him? Well, they weren't really excited about him to begin with. I mean, look at where he started off with them, only 36%. So, you couldn't lose very much more without getting into his hardcore base. So yes, older Republicans love Trump, but the rest of older voters do not so much. And then check this out. This is another group that Donald Trump is losing that has stuck with him through thick and thin, through everything that he's done, every heinous thing that he's implemented over the last 10 years. Take a look.
Voters on Trump. Look, according to Fox News, he was easily winning them back in October of 2024 versus Kamala Harris. 18 points ahead. The exit poll even had it a bigger margin. But look at where he is now. Woo! Down there, underwater, underneath the cornfields. He's now 14 points underwater. That's an over 30-point switcheroo against the President of the United States. One of the big reasons that there seems to be a rural vote against Donald Trump, simply put, it's the economy. It's inflation. Rural voters on Trump and inflation. Versus Kamala Harris, he was more trusted by 37 points. Now he is 19 points underwater with rural voters on inflation. That is an over 50-point switcheroo against the President of the United States.
So even rural voters are turning on Donald Trump. I mean, it's obvious, right? First, he hit them with the tariffs. Now he hit them with this war. So, of course. And Fox isn't the only one that was reporting that, because as you may have seen, that was from Fox News. There was a recent Reuters Ipsos poll that showed Trump with a 50% approval rating among rural voters, which is still like, oh, wow, 50%, Gina, big deal. That's down 10 points. That's 10 points lower than when he first took office. And look at where he is, or where he was, on his handling of the economy. Check this out. So look at how far he has fallen. I mean, I don't know if you guys can make it out, but only 29% approve in this Reuters Ipsos poll of how he's handling the economy. Biden had a higher rating at the end of his presidential term. Biden was at 34% at the end of his presidency. So Trump is scraping the bottom of the barrel. And then check this out. So two organizations recently changed their midterm ratings for the state of Iowa, corn-fed red state of Iowa. So you may have heard Josh Turek, he won the Democratic primary election for the U.S. Senate. Well, both the Cook Political Report and Sabato's Crystal Ball change their ratings for this race from likely Republican to only lean Republican. So next step is, likely or lean Democrat, I think is what it moves to next. So here's an article if you want to go look this up for the Cook Political Report. But like I said, this was among two major pollsters. And like I said, it may not seem like a lot, but this is corn-fed Iowa. Okay, this is a U.S. Senate seat as well, not a state election. So anyway, I mean, like I said, the reason is pretty clear. I mean, farmers are just getting hammered. His war, the tariffs. And listen to this. So the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, they released a poll. They conducted this poll on behalf of, or they had it conducted by public policy polling. And it shows Turek in a tie with the Republican. Her name is Ashley Hinson. Now, he's tied as far as the race goes, but he holds a 26% lead over her among independent voters. So he's at +7, she's at -19 with that group. So, I mean, it could this year. I don't know. And then here's the real key. They said by a 24-point margin, Iowa voters oppose Donald Trump's war and blame him and his Republican Congress for increasing the gas prices. And by a 20-point margin, the respondents said that they blame Trump and Republicans for rising prices on everything, like across the board. Now, again, it's Iowa, red state, but at the very least, Republicans are going to be forced to spend money there when it should just be a cakewalk for them. And speaking of which, check this out. So I have news on the Texas race. So check out what this Republican said. This was at a recent closed door event. I think it was closed door with her supporters. And this is leaked audio of what she said to them. Her name is Monica De La Cruz. So she's talking about her race against a Democratic candidate that I've mentioned before named Bobby Polito. So take a listen.
So I'm going to share with you that we ran a poll, okay, to see where we at. Where we at with, he's a Latin Grammy Award winner. His father is a Latin Grammy Award winner. The high school gym, Vela High School, is named Bobby Polito after him and his father. In addition to that, his uncle is a former county judge, and his cousin is a former DA. So they have very deep roots in Hidalgo County. This is a very, very political family, and obviously has musical talent as well, right? So we ran the poll, and what we found was that I am up by only 1 point in the poll. 1 point. And I said, oh, sweet Lord Jesus, right? That's not good. But here's why. It's not that people don't like me. It's that people don't know me yet. Because how new is my district? What percentage? 80%. So people don't know me.
That must be it. Just people don't know her yet. They know your party, lady. So as you heard there, she's freaking out because Republicans totally screwed her. This is one of those districts that they redistricted in Texas. They're trying to cheat. They're trying to box out Democrats, and they made seats like hers far more competitive. And then especially, you have this year where Texas, which has a lot of Hispanic voters, they are irate. They're irate about the economy. They're irate about Trump's Gestapo and how they're racially profiling people. So, I mean, again, this is a ruby red state, but this seat is in play. This seat is definitely in play this year, and they have nobody but themselves to blame for not standing up to Donald Trump. So, but yeah, I'm sure it's just because they don't know her. They don't know her yet. Anyway, All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have the lowest poll for you that Donald Trump has ever had. I know I share a lot of polling data with you guys, and there are a lot of new lows for specific pollsters, but this is, to my knowledge, this is the lowest he has ever scored on his approval rating in any poll at any time in his 2 terms in office. So this is the lowest poll, as I said, ever, not just for this pollster, for any pollster at any time that he has been president. Check this out. He just hit 30%. That is the lighter blue line, like the aqua blue line that you see at the bottom. That is his low. So with this pollster, and this is American Research Group. So they just publish this. They do a monthly poll. And as you may see at the very top there, the lighter red line, he has a 66% disapproval rating. That's for his that's right now, his second term. And as you guys can see, or hopefully you can make it out, he hit 31% last month. So in May of this year, he was hit at 31%, which that again was an all-time low for any pollster that I'm aware of. And the month before that, it was 32%. But during his first term, like, he was nowhere near close. I guess he kind of was. He was down in the 35% range. But I mean, you can see he was lower starting off his term with this pollster than other pollsters. So it looks like he's at 43% when he first started this term, and now he's down 13 points. So, and then this is where he stands on the economy with this pollster. So if you look at the second line down, he's at only a 26% approval rating on the economy, on his handling of the economy, 70% disapprove. Absolutely atrocious. And here's the thing, Trump must have caught wind of this, or he must have seen some polls, because he posted this. I'm going to show you one of his posts in just a second. This was at 7 a.m. this morning, in all caps, by the way. So that's why I will be yelling in a minute. So here it is. My real poll numbers are the highest they have ever been. Thank you. 3 exclamation points. President DJT. Talk about try hard. Yeah, no, not even close. Not even close. But look at that. He has over 17,000 low information morons who liked that post, and over 3,500 people who shared it. I mean, they're just sharing this blatant lie. Like, he is so, I don't know. Maybe he really thinks that. I don't know how much his team is actually shielding him from this stuff, or if he knows that's not true, and so he just, lies because it was part of that era of, fake it till you make it kind of crap. But anyway, he is just doing horrifically as far as polling goes. And I will give this caveat. Okay, so the American Research Group who conducted this poll, they are considered to be, they're not biased. They're actually, I looked into this because I wanted to find out more about this pollster. So they're not considered to be biased. They do not favor one party over the other, but they have in the past been considered to be inaccurate in some cases based on the way they do their polling. And from what I read, it sounds like they just make random calls. Like, they don't have a list that they go through of, let's say registered voters or likely voters. They just like randomly call people. And so, they could be polling voters. They could be polling people who have no intention of voting whatsoever and have never voted. So in any case, wanted to give you all the details. As you guys know, I don't cherry pick crap. I don't, hide stuff from you. I give you all the details. So that's where it stands. But yeah, I mean, you couple this. If this was an outlier, I would say, oh, these people are smoking crack and, they obviously suck. But considering the fact that we have so many other pollsters showing him at 35, 36%, the high now is like 39 or 40, like they're not that far off. Even if they are a little low compared to everybody else, it's not that far off. So, all right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone, welcome to the show. So we had, and in we, I mean progressives, had a banner night last night. There were elections, in case you guys didn't know, there were primary elections in several states, and in New York and in Maryland, a bunch of progressives kicked ass. These were not, I mean, some of them were not even close. They took out incumbent Democrats that needed to go, absolutely needed to go, in at least some of the cases. And it literally has Sean Hannity over on Fox News almost in tears. The guy almost breaks down, it sounds like, in tears. So I have that video for you, which is a lot of fun. But if you guys hadn't heard, here's what all went down. So Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, he endorsed a bunch of different candidates and just absolutely kicked ass. They swept everything. They all won. And, one of them was the man you see with him in the picture there. If you can make it, his face is under the arrow, but that is Brad Landers. So he was, I believe he was running, if I remember correctly, he was running for the New York mayor's seat. And then when it became clear that he wasn't going to win, he endorsed Zoran, got behind his candidacy and so forth. Well, last night he ran against Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman, who is, someone who has taken a ton of AIPAC money. He is just a corporate shill. I mean, the guy comes from all kinds of money. His family is, Levi Strauss. So the guy doesn't need the money, but yet he just did their bidding. He took corporate PAC money. And he was a typical, what you would call a resistance lib. Like, he fought Trump and, he said all the right things about Trump. But when it came down to doing the right thing for working people, speaking out against the genocide in Gaza, nowhere to be found. Just would not do it. Huge Israel backer. So Brad Landers cleaned his clock. And here's what happened last night. So here's the video of Hannity, and you're going to hear his voice break, and he just sounds like he's about to just curl in a ball and curl into the fetal position and start sucking his thumb.
So Fox News Alert, incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York. All right, this is a Fox News Alert, incumbent.
First of all, I want to say one thing, a couple things. What is going on with Sean Hannity? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's sick. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments. But I mean, the guy almost looks like he is on medication that's making him swell up, or like he got stung in the face by a bee. Like, what is going on with him? Like, his mouth is starting to close up or like disappear. Like, I don't know. But anyway, look at this gap here. He cleaned Goldman's clock. It was not even a race. Like, it was called so early last night because it was just blatantly obvious that Brad Lander was going to win. But the one thing I want to point out, the other thing I want to point about what Sean Hannity said there, and let me play it again for you.
Backed by Mamdani. It appears that, you know, a man from a New York City coffee shop, because of his support for Israel, he has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani.
Radical socialist. Okay. Think about this, guys. Brad Lander is Jewish. Brad Lander is Jewish just as Dan Goldman is. But Brad Lander has spoken out against the genocide. Brad Lander is a huge opponent of what Bibi Netanyahu and his alt-right genocidal government has been doing. Okay? Imagine if any of us on the progressive left said what Sean Hannity just said. Imagine if we said that about Dan Goldman. Radical capitalist. Radical, dangerous They would immediately, Sean Hannity would immediately go, oh, you're anti-Semitic. You must hate Jewish people because you don't want to see Palestinian babies blown up. But yet when they say, oh, radical socialist about a Jewish man, nobody says a word. Everybody moves on. Everybody just accepts it that, well, of course, if he's a socialist. And this is the other thing. And I was explaining this to a family member recently because she did vote for Donald Trump, sadly. Very intelligent woman, but she only watches Fox News. So she voted for Trump. And she made a comment about Bernie Sanders. And I said that I support what he believes in. And she was pretty shocked. And I explained to her that democratic socialism, which is what DSA is, the Democratic Socialists of America, is not the same thing as socialism. Socialism is when the government takes control of and owns and controls all corporations, all businesses, and takes part of the profit to help everybody in the community. Okay, that is not the same thing. Democratic socialism does not take control of anybody's business, which, as you see in New York City, Zoran Mamdani is a democratic socialist. He is not trying to take control of all the businesses. Okay, here's the thing. Here's why all of these candidates won. Because people see that his policies are working. Let me give you an example. This is just a snapshot of 4 things that he has done, that Zoran Mamdani has done for New York City since taking office. Universal child care. It says partnered with New York Governor Kathy Hochul to secure $1.2 billion for the first phase of free universal child care. This initiative expanded 3 through K programs and introduced free full day, full year 2 through K seats for toddlers. So parents who have to work, which most parents do, especially in Donald Trump's economy, can take their children to daycare and not have to stress out about how they're going to pay for it, and not have to burden a relative with taking care of their child. This allows people to have children, which we have an aging population in the country. We have a population that is getting older and older because younger people can't afford to have children, and childcare is part of that. So this was very positive. The next one is pothole politics and municipal services. He addressed immediate, visible quality of life issues by fixing dangerous bike infrastructure, such as the Williamsburg Bridge bike ramp, activating 250 red light cameras, and filling over 100,000 potholes in his first three months. This may not seem like a big deal, but for people who bike through this area, for people who drive through this area, it is just nice to see that your tax dollars are being used to help you. Right? Wouldn't that, what a weird idea in America that our tax dollars would be used to help us instead of going and blowing up brown people in other countries. Crazy, I know. Next one, housing and tenant protection. He revived the mayor's office to protect tenants and created task forces designed to identify underutilized city properties for the construction of affordable housing. He also appointed a pro-tenant majority to the city's Rent Guidelines Board to protect renters in stabilized apartments. So he is actively making an effort to try to find places where new housing can be built, which is the best way, not the only way I was going to say, but the best way to bring down costs. When you have more supply to meet the demand, costs go down. He also helped with worker and consumer protections. So Mamdani secured over $9 million in restitution for workers and small businesses and signed executive orders to combat hidden junk fees and predatory towing. So he is physically and literally putting money back in people's pockets and making their lives better on a day-to-day basis. And what a juxtaposition between what Mamdani is doing in New York City versus what the Donald Trump administration is doing throughout the entire country. You could not have a better, I guess, role model, you could call him, or example of democratic socialism than Zoran Mamdani. I mean, seriously, people are looking at this and going, I want this. I want this in my area. This is why his approval rating is so high. It's why he's one of the most popular politicians in the country. And Donald Trump is quickly becoming one of the least popular because people see, oh my God, you can make these things happen. All you have to do is, number one, don't take money from corporate interests so you're not bought and paid for and you don't owe them a goddamn thing. And then number two, actually have the will and the give a damn to get shit done. And then make it happen. Like, it's so easy. But we have people like Dan Goldman, we have people like all these other politicians on both sides of the aisle who are bought and paid for. And this is why we can't have nice things. So let's start voting in progressives, guys, or at least any candidate who's not going to take corporate money, who is going to pledge no PAC money, no corporate donors, just I am only going to take money from small dollar donors and the people who live in the area that I'm going to represent. And, you know, you've got the Jared Goldens and what's the guy down in Florida? I forget his name. Moskowitz, you know, their new line now is, oh, well, I just take money from AIPAC because that's where Jewish donors are sending me money. I'm taking money from Jewish people. Really? Why aren't they donating to you directly? Why hasn't a reporter asked them that yet? I'll tell you why. Because these corporate interests and other entities who only care about Israel and their people are funneling huge amounts of money to AIPAC. They can't give that amount of money directly to a candidate. That's why. They are buying them. They are buying their loyalty for another country. It needs to end. Ask them that. If you are out there in the wild and you see one of these politicians and you ask them about their AIPAC donors or their AIPAC lobbyists that they take money from, I want you, and they pull this bullshit of, oh, well, I'm just taking money from my Jewish constituents. Ask them, why don't they just donate to you directly? And then I want you to just go silent and let them stew in it. You let them wrap that rope right around their own neck and hang themselves with their own lie. That is how you catch them. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So I have another one for you guys. As you all know, if you saw my video on Monday, MAGA is the most easily duped. I was going to say easiliest. That is not a word. I could get them to believe it, though. They're the most easily duped group of people in the entire world. Hands down, I am not exaggerating. Like, they will fall for anything. They are so gullible. This is why they voted for Donald Trump. I mean, it's not hard to figure out, but they just fell for another one. So on Monday, I shared with you that they fell for the whole San Recto thing, that, oh, there were Spencer Pratt votes that were discarded in San Recto, California, even though it doesn't exist. So they just fell for another one. So this one has to do with the whole reflecting pool thing. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. Donald Trump just wasted like $16 million of our tax money renovating the reflecting pool in DC. He said, oh, it will, it's going to last forever. We put a rubber tarp in there. No one could ever cut through it. Now he's trying to say that, oh, these Antifa people, these Democrats, as he's coined us, they went and cut through it. You can't cut through it even with a knife because it's like thick rubber, but we cut through it somehow. Democrats somehow did it. We're just magical beings, you guys. So anyway, the reflecting pool is now green. It is like just gross. Ducks are dying in there. I mean, it's just a disaster. He has to drain the whole thing now, waste more of our tax money. So there have been all of these conspiracy theories popping up online of, oh, it's this Democrat, it's that Democrat, oh, these people have been arrested. There's been all these arrests. Bullshit. Like, there's been one arrest that we know of. It was some like Olympian level bicycler who just happened to pull up and like stick his hand in the water because he wanted to touch it and see what it felt like. And they arrested him and didn't do anything. The guy did nothing wrong, committed no crimes. Anyway, they just launched a new one. Somebody, I don't know who started this, but one of the dumbest people on Twitter, there's a lot of competition, but one of the dumbest Trump supporters on Twitter picked this up and ran with it. So I'll tell you about who that is in a minute. But here's what they posted. Here's what someone posted. And here's the allegation that was made. Okay. So it's a little small, so I had to write it down so I can read it to you guys. So it says, FBI just raided an Antifa storage unit in DC and uncovered a full fucking chemical weapons lab. 6 different kinds of aggressive algae, 5 paint stripping peptides, and an ultrasonic grow lab ready to poison the city's 46 other pools and fountains. That's all in caps, okay? And then it says, follow at Red Lives Matter Q. So assuming this is a throwback to the whole QAnon thing, it goes on to say, this wasn't some random vandalism. The FBI raided a storage unit directly tied to Antifa and hit the jackpot. Multiple strains of weaponized algae, specialized peptides designed to eat away paint and coatings, and a professional ultrasonic grow lab to mass produce this toxic shit. They weren't done after the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. According to the evidence, these domestic terrorists had already mapped out attacks on 46 more pools and fountains across Washington, D.C. They were planning to turn the entire National Mall and surrounding areas into a toxic green nightmare. This was never a protest. This was a coordinated chemical attack on America's most sacred monuments. And they had the lab equipment, the recipes, and the manpower to keep going. Kash Patel and the FBI just took a massive chunk out of their operation. These Antifa terrorists are done playing games. Share this everywhere and let every American see exactly how far these radical left scum were willing to go. Follow McAfee New for more drops. Okay, so very excited post, like very filled with all kinds of details, and that the FBI was on this. They were taking Antifa down, these algae spreading Antifa people. We're done. Okay. Yeah, well, that was all bullshit. Take a look at the dumbest woman on Twitter who shared it. Juanita Broderick, who accused Bill Clinton of assaulting her decades ago, of, you know what kind of assault I'm talking about. She shared this and she said, "Holy shit, the left are fucking nuts." You can see this green, I don't know what it is, in front of some lights, right? Looks like ectoplasma. It looks like, you know, something you would see out of like the Ghostbusters movies. Like, you know, you got slimed by this stuff. Like, ugh, he slimed me. Like, I don't know what that's supposed to be, but that's not how algae would look, okay? Anyway, she fell for this. It wasn't long before people called this out and they added a community note to her post and to the original post showing that this was a lie. This is a total joke. This was completely false. It was so bad, you guys, that the FBI, Donald Trump's FBI, came out and posted and admitted that this is not true. No one has been arrested. There has been no, you know, storage unit that's been discovered with any kind of algae and you know, Antifa cell. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I think maybe if they went and looked in San Recto, California, you might find that storage unit filled with this crazy algae. God. Dumbest, most gullible people on the planet. Anyway, all right. I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, please subscribe, donate if you possibly can. Love you guys. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So we have another one, guys. We have another apparent MAGA man who was just busted in a sting involving a minor. Shocking, I know. So here's the deal. I'm sure you guys have all seen or at least heard of the show called To Catch a Predator. Well, the host was NBC journalist Chris Hansen. He recently teamed up with a Louisiana sheriff's office and they arrested this man. So the man you see here is 21-year-old Brennan Temple. In a recent video of this incident, which I will share below, Hansen, and here's the thing, I don't know what kind of copyright they have on the video, so I don't want to share it, you know, and have it get blocked or what have you. So anyway, I'm going to leave the link for you guys in the description box below this video. But so Chris Hansen said Temple had this man you see here had sent explicit messages and images to a female that he believed was 15 years old. So they set up a meeting. Temple sets up a meeting to meet with this quote unquote 15-year-old. Well, he gets there and he walks into the house, and there's a female who greeted him at the door. This was obviously not a minor. She meets him at the door, invites him in. He thinks it is. He believes that this is a 15-year-old. So he goes into the house. She says like, oh, this is my mom's house, but she's not home. She's at work, blah, blah, blah. So soon after Temple goes into this house, Chris Hansen comes out of another room and he confronts him. He confronts Temple, starts asking him, do you know why I'm talking to you, why we have cameras? And Temple admits that, yeah, I've seen this before. I've seen the show. He literally is physically shaking. And he admits to Chris Hansen that he sent the messages, and then he gives the most asinine excuse for why he is there. And he says, oh, well, I thought the girl was lying about her age. I thought that she was older than what she was saying. I thought she was older than 15. Really? Really? The stupidest argument you could possibly make. Teenage girls, they lie about their age, but they say they're older than what they are, not younger. You never see an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old lying and saying, oh, I'm only 15. It's the other way around, okay? I know this from experience, okay? Oh, yeah, I left my ID. I forgot it in my other purse, but yeah, I'm 18. Of course I'm 18 and old enough to get into this club. Don't I look it? Anyway, I'm just saying, like, that's how I imagine it would go down. In any case, so like I said, he's physically shaking. You can see him shaking. And, this is during the exchange with Chris Hansen. So eventually the police come out, they cuff Temple, they arrest him, and Temple goes, hey, can I call my mom? I got to let her know what's going down. Well, the camera crew's audio must have been really good because you can hear her, what she's saying to him, and she's freaking out as any mother would be. And she's like, I hope this is a joke. And no, it's not a joke. So then the police captain takes the phone. He assures her, no, this is very real. This is where we're taking your son, where you can, come if you want to pick him up. And so he ends up being charged. He got charged with 2 different crimes of, something having to do with exposing himself to a minor, and then some solicitation, I think, of a minor. So here's why I'm saying that Temple, we believe, is a MAGA man. This is the back of his shirt. So as you can see here, there's a photo of Donald Trump in a pink suit for some reason and pink tie, which he would never wear because he's too insecure about his masculinity. But anyway, the top, you can see it has the acronym MILF. But instead of moms, I'd like to, it says, man, I love felons. Yeah, somebody made a punny. Man, I love felons. How ironic, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we know, Temple. We know you love felons. We can tell. Trump does attract a certain type, doesn't he? Birds of a feather, your vibe attracts your tribe, and all that not so good stuff, all that jazz. So yeah, he appears to be another MAGA man trying to do not some good things with a minor. But anyway, allegedly. So we have to let the case play out. Anyway, like I said, if you guys would like to watch the full video yourself, I'm going to drop the link in the description box below this video so you can take a look at that. But there you go, guys. In Louisiana, white guy, I would imagine his parents probably voted for Donald Trump or probably Republicans. Yeah. All right. No shock. No shock, really, anymore. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. This is Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance. And the rest of us are left asking who made the conditions for that selection possible in the first place. I'm your host, Mark Allen Derry. We've got federal overreach today. We got power grabs in public health data, childhood disease that should not exist at this scale, a strep comeback that nobody asked for, and a 20,000 case Ebola warning that should be plastered on the front of every newspaper in the country. So strap in, there's a lot to cover. As usual, the through line is this. Most of what we call a public health failure is actually a public policy failure. The difference is who makes the policy and who absorbs the consequences. Spoiler alert, it's rarely the same group of people. So please continue to like these. And if you're over on YouTube, please find me at the Dr. Derry at YouTube. I'm trying to also grow out the YouTube channel. Your comments mean a lot. I do try to respond to every single one of them. All right. So for our first segment, let's talk about your medical records and Kennedy's theories. Let's start with the story that has made public health practitioners' blood pressure spike without the assistance of antivirus, and it's made me have to take my lisinopril. So the human rights, wow. HHS, Health and Human Services. Wow, I'm such an optimist. I'm a toxic optimist. All right, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is pursuing federal access to most Americans' detailed, identifiable medical records. Let me say that again. He's pursuing federal access to your medical records, not in a national emergency, not for an active outbreak, but to research a claimed link between vaccines and autism. We're talking about doctor's notes, prescription histories, the stuff you tell your physicians in confidence in a room with a closed door because you trust the information stays in a specific professional relationship. And let me be very clear about what the science already says here. The vaccine autism hypothesis has been studied and let me just say, vaccine autism hypothesis has been studied in millions of children across dozens of countries and has not held up. This is not close science at all. This is not even a close scientific call. It's one of the most thoroughly investigated and repeatedly refuted questions in modern medicine. Public health leaders have already objected in private meetings, raising doubts about the legality of the request and whether the data would even be useful for the stated purpose. Now, here's our mic drop. We built these state health information exchanges to catch disease outbreaks early, to protect populations in a crisis, to save lives at scale. Using that infrastructure to chase a debunked theory isn't science. It's surveillance dressed up as curiosity. And when people stop trusting these systems, they stop sharing their information. And when information stops flowing, the next outbreak gets a head start. The people who will be most harmed by that erosion of trust, they're not in the room where these decisions are made. Let's shift again. We're now going to talk about Gavi, which I will explain in a second, which is the Alliance of Global Vaccines, Kennedy, and the Rubio rebuke. So, speaking of rooms where decisions actually happen, on Capitol Hill this week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio told senators that the U.S. may restore its funding to Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance that Kennedy pulled the United States out of last year. And before you celebrate, I want you to hold that thought for 1 second, because the fact that we are here at all is the story. Gavi has vaccinated nearly 1 billion children in low-income countries since its founding. It's one of the most cost-effective investments in history, and the USA just walked away from it. Now, 2 cabinet secretaries are publicly tussling over who controls the relationship with Global Vaccine Alliance, with Kennedy apparently still wanting, quote unquote, a leading role in the decision, and an HHS spokesperson said that both departments were engaging with Gavi directly. Think about what that means from the perspective of a health minister in a low-income country trying to plan the childhood vaccine campaign. Your largest historical funder dropped out, then maybe came back, and now 2 officials are fighting about who gets to decide. That is not a partnership. That's more like a weather system. The children who depend on Gavi-funded vaccines don't have lobbyists. They don't have senators. What they do have are program managers and cold chain logistics and community health workers, most of whom can't do their jobs without the funding that powerful governments keep using as a geopolitical football. Let's move over to Ebola, the price of not paying attention. So as we know, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda are in the middle of a declared global health emergency caused by the Bundibugyo strain of Ebola. As of earlier this week, there have been 321 confirmed cases, 116 suspected, and at least 49 confirmed deaths. The numbers keep moving. CDC modelers ran projections. If only 20% of patients are isolated within 2 days of symptom onset, this outbreak could exceed over 20,000 cases in 3 months. To put that in context, that would be larger than entire cities. Most of the combined population of every confirmed Ebola case in recorded history, including the 2014 West Africa outbreak. The same models say that if 70% of patients were isolated quickly, there's about a 94% chance that the outbreak stays under 10,000 cases. The intervention isn't a new drug or a breakthrough vaccine. It's contact tracing, it's isolation facilities, it's community trust. It is public health infrastructure. And here's the part that the New York Times reported that should be in every medical school lecture, and that is healthcare workers in this outbreaks are hampered by a chronic lack of investment in high-quality diagnostics for the very pathogen that surfaces in the world's most marginalized places. Think about what that means. The countries that have Ebola, they don't get the same diagnostic investment as the countries that have insurance companies. The pathogen hits the poor. The research budget follows the money. And the surveillance gap, the one created by the mismatch, is what allows viruses to spread unchecked. This is not bad luck. This is a policy choice made over decades by governments with enough resources to do otherwise. Measles. All right, so let's talk about measles. We've got 2,030 cases, and let's talk about what's happening in Shasta County. Again, 2,030, that is the measles case count as of June 4, 2026. Last year's full total was 2,228. So we are rapidly approaching that number. So let me offer you a way to think about this. Picture the student body of a mid-sized high school, maybe 1,500 to 2,000 students. Now imagine every single one of them infected with a virus that is airborne, that can linger in a room for 2 hours after an infected person leaves. And that was eliminated from this country in the year of 2000. That is where we are. 92% of the 2026 cases are in people who are unvaccinated or whose vaccination status is unknown. 21% are children under the age of 5. Kids too young to have completed their vaccine series, depending entirely on the immunity of everyone around them. That's also called community immunity or herd immunity. So this is not a mystery. Measles did not evolve around the vaccine. It did not acquire resistance. It is the exact same virus. We just decided as a policy matter and as a cultural matter to relax our commitment to vaccination, to broaden exemptions, to let coverage slip in communities that were already underserved. And here is the bright side, because we do need one. Shasta County, California, a rural vaccine hesitant county, got 9 confirmed cases of measles in January, and their public health team traced every step those 9 people took, contacted more than 600 potentially exposed individuals. That's 600 contacts for 9 cases. That is what functioning public health system looks like. That is shoe leather epidemiology. It's not glamorous, doesn't trend, and it doesn't happen without trained staff, a budget, and leadership that takes it seriously. Shasta County is the playbook. The question is whether we fund the players. Let's talk about strep. Here's a story that gets less attention than it deserves. A new study in clinical infectious diseases looked at pediatric invasive group A streptococcus. That's the kind of strep that doesn't just give your kid some sore throat, but invades the bloodstream, the joints, the lungs. Before the pandemic, that's COVID, before the COVID pandemic, the incidence was about 1.9 cases per 100,000 children per year. That's been relatively stable over 15 years. During COVID, it dropped. Kids weren't in school, respiratory viruses weren't spreading, strep went quiet, 0.6 per 100,000. Then it came back, 1.5 in 2022, then 4.4 in 2023. That's more than double than the pre-pandemic baseline. Now, 88.7 of these kids were hospitalized. That's almost 90%. A third required intensive care, and the ICU admission rate trended upward over the study period from 30% in 2011 to 40% in 2023. This is not COVID. This is not Ebola. This is a bacteria we've known for generations, doing more damage than before, and children are requiring more intensive resources. The question we need to be asking is why? Is it post-COVID immune dysregulation, changed social exposure patterns, a shift in circulating strains? The study doesn't fully answer it, but we need to know, and we need to make sure hospital systems are resourced for it, not still running staffing models based on 2019 assumptions. And lastly, let's talk about some quick hits that are worth your attention. These are a few more stories that we need to talk about before we close. COVID vaccines and your heart rhythm. A large study of nearly almost 500,000 patients published in PLOS One found that COVID vaccination was associated with an 18% lower risk of developing new onset AFib or aflutter after COVID infection. That protection held across patients with obesity, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease. The vaccine isn't just keeping people out of the hospital during acute infection, it's reducing downstream cardiovascular consequences. That is a conversation worth having with every patient who says that they're not worried about COVID anymore. Medical tourism and infection. A study in emerging infectious diseases found that traveling either across state lines or internationally for cosmetic procedures significantly increases the risk of post-surgical infections. While everyone focuses on the upfront savings, those infections land in domestic emergency rooms and hospitals. That is what happens when people can't afford the same procedures at home. The complication doesn't stay abroad, it comes back with the patient, and the cost gets absorbed by whoever treats it here. Flu vaccination and birthday timing. A JAMA pediatric study found that children with fall birthdays have an 8.6 to 12.5 percentage point higher flu vaccination rates than children with summer birthdays, because fall birthday kids are more likely to be seen by a doctor right before flu season peaks. The differences in parental attitude, it's child visit happening at the right time of year. That is a scheduling quirk driving a double-digit gap in vaccine coverage. Imagine what we could do if we design the system around patients instead of around appointment calendars. And lastly, Lyme's disease. Health and Human Services has set a goal to reduce Lyme disease diagnosis by 25% by 2035, anchored by $2.5 million in innovation and funding. Lyme infects about 500,000 Americans each year. $2.5 million divided by about 500,000 patients is roughly about 5 patients per year. $5 per patient per year. We spend more than that on paper forms in a single clinic. I'm not saying the goal isn't worth having. I'm saying the goal and the investment are not on speaking terms. So here's the thing that connects all these stories, from medical records to measles, from Ebola in the Congo to strep in the pediatric ICU. Public health failure doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens downstream of policy choices. It happens when exemptions get easier to get than vaccines, when diagnostic investment follows profit instead of burden, when the counties hit hardest by disease are the ones least funded to fight it, when we use public health data infrastructure for political projects instead of actual public health. The people making these decisions are largely insulated from their consequences. The people who aren't insulated are living in Shasta County without a pediatrician on every corner. They're the parents of a 3-year-old with measles. They're the child in the PICU with invasive strep. They're the community health workers in Mongabulu trying to isolate an Ebola patient without adequate PPE, adequate tests, or adequate support. The gap between who decides and who suffers is not a gap, it's a chasm. And naming it is the first step to closing it. You've been listening to Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance, but public policy selects who has to fight it with the least. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay sharp, stay loud, and vaccinate like the evidence is on your side, because it is.
I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you. Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
You just heard Donald Trump tepidly criticize war criminal and international fugitive Benjamin Netanyahu for sabotaging U.S. peace talks with Iran, because as stupid as Donald Trump is, he still understands that the longer this war drags on, the greater the political cost will be to him and his Republican cronies ahead of the midterms. So it would behoove him to get out as quickly as possible. And for what it's worth, it seems like he does actually want to do that, seeing as how he claimed that a deal with Iran was right around the corner 38 different times and counting. But every single time it falls through because Donald Trump's partner in crime, Israel, doesn't want him to make peace with Iran. And that's not a conspiracy theory or conjecture. They've outright admitted that they don't want the United States to make peace with Iran. Ben-Gvir explicitly said that the genocidal government of Israel will not allow Trump to make a peace deal with Iran, and they've made good on that promise repeatedly. Stephen Prager of Common Dreams reported in late May, as it has during previous peace negotiations between Iran and the U.S., Israel launched another major bombardment against Lebanon on Tuesday, violating the 45-day ceasefire that went into effect last month. And before that, back in early April, Israel launched what was referred to as apocalyptic strikes on southern Lebanon, where they launched 100 missiles in 10 minutes that killed 87 people the day after the U.S. and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. Fast forward to June, and Israel did it again, this time in open defiance of Donald Trump. Jake Johnson of Common Dreams explains, the Israeli military bombed Iran shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to not respond to an Iranian missile barrage, which came in retaliation for Israel's earlier bombing of Beirut. And 2 days ago, Trump condemned another attack on Beirut from Israel, citing how close he was to a peace deal with Iran. So every single time we get close to a peace deal with Iran, Israel sabotages it to keep the U.S. entrenched in this war even longer because there is a clear conflict between Donald Trump and Netanyahu's political goals. Trump wants to get out as quickly as possible and claim victory to minimize the political cost, whereas Netanyahu wants to keep the war going as long as he can to maximize the political benefit to him because that's what Israel's psychotic and bloodthirsty society wants. But Israel needs the U.S. to keep this war going, so that's why they are trying to drag Trump back into war whenever he gets closer to a peace deal. But Iran has been pretty consistent from the beginning that any and all agreements must include Lebanon, otherwise they wouldn't agree to anything. And this memorandum of understanding that we've all been talking about, that is no different, by the way.
The announcement of putting an end to the war was announced Monday morning. Any military attack from the Zionist entity against Lebanon from now on will never be accepted. The continuation of the Israeli occupation to Lebanese territories is a violation of the Memorandum of Understanding.
So if you're wondering whether or not the latest MOU will actually lead to peace, I guess that depends on whether or not Israel will allow it to lead to peace, because all they have to do is bomb Lebanon, and like that, we're back to square one. Now, at the time that I record this, nobody really knows what's in the memorandum, but there are various reports about what may be in this 60-day memorandum. It reportedly pushes back talks of Iran's nuclear enrichment, and there's this offer, apparently, that Iran is going to get $300 billion from the U.S. in what is effectively reparations for the damage that the U.S. caused, although Trump has called that fake news, but he might just be saying that that's fake news to get Republicans off of his back since they're accusing him of surrendering to Iran, which he kind of has no choice but to do since they have all the leverage in the world since we lost the war. There's also uncertainty about whether or not Iran will be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz after a certain period of time, but none of this is confirmed, and the only way to actually know what's real and what isn't is for Iran to confirm it, because our government is so unreliable that we have to depend on the word of the country that we're at war with for the truth. That's where we're at right now as a country. So I'm not believing anything unless Iran says it or unless I see it with my own two eyes, because Trump is going to spin it as a victory to save face, even if he surrenders. And literally nothing this man says holds any weight whatsoever, including his supposed criticisms of Israel, because if he really wanted to rein in Israel, he'd cut them off militarily, which would guarantee that they wouldn't have the capacity to keep bombing Lebanon. But he hasn't done that, so his actions indicate that his criticisms of Israel are disingenuous at best. And given how Congress is quietly fusing our military-industrial complex with Israel's, I get the sense that all of this is kabuki theater, and Trump's public denunciations of Israel are nothing more than some ploy to get Iran to give America a pass for Israel's war crimes in Lebanon. But I think they'd be smarter than that, right? But again, I don't know what's happening, but it is weird that Trump went from threatening to kill Iranian civilization to complimenting their leadership and saying they're not radical.
I want to mention Iran. We appreciate the relationship we've had over the short period of time with Iran. We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. I mean, they were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radicalized, and they're, looking to help their country.
Yeah, call me crazy, but something seems really off here. You don't publicly denounce your partner in crime who you started a war with while simultaneously praising the country that you invaded unless you have ulterior motives. Trump could just be trying to butter up Iran to get them to give him a pass when Israel inevitably violates the MOU by bombing southern Lebanon, or he could be sending a message to Americans to get them to treat Israel like the scapegoat in the likely event shit hits the fan again. It is beneficial for Trump if American citizens and Iran at least mentally disaggregate the U.S. from Israel, even though their actions have been one and the same, because that really is the only way that America and Israel can extract political wins out of this situation, given their diverging interests. And it wouldn't be the first time that U.S. leadership has lied to us about their supposed anger with Israeli leadership. We saw this with the Biden administration too, where stories would conspicuously leak about how concerned Biden was about Israel's war crimes in Gaza, but that was obviously nothing more than damage control and an attempt to placate the Democratic Party's base who was opposed to his administration's complicity. So if Biden really was as concerned as he said he was, then he would have done the logical thing and cut off the money and the weapons to Israel. He never did that, though, because he supported what Israel was doing, and his feigned concern was nothing more than a failed attempt to placate the base ahead of the 2024 election. And here we are now, getting the same kind of leaks from the Trump regime about how mad he supposedly is at Netanyahu, coincidentally, right before another major election. Feeling deja vu, anybody? Because I sure am. And as angry as Trump supposedly is, he's expressed zero intent whatsoever to actually hold Netanyahu accountable by cutting him off financially and militarily. He threatens to cut off blue states that don't comply with his federal policies or ICE all the time. But we're supposed to believe that the thought of cutting off Israel never even crossed his mind, despite how fed up he apparently is with Netanyahu? I mean, it seems pretty hard to believe. For example, on June 1st, Axios published a report about Donald Trump supposedly going off on Netanyahu on a phone call over his escalation in Lebanon, telling Netanyahu, "You're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." Another U.S. official said Trump was concerned by the fact that Israel had killed so many civilians in Lebanon, sound familiar, and objected to Israelis knocking down buildings to take out a single Hezbollah commander. A week later, Trump told the Financial Times that Israel would have no choice but to accept the deal he makes with Iran because he calls the shots, not them. But a week after that, Trump told Axios he was shocked when his advisors called to brief him about the Israeli strike in Beirut, and he fumed at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Quote, "It is so bad, I couldn't believe it. An hour before we were supposed to sign the deal. Why did Bibi have to do a fucking attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know. He has no fucking judgment. I let him know that," Trump said. So who's really calling the shots? Because optically speaking, it looks like Netanyahu is the one who's calling the shots, not Donald Trump. But I mean, if my suspicion is right and all of this is nothing more than political theater, it's still hard for me to believe that, one, Trump would be able to concoct a ruse this convincing, and two, that he would make himself look like this much of a cuck on purpose because he cares about his image over everything else. With that being said, if he really was mad at Israel, he would use his leverage as U.S. president to rein them in. If he implements a weapons embargo, they will not have the ability to wage a war in Lebanon. They rely on the U.S. to do everything that they're doing. The threat alone to do that might be enough, but he's refused to use his leverage. So, I mean, he's either a pushover or he's pretending to be a pushover, but neither of those explanations is super convincing to me, which suggests that there's maybe some alternate explanation that I haven't considered yet. Maybe Trump has no choice but to cave to Israel despite his public scoldings of them because they have some sort of blackmail on him, or because he has financial interests in Israel that would be jeopardized if he pissed them off. I mean, Trump was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, who was reportedly an Israeli intelligence asset. So does Israel have incriminating evidence on Donald Trump that they've obtained through Epstein? It sounds really conspiratorial, and I don't like to dabble in conspiracy theories, but as DropSite News reports, there is ample evidence that Netanyahu actually blackmailed Bill Clinton with recordings of phone sex they had of him and Monica Lewinsky. Now, to be clear, that's never been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, but it's not unreasonable to think that this rogue, genocidal terrorist state would blackmail their own ally to get what they want. So perhaps there's something there regarding Trump and the Epstein files. I don't know. But the explanation doesn't necessarily have to be that complicated because they didn't have blackmail on Biden. He's not in the Epstein files, and he still wouldn't cut them off as well. So, I mean, maybe it really is as simple as Netanyahu is just really good at getting what he wants from American politicians. And with regard to Trump, he took a lot of money from Israeli donors like Miriam Adelson, and the Trump crime family stands to personally profit from Israel's annexation of Gaza and even southern Lebanon. They could build luxury apartment complexes and build resorts on the graves of Palestinians in Gaza, and the Trump crime family can't really profit off of Israeli imperialism in the Middle East after he's president if he pisses them off while he's president. So that could also explain his behavior and, you know, his willingness to pretend to be mad at Netanyahu. Netanyahu, I think, would understand if Trump publicly threw him under a bus for political reasons. Israel does the same thing to its allies to save face in their own country. But again, I have no fucking idea, honestly. Like, this is more conjecture on my part, and I don't know why Trump is acting the way he's acting. But the reason why I feel so inclined to question Trump's motives here is because none of this really makes sense. But it's also possible that it really is exactly as it seems. Our dipshit president is just getting increasingly frustrated with an ally who's taking advantage of his limited cognition. It could be as simple as that. It was Netanyahu, after all, who convinced Donald Trump to go to war with Iran in the first place when every other president, including Biden, refused. Occam's razor, right? But if Israel really is stringing Trump along, it means that they are no longer an ally or compliant vassal state. It means they've morphed into a hostile entity working directly against U.S. interests, which would warrant far more than a mere weapons embargo. I think sanctions would be justified at that point, although I don't think it would ever come to that because, love him or hate him, Israel is an extension of the U.S. empire in the Middle East. But Trump's motives aside, I don't know how peace in the Middle East is possible without regime change in Israel. And by regime change, to be clear, I don't mean them electing a new leader who's going to do the same fucking thing. I mean the systemic dismantling of the Israeli state in its current form with an entirely new constitution guaranteeing equal rights for everyone, including Palestinians, with the right to return. I don't think that a genocidal apartheid state is going to be conducive to long-term peace and stability in the Middle East. Quite the contrary, especially because they're trying to gobble up all of their neighbors for their greater Israel project. But I think that's a different story for a different day. It's obvious why I feel so skeptical of Trump's motives, because none of us can trust anything this man has to say, ever. No American politician has ever lied as much as Donald Trump. So I'm not sure if the MOU is going to actually lead to temporary peace. But I do know that I trust Iran's word a whole hell of a lot more than Donald Trump's. And nobody would even think that's unreasonable at this point, given his history of deceit. Because after saying a deal is around the corner 2-3 times, you begin to doubt whether or not he's actually serious about getting a deal. But after saying a deal is nearly complete 38 times, you begin to just tune them out and stop taking anything he says seriously and just expect this to be more market manipulation. But one thing I can say with certainty is that this war should have never happened in the first place. And Iran proved that they're able to hold their own against the mightiest military on earth, which is a big fat L for Donald Trump, however hard he's going to try to spin it. So if Trump does agree to terms that look like he has surrendered, my fear is that Republicans as well as the media might goad him back into the war in hopes that he'll somehow be able to gain the upper hand by bombing them more and have more leverage for better terms. I don't know. But it's extraordinarily difficult to discern fact from fiction during a war when you have a president living in an alternate universe in his head. But we'll know when the war is actually over, when the bombs stop dropping. Until then, anything he says is just noise at this point.
We're going to open the Snickers here. We're going to see a problem. You see these veins on the top? I do not touch Snickers bars with veins. Ever since I've been a born-again Christian, I tried them veins side up, veins on the tongue, and it just doesn't work. So I came up with this 3D printed Snickers deveiner. Let me push down a little. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. For those of you who have problems with Snickers veins, no more. Look at that, a perfectly deveined Snickers.
Anti-LGBTQ plus hysteria has become so ridiculous in this country that I bet it's genuinely hard for you, pun intended, to tell whether or not that person is trolling. Because on one hand, maybe a fundamentalist Christian who is fighting same-sex attraction does find some sort of comfort in deveining all of his Snickers bars. Maybe he also chops up bananas and other dick-shaped food items before eating them to avoid the urge to deep-throat them, because we all know that's exactly what gay people do. So it wouldn't be that much of a stretch if he's that hypersensitive to feel compelled to devein Snickers bars before eating them. But if he is trolling, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time lefty shit posters use the Snickers dick feint to troll conservatives. Back in 2022, Snopes had to address a viral rumor started by Juniper about Snickers caving to the woke mob by removing the dick feint, which was humor spawned from Fox News outrage over the green M&M being desexualized. And in case you don't remember what I'm talking about, Tucker Carlson unironically complained about how the company caved to the the woke mob by making the green M&M less sexy. So it's funny to see the Snickers Dick Vein meme repurposed for the new era, where the mere sight of a queer person makes any conservative apoplectic. And if I had to guess, I think that he probably is trolling, because the same guy who posted that also posted 3D printed plant waterers that look exactly like butt plugs. So I think he's probably trolling, if I had to guess. But the fact that it's so hard to tell is a testament to the environment that we're in. I say this because this Fox News clip could easily also be considered a parody itself if you didn't know any better.
It's National Fudge Day for the VP, but I thought it would be too gay. So I did pickle cake instead. I'm not sure if I got it right.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Vice President, and enjoy your pickle cake.
Thank you guys.
All right, that's it for us, everyone. Have a great night.
Sexy hippos and pickle cake.
So that's where we're at in 2026, where fudge is apparently too gay, because a common insult against gay men is that they're fudge packers because they have butt sex. Unlike straight people, of course, who would never engage in such degeneracy. But since homophobes call gay people fudge packers, it logically follows that it is also gay to eat fudge, because maybe he thinks it's akin to eating ass. I honestly don't know if I can follow the logic there, but I know some of you might assume that he was joking and it's wrong to take him serious, but I think you don't understand Jesse Waters. He really is that hyper aware of any and everything that could be perceived as homosexual. I present you with Exhibit B.
Joe Biden used a straw. Now, if you've seen me on The Five or on Prime Time, you know I recommend that all men refrain from using straws. It's unbecoming. The way a man's lips purse, the size of the straw is just too dainty, the way your fingers clasp on it. No, come on. Straws are for women and little kids.
Yeah. And need I remind you how in last December, so-called manosphere influencers, the alphaist of the alpha, like Andrew Tate, they were conversing with Nick Fuentes openly about how gay it was to be with women, literally, because I guess that if you're too loving of the woman you're attracted to, it might come off as feminine and thus gay. And to conservatives, being gay is inherently icky, of course, and you should do everything you can to let people know how grossed out you are by homosexuality on a regular basis, so that way nobody suspects that you're a homo yourself. Because in their minds, obsessing over what is and isn't gay actually makes them less suspicious somehow. And on that note, the Texas GOP shared a fairly innocuous get out the vote video last month with Scott Pressler, a GOP influencer, and the chair of the state Republican Party in Texas, Abraham George. And as you watch this, I just want you to try to think through reasons why conservatives might be offended by this video.
The chairman is here in person at a polling location in Collin County. This is Allen, Texas. And I have been here since 9:30. It's now 2 o'clock, shaking every hand and meeting voters, and it's been a steady stream, which shows me that people know about today, the runoff.
Ding, 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 you guessed correctly. That video was too gay and too non-white for Republican Party voters. Right-wingers responded saying, this is fucking nauseating. This is the Texas GOP, a man born and raised in India and a gay guy who doesn't know how to wear boots. This video encapsulates how compromised the GOP is. Actual South Park episode at this point. An Indian and homosexual are telling people who to vote for? If this is the Republican Party, I want exactly nothing to do with it. Sodomites and Indians telling you to vote for Israel. Perfect picture of the modern GOP, Lamau. And the most tone-deaf political party award goes to the Texas GOP. Deport that guy immediately. And I shit you not, that was the overwhelming sentiment. They didn't even want to see a gay guy and a non-white guy, even though they were encouraging people to vote for the anti-gay white supremacist candidates that they prefer. And it really speaks to the heightened level of sensitivity towards queer people and really anyone who deviates from the cis white Christian norm. So conservatives really are as ridiculous as the Snickers Devainer guy, which is why most people who saw that video weren't even questioning whether or not it was satirical, because conservatives really are indistinguishable from satire at this point. It is impossible to parody a political movement that is too ridiculous to parody. Yet actors like Rainn Wilson, who played Dwight Schrute in The Office, pulled a Jerry Seinfeld recently by arguing that political correctness has run amok, and he said this in 2026 during Pride, mind you, but let's hear him out.
I do feel like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as the show was.
Hey, Dwight, wakey, wakey, you ignorant slut. We're no longer in the anti-SJW era of the 2010s. The fascists have taken over the fucking country. I'm not sure if you noticed, and our entire culture has recalibrated to protect their white Christian nationalist sensibilities. Very few companies even changed their logos to rainbows during Pride Month because it's now politically incorrect to showcase anything colloquially referred to as woke, i.e. the existence of queer people and black people, or God forbid, queer black people. And as Yashar Ali put it in a 2023 tweet, Laverne Cox made history in 2014 when she became the first out trans person to be a Time magazine cover subject. It's depressing to realize that if this cover were published today, it would be much more controversial than it was nearly a decade ago. Exactly, because progressive values like empathy and acceptance and anti-racism are now politically incorrect. Dylan Mulvaney got months of harassment and death threats all because Bud Light chose to put her face on a promotional beer can. Gamers just shit their pants last week and threw hissy fits after learning that the new God of War game is going to star a female protagonist. If you are still whining about how the woke mob won't let you tell edgy jokes in 2026, you're just a fucking idiot or out of touch. Netflix just gave MAGA comedian Tony Hinchcliffe a comedy special where he told racist jokes where the punchline was basically that non-white people are weird because they're not white. And at the roast of Kevin Hart, the so-called comedians were being explicitly anti-black because the culture has now fully aligned with the fascist status quo that's taken over the country. So for a comedian to still whine about not being able to tell jokes in 2026 because of the PC police, I just have to ask, what the fuck are you smoking? What jokes can't you tell in Trump's America that he wants to tell specifically? I mean, sure, there are limits. You can't joke about Christians or conservatives without triggering the anti-woke mob, but whether he realizes this or not, Rainn Wilson has already aligned himself with the predominant culture by pretending like everyone else is too sensitive because deep down I think he knows that if he did call out the real snowflakes, the anti-SJWs, the fascists, the racists, well then he would find himself in hot water. That's how you get canceled in 2026. Saying racism is bad is now the cancelable offense. And it's hilarious for him, of all people, to say that when shows that are more edgy, far more edgy, like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, those are still on till this day. And listen, I love The Office personally. I've watched it from start to finish probably 5 or 6 times, but it's by no means an edgy show. I actually enjoy it because of how wholesome it can be at times. Sure, they do make jokes about race, but it's always at the expense of the main character, Michael Scott, who makes his subordinates cringe by his tone-deaf and downright idiotic comments about race. You could even argue that The Office is woke. If it were published today, it would be considered woke because the main characters who try to be edgy, they're always the butt of the joke. They look stupid. So it's woke in that sense. Not to mention, The Office is kind of being made today. It's called The Paper. And they're telling the same kind of jokes that they were telling on The Office. I'm pretty sure it has the same writers, or most of the same writers. But as out of touch as he is for saying that dumb shit, I think that Rainn Wilson embodies what is probably the default position for most American normies. That the overly sensitive SJW freaks are ruining everything because they won't shut the fuck up about the things that offend them. The problem, however, is that the snowflakes that he's bemoaning have almost no cultural cachet in Trump's America, and they certainly don't have any fucking political power. The official response from the White House for Pride Month was basically fuck you to queer people. The brief period where we pretended to accept queer people is over. We're done projecting rainbow lights at the White House during Pride. The only colors you're going to see during Pride are red, white, and blue, baby. And listen, it's not like the rainbow lights were going to liberate queer people, but fascists won't even offer queer people a kind gesture or basic recognition because they fundamentally don't think they should exist. And this cultural shift may seem fleeting and insignificant, but one thing conservatives learned that the rest of society hasn't yet is the political importance of culture. Culture is necessary to give society the push it needs to make sweeping political changes. In the 2010s, when public opinion rapidly shifted on gay marriage, the laws quickly followed suit. But in the 2020s, now that the culture has changed in the opposite direction, the laws once again are realigning to reach parity with culture. The culture now just so happens to be fascist. And even though it's entertaining to poke fun at the snowflakery and hypersensitivity of social conservatives, their vociferousness is meaningful because the government has responded in a manner that is proportional to their outrage. And the worst part is nobody really even seems to notice. For example, journalist Aaron Reed shared one of the most startling reports I've ever read about how the Trump regime proposed a sweeping new rule across 42 different government agencies that requires discrimination against trans and non-binary people as part of a broader fascist effort to erase them from existence. She explains, last week, the Trump administration quietly released a sweeping new federal rule that would use funding threats to force institutions across the country to reject transgender people. The 400-page proposed regulation would codify the administration's anti-trans executive orders into binding federal policy, imposing a blanket prohibition on federal funds going towards gender ideology with terms broad enough to encompass any acknowledgement that gender identity differs from sex assigned at birth or that transgender people even exist. If finalized, the rule would reach every hospital, university, school district, state government, nonprofit, and homeless shelter that receives federal funding, effectively requiring much of American institutional life to discriminate against transgender people as a condition of receiving federal money. And unlike an executive order, the rule would require significant work by a future administration to reverse. She continues, the prohibition is vast. The rule bars federal awards from being used to fund, promote, encourage, subsidize, or facilitate gender ideology. And as mentioned before, because the screening evaluates the recipient as a whole, even indirect support could trigger enforcement. Since the rule was published, Aaron in the Morning has been contacted by those worried about its impact on homeless shelters, which could be required to turn away transgender people. Any acknowledgement of a resident's gender identity could be grounds for a funding investigation. Colleges and universities, among the largest recipients of federal grants in the country, would face renewed federal pressure to enact bathroom bans, sports bans, and restrictions on name and gender marker changes. Any institutional process that recognizes a gender identity different from sex assigned at birth could be deemed gender ideology. Nonprofits and federally qualified health centers could be forced to stop acknowledging that transgender people exist entirely or serving their needs, a step some organizations briefly took during the chaos of the initial executive orders before pulling back when courts and advocates signaled they lacked enforceability. This rule is designed to give them enforceability. So this is truly a five-alarm fire. The federal government is proposing blatantly unconstitutional policy changes that turn an entire group of people into second-class citizens. The damage that this would cause to an entire generation of trans and non-binary people would be incalculable. The government is basically threatening to socially erase trans people and doing so by punishing everybody who dares to acknowledge their existence. And things have gotten so bad in this country that the Lemkin Institute sounded the alarm back in March about how the United States is in the early stages of a trans genocide, with one of the warning signs being a denial of their identity. And nobody's really talking about these things because the denial of trans identity has become normalized again and is being reinforced through social media and cultural institutions that want to stay in the good graces of the Trump regime. And now that conservatives are driving culture, they are legitimizing the erasure of trans people to shore up support for the policies that they're implementing or to encourage complacency at a minimum. Now, with that being said, I do think that the pendulum is already starting to swing back in the opposite direction. But I mean, the impact Trump's regime is having on culture is still palpable. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're not ever going to see trans representation in TV shows, but TV networks might be a little bit more cautious about certain queer-related topics. Maybe they won't renew shows with prominent trans characters, in part because they know what's coming down the pipeline. LGBTQ plus interest groups are currently fighting the FCC to stop them from doing a policy change that would discourage trans representation in TV shows. It might also mean that social media websites like Meta limit prohibitions on hate speech towards trans people to appease the federal government. And it even means that politicians who are theoretically supposed to be on the side of trans people might cave to anti-trans pressure in order to avoid scrutiny from the fascist regime in power. And I've talked about how angry I am before about Democrats who are throwing trans people under the bus, Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and others, but it's not just centrists, to be clear. Even though Zoran Mamdani is meeting the expectations of most leftists, trans people are wondering whether or not he's going to fulfill his promises to them. Because as journalist Aaron Reed also reports, a new clinic that'll offer much-needed gender-affirming healthcare in New York City has one conspicuous exception. Aaron writes, Mayor Zohran Mamdani's new clinic will deny care to anyone under 19 years of age, adopting the exact age cutoff from Trump's anti-trans executive orders. She adds, when Zohran Mamdani ran for mayor, he promised to fight back, showing up to protests outside NYU Langone, pledging $65 million for gender-affirming care, and vowing to use every lever of city power to protect trans New Yorkers from federal intimidation. Since taking office, those promises have largely gone unfulfilled. No enforcement action against the hospitals that shuttered their programs, no fines from the Commission on Human Rights despite complaints open for over a year, and no public accounting of the promised funding. Now, in Mamdani's defense, he's only been mayor for half a year, so he could still very well deliver on some of those promises to the trans community, but the fact that his clinic is denying gender-affirming healthcare to trans youth is quite the tell. There's not many options for gender-affirming healthcare, even in New York City, so this is going to be a lifesaver for a lot of trans and non-binary people in New York. The problem, of course, is that this life-saving, medically necessary healthcare is being denied to trans youth, the most marginalized of our entire population. Now, I think we all know why he did this. It's easier to go along to get along. It's better to have gender-affirming care for some trans people than none of them. But these little exceptions that we make here and there, they still matter. And it shows you why culture is so important, because cultural pressure creates political pressure that forces all of society into compliance, including leftists like Zohran Mamdani. And I get that it might seem like I'm one of those nitpicky leftists who's never going to be satisfied, but you have to understand that in a fascist society, every single capitulation counts. Every time we obey in advance, the fascists acquire more cultural power over us. And we shouldn't abandon trans youth, the most vulnerable population in the country, to appease fascists, ever. And for clarification, when we talk about gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth, we're not talking about surgeries for trans kids. We're talking about mental health care that could aid trans youth and their family in a social transition, and eventually prescriptions for puberty blockers. Those are allowed for cis kids, but not for trans kids, which is interesting. And it really tells you what this is about. They just don't like trans people. Even though trans youth exist, their existence has become politicized. And we all feed into that when we bow to the pressure of these fascist tyrants. And to go back to Laverne Cox, who I brought up earlier, she just released her memoir where she talks about her experience growing up trans. And much like cis kids, she knew what her gender was right away. But she was bullied, she was otherized by adults, and at the age of 11, I want to say, she tried to take her own life. And I just want to read you a passage from her book where she talks about the difficulty in being a trans kid. Now, she went in her mother's pill cabinet and she took a bunch of pills and she survived, thankfully. But I want to just read her feelings as a child when she realized she was still alive. Because this right here, it speaks to the experience that trans kids deal with, the pain that they have to endure. I woke up. I was in shock. I'm still here. I felt so numb. I felt no relief to still be living. The pain of being alive in my body and circumstances had not abated. A paragraph later, she says, I really had wanted to die. I really had wanted it to be over. I still did. Was there no way for me to get out? Leaving my body in fantasy and fugue states was no longer enough. I needed to get out. I needed to be free of this. And just to remind you, these were the thoughts that she had as an 11-year-old. And these are the thoughts a lot of trans and non-binary youth have. I mean, this is common for all queer youth, myself included. I never made a suicide attempt, but it's common for trans youth, especially because of how difficult it is to be trans and not being able to be yourself, right? And this right here is precisely why we should never, ever, ever make exceptions for gender-affirming care for them, because it is quite literally life-saving. And if gender-affirming care were an option for Laverne when she was a kid, odds are she wouldn't have felt that way. And listen, I would highly encourage you to read her book. It's amazing. I think she gives cis people a really good look at how hard it is to grow up queer. And for queer people, she offers the ultimate it gets better message, not just because she's rich and famous, but because she finally learned how to love herself and accept herself after decades of trying. But in conclusion, we should absolutely make fun of right-wing snowflakes for being weird little freaks. But keep in mind that their hypersensitivity, and more importantly, the way society kowtows to them, is a sign of cultural power that is going to have political ramifications. We're seeing that right now. And the only way to shift the Overton window back in our direction is to be as relentless and unapologetic as they are.
This deal is a total disaster.
It's a bad deal.
They're better off than they were before the hostilities began.
Iran has come out of this stronger than it was before.
If we do follow through on this MOU, Iran will be more powerful than they've ever been.
You have sanctions lifted. You have assets that are going to be unfrozen. What do we get?
This MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning.
It does smack of the kind of appeasement that our administration rejected in the Obama-Iran nuclear deal.
The regime has not changed. They're just richer.
You just heard some of Donald Trump's biggest cheerleaders screech about how favorable his MOU is to Iran, and they're not necessarily wrong to characterize it as a surrender, because it is, but guess what? That's what happens when you lose a war you never should have started to begin with. Iran won, and as the victors, they get terms more favorable to them. That's the way it works. There's a reason why other presidents never invaded Iran despite how much they wanted to. And pretty early on, political scientists like Robert Pape were warning that the war was turning Iran into a global power player, and the terms of the MOU do indeed solidify their status as such. Per Axios, the MOU presumably permits Iran to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz after 60 days, which gives them leverage over the entire global economy. And on top of that, they're getting sanctions relief as well as much deserved reparations for the damage that we caused. In other words, Trump fucked around and found out. It's either this or nothing. But here's the thing. All of this shrieking that we've heard from neocons, it isn't for nothing, actually. There's a purpose. The goal is to pressure Donald Trump to re-engage in hostilities with Iran in hopes that he'll be able to secure more leverage for better terms. And I would imagine that some of them, if not most of them, just want perpetual war, no matter the cost to human life and the economy, because they love war. But Trump very clearly thought that the political cost was too high, which is why he's bailing now in spite of the humiliation and the cost. But the problem is that their criticism might actually get to him, because he responded on Truth Social saying, "These fools who think I haven't been tough enough on Iran when the stock market just hit a record high and oil prices are tumbling down are either jealous, bad people, or stupid." Now, I'll be honest, that worries me, because you can tell that their criticism is getting to him, and he's a very weak, thin-skinned man. I think that he probably thought that he'd be able to spin this as a total and complete victory, which isn't that unreasonable since he's fostered a political cult of personality, the likes of which we haven't seen before. But I mean, the neocons specifically, who are criticizing him over the MOU, they've never really been true believers. They were just using him and fluffing his ego because they liked that he was giving them what they wanted, which is a war in Iran. But now that he's no longer doing what they want, they've turned on him because they know that Donald Trump cares more about his image than anything else. So once again, they're trying to use him for their political goals. So, I mean, this might be the only time that I've actually wanted Donald Trump to give in to his stubborn instincts and not give in to the haters, because ending the war is the objectively correct thing to do. But if they keep roasting him for waving the white flag too early, my fear is that he will end up being goaded back into fighting Iran, because they might convince him that he's a weak little pussy and he might feel like he has something to prove. So, like, that's the petulance of the president we're dealing with, where criticism, if it's overwhelming, it could get him to bend. And while that's good, because sometimes, you know, criticism helps in our favor since he is receptive to it if it's overwhelming, I think that these neocons have a lot of sway over him because he is a dumbass after all. So I hope that he doesn't give in to the haters. I can't believe I'm saying that about Donald Trump, but in this limited instance, I want this weak-minded buffoon to actually hold firm. But this is assuming that the deal can withstand ratfuckery from Israelis as well, because even if Trump can withstand domestic pressure, the true test really will be whether or not Israel doesn't ruin it for everyone, because Axios reports that Netanyahu is unsurprisingly pissed off about the deal, and Netanyahu-aligned media outlets in Israel have started to viciously attack Donald Trump as a result, with one primetime host taking shots at J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. And even though Lebanon was part of the deal, a Netanyahu advisor made it very clear that they don't consider themselves bound by the terms of the MOU. And on that note, Israel predictably bombed Lebanon just hours after the U.S. and Iran officially signed the deal in another blatant attempt to sabotage peace talks. And as Jake Johnson of Common Dreams reports, Ismail Baqi, the spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry, said Thursday that the MOU signed Wednesday would be nullified in the absence of a full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon and an end to military attacks. Quote, "It is the responsibility of the U.S., said Baqi, to force Israel to respect the U.S. commitments to Iran in this document." And an Israeli official told Reuters the outcome of the talks would ultimately depend on whether U.S. President Donald Trump decides to force the issue by threatening repercussions if Israel does not abide by the interim Iran Pact's terms. So Iran is saying that Trump needs to get Israel under control if he actually wants this MOU to hold, and Israel is basically daring him to try to stop them. But regardless of what he does, this is going to end in humiliation for Donald Trump, because if he actually grows a pair of balls and holds Israel accountable for once, then American neocons are going to accuse him of kowtowing to Iran. But if he lets Israel undermine him again and again and again, that also makes him look like a spineless cuck. So there's not really a way for him to come out of this looking like the big, strong man he had hoped he'd look like. And my hope is that he has at least a high enough mental capacity to learn from this and not try the same shit in Cuba. But I will say that the insults Israel has been lobbing at the Trump regime, they haven't gone unnoticed. And J.D. Vance actually had some surprisingly strong words for them, along with what could be interpreted as a veiled threat.
Now, I saw the Axios report. That Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in.
So if you read between the lines, he is implicitly communicating to them that they need us. They rely on weapons that they're getting from American defense contractors, as well as billions of dollars in aid from American taxpayers every single year. They need that to survive. And if we choose to cut them off, then they're up shit creek without a paddle. So you don't bite the hand that feeds you. And I think he was referring to comments made by Israeli terrorist Itamar Ben-Gvir, who basically said Israel wouldn't allow the U.S. to strike a deal with Iran, as if he's the one in charge. So this is J.D. Vance subtly reminding them that we're actually in charge. Now, the problem is that we don't actually know if this veiled threat has any teeth. Nonetheless, J.D. Vance did have more to say in an interview in the New York Times.
I will say, I don't know, maybe I've missed this. I don't think Bibi himself has actually criticized the deal, because I think he's maybe a little bit more familiar with the details of what's in it. But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have.
Oh, but that's not going to stop him from trying. So listen, I'll just say what I said in my video on Tuesday about this. If the Trump regime is as fed up with Israeli defiance as they say they are, then they need to actually use their fucking leverage once and for all and cut them off. Otherwise, nothing they say is ever going to hold any weight. If the Israelis think that they're too valuable of a proxy to America to be cut off, then they have no incentive to ever listen to anything American leaders have to say. Why wouldn't they keep doing whatever the fuck they want to do if they're never going to be held accountable for it? They're committing a genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. They're doing an ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and Lebanon as we speak. So if America is letting them get away with all of these crimes against humanity and we're still giving them weapons to do these things in defiance of U.S. and international law, then what won't we let them get away with? But here's the thing that none of us have really considered yet. America isn't the only one who has leverage in this situation. Israel may also have leverage too. It's an open secret that Trump's former bestie, Jeffrey Epstein, was an Israeli intelligence asset. So the likelihood of them having blackmail on Donald Trump like they did on Bill Clinton may be the one thing that's keeping Trump from really blowing up his relationship with Netanyahu. But this has always been speculation. We don't know for sure, right? But we just got confirmation from a former Israeli intelligence officer who said, yeah, we actually do have blackmail on Donald Trump.
If there's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that, Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump. And he put it out there. New material that wasn't seen before in public.
So it's not just Trump. I know that Howard Lutnick is mentioned. There are other officials.
Not just Trump, other officials too. Yes.
So, I mean, given that threat, you begin to see why a lot of people view Trump's comments about Israel and his criticisms of Netanyahu as all bark and no bite, because if he cuts them off, then they may expose him for the pedophilia that he committed. Now, we already know that he's in the Epstein files and accused of doing things to underage girls, but there's no visual evidence. There's just testimony from the FBI and accusations. But if they actually have the smoking gun, yeah, I don't think he would be as inclined to defy Israel. Now, the person who is saying that he's going to be exposed just for signing the deal, I think that wouldn't be wise. I feel like Netanyahu is smart enough to hold on to that card a little bit longer and just try to sabotage the MOU the same way he's been sabotaging it, by brazenly violating it by bombing Lebanon, because that right there is a card that you don't want to play unless you absolutely have to. There's still 2 years of Trump left in office, and Israel isn't getting any more popular in the United States. So in the event, you know, Netanyahu has to push that big red button and release the pedophiles, I don't think he's going to do it just yet. So I am relieved that the MOU was signed, because the war needs to end by all means necessary, but it's very clearly hanging on by a thread, and there's just so many people working against it that it'd be a minor miracle if it survives the entire 60 days, but we'll just have to wait and see. I'm crossing my fingers. It's the one time I'm like hoping that something Trump did is successful, because everything else he does is destructive. Starting this war was destructive, but if he tries to end it, then I think that is something that will be better off for the entire world. So in this one instance, I'm kind of rooting for him, which feels gross to say.
Workers with waders and pool cleaning equipment are working overtime at Washington's iconic reflecting pool, battling the algae that has turned one of the president's prized projects from American flag blue to green.
If you take a look, not only has the green of the algae come back, but look at that American flag blue in the paint. It's actually starting to peel. It's coming up.
President Trump's got a Crime Stoppers tip for you. He says lightweight ABC reporter Jonathan Karl was seen sticking his hand into the pool and trying to rip the rubber off the surface. Judge, is Jonathan Karl from ABC in trouble?
Well, it depends. Anyone who is in a position of vandalizing or attempting to vandalize the reflecting pool will face the criminal justice system in D.C. Look, the president has made it a priority to make D.C. not only safe but beautiful. And there are several citations that have been handed out to individuals, and these are cases that will be prosecuted to the full extent. If there are more serious products that are put into the reflecting pool to create more algae or a bigger problem, then we'll consider more serious charges.
Well, this is what the United States has come to, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, no less, where the U.S. Attorney for D.C. is not ruling out charges against an ABC News reporter because he dared to reach into the reflecting pool to touch a piece of paint to show viewers how it was peeling up because they dumped a bunch of hydrogen peroxide in it to fight the algae. But I'm describing it in a very uncharitable way because, as Trump put it in a Truth Social post, the reporter tried to rip the rubber off the surface. I mean, sure, that's one way to spin it, right? But Trump's gotten so goddamn defensive about the reflecting pool that he literally deployed the fucking National Guard to it to bolster his narrative that it's green because of vandalism and not Mother Nature. And he's sharing pictures of people showing up with Team Algae shirts who are clearly trolling as evidence of some sort of a grand criminal conspiracy, possibly instigated by James Comey, to sabotage the reflecting pool. And he's so mad about it that he's threatening a 10-year prison sentence for anyone who engages in such vandalism. And right-wingers presumably feel forced to play along by clutching their pearls over pro-algae Antifa protesters, quote, harassing members of the National Guard for facetiously chanting, "Let's go algae" at them.
Let's go, algae! Let's go!
And as funny as this entire situation is, the Trump regime, they are not fucking around. They arrested an elderly cyclist who was later identified as former Olympian David Hearn after he stopped to take a picture, and they're saying that he committed vandalism, but he says all he did was touch it. And the regime is claiming that there's more people that were taken into custody, but we don't know anything about them, and we don't even know if they actually did that. It's possible that they're just lying to deter others from fucking with it, but to Trump's credit, he did get a lot more people interested in our national monument, so I guess you could say mission accomplished in that sense. But the problem is only getting worse because, as Matt Visor pointed out in an article for The Atlantic, the things that they did to kill the algae actually made it worse, probably because they fired most of the scientists, and they're now dealing with a more aggressive form of algae that has completely taken over. And to add insult to injury, it's also starting to stink, and now our nation's capital probably smells like Trump's sweaty neck pussy for its 250th birthday, which is a fate we absolutely deserve, by the way. And as many of you know, Trump awarded his neighbor a multi-million-dollar no-bid contract to paint the reflecting pool and install a new filtration system and whatnot. And not enough people are talking about who this guy is and, more importantly, how he looks. And you're going to accuse me of being petty for saying that, but I promise you, I am not being petty. It's almost unbelievable. So Mo Davis, a former U.S. labor judge, shared this photo of John Cafaro, the guy that Trump awarded this no-bid contract to. And no, this is not a picture of him at some sort of costume party. This is how he actually looks, like a villain in an anime or a fucking comedian playing a mafia don in a parody movie. And David adds he has 2 prior convictions, one for bribing a member of Congress and another for an illegal loan that violated campaign finance laws. So if you didn't know, now you do. You're welcome. Now, I want to go back to the ABC News report that I played at the beginning of this video from Jonathan Karl, who may soon go to prison because of that report, because there's a different portion where he replays things that Trump said about this project before it was officially underway. And in retrospect, everything that Donald Trump said about this is so much more hilarious.
That was not what the president had in mind for this project, which was completed just last week.
You're going to be very proud of, and it'll last for 50 to 100 years before you have to do anything with it. Very strong, powerful substance that we use.
Bro, how is this even real? Like, what are we doing? It's not only funny because that obviously aged like milk, it's also funny because our president is so fucking stupid that he compared the size of the reflecting pool to skyscrapers for no reason whatsoever. First of all, you're not making it bigger, so why are you talking about its size? Second of all, if you actually do want to boast about its size for some reason, why would you compare it to skyscrapers? Why not choose something more appropriate that's flat? I mean, that is truly some baby brain shit, And I don't think most people even question it because we've become so accustomed to Trump's stupidity that something like that doesn't even register to us anymore. At this point, if he literally stuck his hand in his diaper to pull out some shit and start eating it, half the country probably wouldn't even be fazed. He'd tell us that it was chocolate, and his supporters wouldn't even question that. Like, that's the state of American politics. I apologize for the visual, by the way, but I'm just trying to demonstrate how insane it is that this is reality and that it's real life. We're not living in some sort of Truman Show-esque movie. This is the United States of America in 2026, believe it or not. But on the subject of Donald Trump denying reality, even though he is finally admitting that the reflecting pool isn't supposed to be green, that probably took a lot. I want you to look at these pictures, courtesy of ABC News, taken between June 11th and June 17th. And as you can see, it was completely green by June 17th. Despite that, the official U.S. Interior Press account actually tweeted this on that same day. Quote, "The reflecting pool water is crystal clear, and our National Park Service team is now vacuuming up the dead algae resting on the bottom of some parts of the reflecting pool, just like the destroyed Iranian Navy resting on the bottom of the Persian Gulf." Holy shit. I mean, the secondhand embarrassment I feel as an American truly can never be overstated. It is utterly astonishing to see the federal government tweet something like this after they just got their asses handed to them by Iran. But just like Iran, algae also managed to humiliate Donald Trump, although I'm not necessarily shocked to see the president get outsmarted by a single-celled organism. In fact, I think that's the perfect representation of his intelligence. But since he lost the war to algae too, he's trying to fake it till he makes it, which is coincidentally his Iran war strategy. He lost, but yet he claims he obliterated them. Okay, sure, whatever, bud. Just say whatever the fuck. Words don't have meaning anymore. And I just want to show you the reaction from a CNN panel to the regime's claim that the water was crystal clear, because it was maybe the only time CNN has ever been entertaining to me.
First, not crystal clear. Like, stop. Like, you guys, come on.
Yeah, it's a don't believe your lying eyes moment, right? Like,
Well, now he's going to sue you for defamation, so good job, CNN. And not to snitch or anything, but earlier in that same report, CNN's field reporter committed a crime that apparently comes with a 10-year prison sentence by touching the paint that floated up to the top of the reflecting pool. So that segment may end up costing CNN a lot of money, and I wouldn't be surprised if all of them were fired once the Ellisons take over. But whenever something like this happens, I always find myself wondering, how is Fox News going to spin this one? Because it's a lot of work to concoct the bullshit that is sufficient to satisfy Donald Trump. But I mean, what are they doing? Well, they're getting pretty creative, as you're going to see, and they're putting in a lot of work. Like, this is a real compilation I put together of actual Fox News segments where they talk about the reflecting pool. And again, I just have to say, for posterity's sake, this is not a parody. This is an actual report, a compilation of multiple reports of Fox News. Just fucking watch.
I'm here at the newly renovated reflecting pool. It's painted American flag blue. And the Democrats are going to tell you, oh, there's green algae, it looks so bad. But there's pool guys cleaning it up right now. No other president would do that.
Well, they've seen it restored to this beautiful cerulean as part of the America 250 celebration after years as an algae-covered mess. That is, of course, until the cleanup. Then suddenly we started seeing these reports surface of a new algae bloom forming and pictures of the peeling lower coating. Critics were slamming the work as shoddy, which, as it turns out, wasn't true.
Well, I'm not a scientist, so the algae thing, I mean, I believe that's what happens in bodies of water such as this, so I don't think this is President Trump's fault. But what's so irritating to me about the left here? President Trump is trying to make D.C. nicer. D.C. is filled with Democrats, okay? He's making it nicer because, yes, he happens to live there for the next couple of years, but you all live there all the time because D.C. is made up primarily of liberals and Democrats, right? He's trying to make it nicer for you. He's trying to make it safer for you. He's trying to make your reflecting pool nicer. He's trying to spruce up the place, and they go out of their way to damage and to vandalize it. It's like during the BLM Summer of Love when they're burning down businesses in their own community.
Iran, fraud, there have been assassination plots, but the liberal media is focused on something else entirely. They are very concerned about algae in the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. You know, the one that no one actually goes in, no one swims in it, no one drinks from it, yet there are seasoned journalists absolutely obsessing.
And just the laziness of this. Of all the reporting you could do in America to actually help people's lives, you're like, hey, guys,
we can go out of our doors here, we can walk over there, and we can try to turn this into a political hit job on Donald Trump.
So as you can see, they're using a multi-pronged approach to do damage control for the Trump regime. They're engaging in some good old-fashioned reality denial, as well as a little bit of Democrats are big meanies to Trump, and just a sprinkle of how dare liberal media focus on such senseless drivel. Don't you know that Fox News is the most serious news outlet where we cover real stories like MLB under investigation over Pride Night controversy? Like, the irony is so overwhelming and none of them recognize it. It goes right over their heads. But to be fair, I agree with them. Yes, there are more important things the media could be focusing on, and that's especially true for Fox News, to be clear. But the reason why people are interested in this story is because it speaks to the dumb bullshit Trump is focused on as the president. He is prioritizing unnecessary vanity projects like this instead of, say, helping regular people. Yet, he can't even do this competently. Like, the aesthetic differences that he's making, he can't even pull that off. It is embarrassing, but in all honesty, I'm actually glad he's more concerned with this frivolous bullshit, because if he was more focused on actual policy, he'd be doing evil shit that we'd have to undo later on. So I think that we should give him more useless side quests to focus on, because anything that distracts him from the more harmful things he would otherwise be doing is a net positive, in my opinion. But having said that, I'm not going to allow Fox News, of all places, to shame us for caring about this story, because I, for one thing, it is downright fucking hilarious. The reflecting pool is the perfect encapsulation of the current state of America in 2026. See, we could have high-speed rail. We could have healthcare for every single person by now, but we have none of those things. Instead, we are a late-stage capitalist dystopia and the laughingstock of the entire world. So I, for one, think it's poetic that this is the state of our dying empire on its 250th birthday. The fact that the East Wing is demolished, the fact that tarps are covering up federal buildings because Trump illegally put his name on them, and the fact that the reflecting pool is green and smells like shit is the universe's way of telling us that we should feel shame, not pride, on our 250th birthday for electing a fascist cartoon character, and also because of our racist, genocidal, imperialist legacy. And simply put, we all just need something to laugh at to keep from crying. And I, for one, am enjoying the collective schadenfreude. You've got people portraying the reflecting pool as a poison swamp from Elden Ring. You've got Seinfeld memes of George Costanza covered in green goo after going in the reflecting pool. You've got AI-generated pictures of Yoda lifting the X-Wing out of the reflecting pool as if it's the Dagobah swamp. And you've got people just pointing out how goofy it is to see members of the National Guard defending the reflecting pool from supposed vandals, because God forbid anybody think that it was Mother Nature, because that would conflict with Donald Trump's contrived narrative. So, no, it's not the most important story ever, but we need this. Okay, we fucking need this. I'm not afraid to admit that we need this story. The country's been taken over by fascist extremists, and this is a reminder that even though things are really bad right now, the people making our lives hell are deeply incompetent and deeply stupid. And there's no shame in taking a little bit of comfort and joy in that thought. Oh, and if it wasn't already obvious, I have to admit that I am also on Team Algae, and I sincerely actually do want the reflecting pool to stay like this forever. Unironically, I actually want that, because politicians, they deserve to be disgusted by stinky, shitty water. And on top of that, I think it's appropriate that our national monuments reflect the true essence of our country. So I think it's only right that they're as embarrassing and rotten as we are as a country. So let's go, Algae. Welcome to the Antifa, Algae, I guess. Like, welcome to the resistance. I salute you, Algae. Keep it up, Algae. Let's go.
Do yourself a favor and click the join button.
So, folks, we now live in the golden age of not just progressive politics, but socialist politics. You see, Zoran Mamdani endorsed a number of different candidates in the primaries against centrist incumbents. And, well, let's quick refresh your memory here.
New York, we know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections. I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
I'm Claire Valdez, and I'll stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Get out and vote. This is the team. This is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
I'm Claire Valdez.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and we approve this message.
All three of those candidates won today. All three of them won. All three DSA approved. And these are relatively safe blue districts, right? These are safe blue districts. And we are getting, very likely, 3 new members of Congress out of this. And this is one of the reasons, and Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you very much for the 20 gifted memberships. My God, thank you very much for helping the show. But this right here, this is the beginning of something special. This has been why I've talked so much about why it's important for Zoran Mamdani to focus on getting governance in New York City right. Not just because governance in New York City, reverberates out to other cities and other parts of the country, but because it can effectively become a beachhead. It is a position of power where socialists are well liked, and then they can help lift one another up. And that's how we saw Brad Lander and Zoran Mamdani forge their initial relationship during the mayoral election, where instead of just turning on each other and clawing for the throat, they actually helped one another up. And when it became clear Zoran was the front runner, Brad Lander helped him go on to win. It was a huge component of what makes this all work. And that was possible because of ranked choice voting. But also, what we're seeing now is Zoran Mamdani, in turn, not as most Democrats have done in recent years, burning the bridge, burning the boats, picking up the ladder, choose your imagery behind him, but instead helping other people ascend and climb and do well in other political arenas. And this is a huge, huge deal. And, I think it's okay for us to enjoy taking a W for once. This, so much is bad right now. So much is wrong right now in America, but this is the beginning of things being set right. And I did want to share with you guys this clip of Brad Lander finding out live on air in an interview that he had just won his primary.
Brad Lander, we came on the air just a couple of minutes ago as the numbers were still coming in your race. I'm going to do something a little unusual here, so I want you to bear with me. Not many candidates are on CNN when they hear this music. But we do have breaking news, and we can now project that Brad Lander will defeat the incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman in the Democratic primary for New York's 10th congressional district. And sir, obviously, since we have you here live on air as we are making this call, what is your first reaction to this?
Well, thank you. First of all, obviously, I'm thrilled. I did not expect to be on air when the race was called. Look, I love Election Day. I like the voters get to go out and cast their ballots and say, here's who we want to represent us. These are the fights that matter to us. And all I can say is I promise to go out every single day and fight for my constituents and the values that they have, because we need a country that stands up for working people. It doesn't make it so hard to live here. I'll be fighting for a city everyone can afford and where everyone is welcome. And I'm really honored to be on your show tonight.
It's just he has such a great humility to him, and I love how he recenters it on the importance of our democratic system. What a classy move. It is very rare in America for so many different reasons to see an ascendant socialist movement, and it's so cool that we get to see that happen. Because I still remember taking my first steps into learning about what is socialism. You had to go seek out, you had to go read theory. You had to you had to go to meetings. You had to watch Richard Wolff lectures online. You know, you had to do a fair amount of legwork because you would not see elected socialists in the vast majority of America. And it was only maybe like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, that suddenly the Democratic electorate became a lot more interested in what socialism is. And it's really cool that the most popular politician on the left, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is a socialist. She's endorsed by the DSA. Mamdani, one of the most popular political figures in America, and one of the few people to get more popular after elected, is a socialist. And you get people running off of these DSA endorsements and running off of these, and they're winning. This is unprecedented. We have not seen a movement like this come into being since, since the last century, since Eugene Debs. It's really cool to see. You know, maybe we would have gotten it if Martin Luther King Jr. hadn't been assassinated. But we never fully saw the economic end of his dream. And so it's so cool to see this happen. And we are going to just kind of revel in the W for a minute. Let's take a look at Brad Lander's speech, because he gave a victory speech, and I haven't listened to it. I imagine it's worth listening to.
Everything that we can save is worth saving. Yeah. Expect more. Yeah. All right. And so now I'm going to turn it over to somebody who needs no introduction. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Good evening, everyone. What a good evening it is. Can we hear it for Brad's incredible family? For Meg. 1 year ago, I had the pleasure of standing as your Democratic nominee and of standing next to Brad Lander as that was announced. I've known Brad for some time, first as a colleague, as a friend, and over the course of that race and beyond, as a partner in this work. And I knew then what we all know now, and what many of you all have known for years. Brad brings a kindness to this work. He brings a sincerity to this work. He brings a vision of politics that is more than what we've seen for so long. And when we think about what our country needs, as Meg said, we need an understanding of what Mr. Rogers would talk about all those decades ago. We need a good neighbor. We need someone who will always have our back. And I'm so proud to stand here to describe a friend of mine in the language I've used with hope, and now simply to say it as fact. Please join me in introducing your next Congress member, Brad Lander.
Hell yeah, Brad's going to Congress! Let's go!
Come on.
Get up here, buddy. All right, give it up one more time for the mayor of New York City.
I do want to say I wish I could play his initial ad, because it's so charming. He's got the Mr. Rogers theme playing. It's so good, but it will get DMCA'd, and I know that because it got DMCA'd last time, and I just don't want to put up. I don't want to deal with that right now.
It was an honor 1 year ago to work together to elect him the mayor of New York City. And it's been thrilling as he has been showing us what it looks like to fight for a New York City everyone can afford, for a place everyone is welcome, and for a city where we don't compromise on anyone's humanity. Thank you, Ron.
it is also an element of promises made, promises kept, you know, like I remember watching Zoran's victory speech, and there was a huge contingent of Brad Lander supporters there, and you can hear them in the background of the speech chanting Brad, 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 Brad. Yeah, I think that chant actually made it into the Jazz Dog song that we play every so often here. It's great. It's great. And now it has come full circle. The loop has been closed.
Thank you.
Thank you,
What a glorious time to be a New Yorker. These past few weeks, there has been a powerful energy moving through our city. A generosity of spirit, a refusal to give up even against very long odds, and a feeling of joy out in the streets shared by every kind of New Yorker there is. Give it up for the New York Knicks, all right? And for the mayor who brought the first championship to New York City in 53 years.
Let's go!
Our win tonight, it belongs to those streets as well, to the people who organize there, to the people who never give up on their neighbors. It was my name on the ballot today, but tonight's victory belongs to all of you. The people here, we've been organizing together for 30 years.
Like, this is what I mean, right? Like, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
It's wild that Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, which aired on the public broadcasting system, is copyright protected.
It's true. It's also very difficult, though not impossible, to track down all of the episodes of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Lot of episodes that, for whatever reason, people get really litigious about. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I do want to say it is just so cool that Brad Lander is the product of what you can do when you organize. Like, New York City, in particular, has been a stellar example of what you can do when you actually get involved in your local politics, right? Like, showing up to meetings, working with your neighbors, pushing for agendas that actually help working class people, help the people who live in the area. You can do so much. You can find and build up your own Brad Lander, your own Zoran Mamdani in every corner of this country. You can do it. It's not impossible. Brad Lander is a perfect example of what is possible in America.
We've stopped the evictions of seniors and families. Yeah. We won the Prospect Park West bike lane. We brought participatory budgeting to New York City. We desegregated our middle schools.
I mean, like, these are huge wins, right? Because when he talks about desegregating the middle schools, they weren't segregated, like, by, like, they were segregated intentionally, but they were segregated on the basis of, like, income, on the basis of location, which of course carries with it the weight of racial segregation. And that carried over into how the school system in New York, like, had students in which schools. And it took intervention to officially end segregation in New York City, right? Because the legacies of redlining, the legacies of different mistreatment and different, marginalizations of people of color, that was perpetuated. And it took an actual organized effort in the community to end it. Like, it's really cool. It's really important. One thing, I'm getting a little emotional. In Minnesota, this is I'm from Minnesota, but in Minnesota, there was this guy, Paul Wellstone, right? Who was a progressive, leftist, maybe not an out-and-out socialist, of course, but he was considered maybe one of the most popular and farthest left political politicians in recent Minnesota history. And he died in a plane crash But what gave him his power was effectively organizing in rural communities around electricity, around the utilities, and he was enormously effective. But when he died, like, a lot of that energy just vanished. You know, there was no longer an effective vehicle for it. And what I'm really happy to see here is the proliferation of the same kind of ideological spirit, that same kind of fight that Zoran Mamdani brought, right? And it means that it's growing, and it's bigger than any one person. And I find that in particular extremely exciting. Because for a long time, even, you know, if you look back like 4 years ago, who did you have to look to as a socialist here in America on the national stage? You had Bernie Sanders, maybe a few babby members of Congress, but it was mostly Bernie Sanders holding that torch and keeping it alive for many, many years. There's a part of me where I'm like, oh, this is catching fire. This is spreading. This is more real than any one person. And I think that is really magical and cool. And important.
We rezoned Gowanus. We won justice for fast food workers and deliveristas and Uber drivers and freelancers. And we are standing up to ICE in our neighborhoods and in our immigration courts. I will be back at 26 Federal Plaza tomorrow morning.
Hell yeah.
I wish I could thank every single...
This is what I mean. Like, goddamn, he's a real one. Right back out to protesting ICE tomorrow. Let's go.
One of you here by name, but I'm going to have to do a few stand-ins of gratitude. So thank you one more time to our mayor, Zoran Mamdani. I want to say thank you to our public advocate, Jumani Williams. To Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, and to a fantastic set of elected officials, including Assemblymember Bobby Carroll, and a lot of others who are in the room who I am going to say thank you to a little later. I want to say thank you to the Working Families Party, that's been my political home for 25 years, and it will be in Congress.
Let's go!
And this incredible network of organizations. I'm going to do it quickly, but...
Yeah, I gotta say, Working Families Party has been doing really good work, too. Like, they've also been real ones alongside the DSA. Huge prop. Love whenever I hear the Working Families Party dropped. I have yet to encounter a candidate endorsed by the Working Families Party that wasn't great. You know? DSA can sometimes be a little bit missed, depending on, you know, which part of DSA is endorsing whom. But Working Families Party really does have their shit together, seemingly every time.
Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, Indivisible, Brooklyn Resistors, Move On, Stonewall, Lambda, 504 Dems, unions including NISNA, CWA, 32BJ, Workers United, Local 100, a campaign team for the ages led by Luke Hayes.
Families be working, y'all. Families be working.
Families do be working, Jobert. Thank you for the Prime sub.
Thank you, Emmett, Katie, Emily, Lauren, Harry, Luke, Connor, Neil, Emma, Dana, Rhea, Cal, Grace, Penelope, Allison, and to the great teams from Fight, Deliver, Global Strategies, Melted Solids, and everybody else who worked so friggin' hard on this race.
I do want to say, Brad does have the energy where I think if you give him some time to cook in Congress, give him some time to, like, earn his bona fides, I do think he could, in, like, 18 years or so, make a really strong bid for the presidency. I do think he could do it.
South of Canal Street, families do be woking.
they be woking?
An extraordinary thank you to my just truly incredible family. To my mom and dad, Carol and David, from whom I learned most of what I know about care and about listening. To my incredible kids, Rosa and Mark, who really, you guys inspire me every
Hell yeah, that's a local New York joke, Two Dads Smooching.
single day and hold me accountable pretty well, too. And to the most extraordinary person in my life, Meg. I am so lucky to be married to you.
Yes, you are.
To be married to you. You see how she holds me accountable right up here in public. You better believe it looks like that in our house as well. It is a house full of love and an expectation that you live up to the responsibilities and values that go with it. So thank you. I also want to say thank you to Dan Goldman. I want to say thank you to Dan Goldman for a hard-fought campaign and for his service to this community and to our country.
Bye, bitch!
I intend, as I committed during the campaign, to keep the triage center that he has set up in his office at 290 Broadway that has gotten over 40 detained immigrants released.
That's actually, that's such a classy move. Honestly, this should become, one of the go-to moves for political campaigns. Make the seat of your campaign like a local community hotspot that can provide assistance to people in the local area. Follow that Kat Abu Ghazaleh, template. I think it's a really smart idea, and then such a classy move for whoever wins in the primary to then just keep it open and keep that aid flowing. He won over Goldman? Yeah, it was a bloodbath.
Show. Keep up the good work always.
Thank you, Sun Entry. Appreciate you. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, just classy move and also helps the community. I love it.
And I will work to build on the fierce questions that he asks Kristi Noem and works hard to hold everyone accountable. I will build on that spirit. And I want to specifically praise him for how he responded to some of the toxic rhetoric that he and his staff faced over the past couple of days with grace and with gratitude. That is something we need more of in our politics. And I want to say to those who cast their votes for Dan, though we have some differences, I believe strongly that we actually have so much more in common.
This is actually such a classy victory speech. It's crazy.
I know that you want to rescue our country back from Trumpism and renew our democracy. And I know you want to find a better, more humane path for us on the world stage. I will always endeavor to listen to you thoughtfully and to represent you and everyone else in this incredible district with great care. I have a few things I want to say, and I don't get a platform that often quite like this. So I am going to ask, in the spirit of solidarity, for you to indulge me a little bit. I know not everyone in the back can really hear. Maybe we'll give you a printed copy of the remarks a little later. But I'm going to ask. I got a few things I want to say tonight. So I'm going to ask for your solidarity to help me do it. Last Thursday, I gave a name to that spirit that has been moving in New York City. I said it was solidarity. I said it was the force we need to vanquish our biggest foes. And I don't mean Wemby and the Spurs. Solidarity is the force that we need to vanquish Trump's fascism, to abolish ICE.
Hell yeah.
And to stand up to the billionaires who are rigging our economy against us.
Genuinely, it's such a big deal to get this new blood coming into Congress, willing to say that Donald Trump is a fascist, willing to say abolish ICE, willing to actually do things that are politically a bit risky. When you take a big swing at something like abolishing ICE, that's a big deal. But we need politicians that are willing to take those big swings, because it's going to take a lot of big swings to get us back on track after this fascist administration is long gone, you know?
This campaign here was born out of solidarity. Yeah. Now, solidarity is not the same as unity. Unity means we already agree. Solidarity means we do the work to build bridges even across significant differences. That's what we did last year when we joined together to defeat Andrew Cuomo and elect Zohran Mamdani
Hell yeah.
as the mayor of New York City. All right, I'm going to also add one thank you that I thought I had in a great list of unions before, but we could not have won this race without the United Auto Workers region, a fierce and fighting union who shows an awful lot of solidarity and was there last year when we defeated Andrew Cuomo and elected Zohran Mamdani as mayor. We proved then politics doesn't have to be a cage match. Politics can be a team sport in pursuit of the values we share.
Which I think that's true when it comes to, you know, you're this is the right speech and the right tone to set when you're winning a primary. If you were going into the general election against a substantial opponent, you might need to throw some punches, because when it comes to fighting a fascist, you need to go for the jugular, and you need to be willing to street fight, you know, over your politics. And like, I mean that like in the political sense, of course, not literal street fighting. Hopefully it does not come to that. But I think Brad is nailing the tone that you need when you're talking about, you know, people who largely agree within the Democratic Party. Because keep in mind, even centrist voters right now are so angry. They were out there saying things that I would never be allowed to say on this live stream because my show would be taken down in a heartbeat. All right. You've got you know, Ethel Normie Lib out there, you know, talking about the French Revolution shit. And I'm over here being like, whoa, chill out a little bit, Ethel. All right. But this is the kind of language you need to bring in the Ethel Normie Libs or Evelyn Normie Libs and meld them with DSA and more progressive leftist voters. And that kind of an alliance only benefits people on the left. Bringing in those voters is vitally important because the goal is to move those voters further left. And when you open the door for them in this way, like Brad is doing here, it actually helps make more leftists happen.
We ran this campaign also like a team sport because you need a team when you're up against bullies and billionaires. And that's what I intend to do in Congress. Our team of progressive champions is growing tonight. It's been growing in recent months, beginning with that election of Ana Lilia Mejia in New Jersey and continuing to tonight. Congratulations to Claire Valdez on her victory. And I believe it will continue to grow in the months ahead. Now, when you're insurgents, you spend a lot of time criticizing. That's just the nature of a primary. But coming out of a primary, our job is to do two things. And they are slightly different from Meg's two things. Our job is to do two.
You people can't even reason. You go straight to violence. Man, y'all can't even look at a contest in the political arena and think of, oh, hey, somebody might be using colorful language to describe political contests. You do know that when people talk about a political arena, they're not talking about a physical arena where people go fight each other. Come on. Think, chat, think!
Things to take the lessons that the voters taught us and also to build unity within the Democratic Party to win the majority back this fall.
Why can't California be like this? It can. This is why every single episode that I do, every single thing I put out on YouTube, I tell people to get involved with your local party because you can make everywhere like this. And places like California are primed to become this. Like, we should be getting more involved. And if you want to, you can join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. There's also a link down in the description. And you can join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly, to help get onboarded into your local Democratic Party, and she'll even give you tips and tricks on how to be effective at moving people left on the local level, because she's done it for years. Similarly, you can reach out to GamerG in our Discord for advice on how to join your local DSA and how to maneuver within that group to make it a more effective organization. We want to give you the tools to do that, and it's why I talk about it literally all the time. We can make everywhere this cool.
When I launched this race, I said it wasn't progressives versus moderates. I said it's fighters versus folders. Yeah. So, as we head into November, I'm going to give you 4 lessons that I believe are worth fighting for. All right. First, we have to fight hard and visibly against a system the American people have already concluded is rigged. And the clearest evidence of that rigging is corporate money in our elections.
Yep.
Democratic voters with these votes tonight are sending a strong message. It is time for the Democratic Party to walk away from corporate PAC money.
Hell yeah. And Citizens United, baby.
Away from PACs funded by Wall Street and crypto and AI and APAC. People can see through this. They've been seeing through it for a long time already. We can only stand.
Okay, Shadow Kuro, glad you're enjoying my stream for the first time. Now, I did jokingly suggest the other day that politics should involve, political debates should involve each candidate being able to just full force punch the other candidate. And then other people pointed out that it would only be fair if they all did it at the same time. So I do think that there is, I think it would be very funny if that was a component of our political system. After all of the rhetoric, you get one punch, you get one freebie. I don't actually think we should do that, just to be clear for anyone who can't take a joke, but it would be very funny.
Up and fight the corruption of Trump and his cronies if we make the line just as sharp and clear as it actually is. Second, we have to focus relentlessly on delivering for working families on the things that matter most in their lives.
Hell yeah.
Housing and health care and child care and a job that pays enough to live a decent life in this expensive city. Heading into this fall, Democrats have to show people clearly what we're fighting for, not just what we're fighting against. That was such an important part of Zoran's campaign and has been an important part of his first 6 months in office. So here's a proposal for Democratic unity. One of the best things that Democrats did last year was to turn the government shutdown into a fight over health care subsidies. Let's do that again, but this time let's hold strong all the way to the end.
Let's do it! Brad, let's go! Brad coming out here. Like, the best part about Brad Lander is he's like maybe one of the most mild-mannered seeming men on the planet. Like, just the chillest dude you could possibly know. But then he's out there being like, yeah, and I think we should shut the entire government down until, we get healthcare back. And he just says it matter of fact, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. When there are Democrats who've been in office for like 30 years, 40 years, who are terrified to say even remotely the same thing. He says it like it's nothing. It's like watching Arthur Pendragon draw the sword from the stone like it ain't no thing.
Be clear together that Democrats will only vote for a budget that restores healthcare subsidies on the exchanges and to Medicare and to Medicaid, and let people know this is the party that fights for the things that matter for you. Third, we cannot compromise on anyone's humanity. This one should be straightforward. But alas, it sure doesn't feel that way right now. Democrats are painfully divided by our differences over the U.S. relationship to Israel and Palestine.
Compliment.
He does. He has big Kermit energy. And that is a big compliment. Brad Lander would be right at home as a character on Sesame Street. 1000%. 1000%. He's a goddamn Sesame Street character. All right.
And we have to face up to it squarely. Our party needs to admit that Joe Biden's Hug Bibi strategy was a catastrophic failure.
Hell yeah.
I believe it made us complicit in genocide. Bombs we paid for killed over 70,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children. Tanks we sent made over 1 million people homeless. Humanitarian aid is still not getting in.
Like, this should not be a difficult thing for elected Democrats to say, and yet it still seems like they're treating it like political poison. Getting Brad in there to at least say what the reality is a huge, huge accomplishment.
Cannot keep paying for Netanyahu's wars with our tax dollars. Democratic voters across the country are saying this loud and clear. Yes. What we need instead is a politics of shared safety. One that sees Palestinian kids in Gaza and the West Bank as created B'Tselem Elohim in the image of God just as much as Rosa and Marek. One that understands that Israelis will only be truly safe when Palestinians are free.
Hell yeah.
Now, that politics of shared safety must, of course, include Jews in the United States and in Israel as well. American Jews have been on the front lines of civil rights struggles for generations as New Yorkers, as Americans, as Democrats, as progressives, as socialists. Let's keep it that way. You can criticize Israel and not be anti-Semitic. You can be an anti-Zionist and not be anti-Semitic.
Hell yeah.
Many Jews are, and many non-Jews also.
God, this guy is basically the kryptonite for every single thing that conservatives have been trying to slander Zoran Mamdani for. Like, the latest attack on Mamdani is that he called people who are pro-Zionism monsters, and like, the ADL has been going after Zoran Mamdani, like, 85% of US Jews are monsters? How dare you, sir? And it's just like...
It means so much for Brad Lander, as a Jewish man, to be constantly being the one willing to say, we're complicit in a genocide and we must stop, cause it breaks anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Absolutely. It is so important for him to be saying this stuff. Because the entirety of the defense of the war crimes of Israel in the United States has been, well, you can't criticize them because when you criticize them, that makes you an anti-Semite. And I'm sorry, there is no world in which criticizing the committing of war crimes makes one bigoted against any group. Like, no war crimes are acceptable. Like, people should not be given a rhetorical pass to commit war crimes and ethnic cleansings on the basis of their ethnicity or the basis of their religion. Like, it's insane to me that has become a weird standard among the Democratic Party. And people like Brad Lander and Zoran Mamdani are in the process of undoing that. And I think that is vital, important work.
Now, too often, though, people have started using Zionist as a slur for Jews. You can just check my mentions if you don't believe me. And anti-Semitism, it rises with fascism and with war. And we're amidst both right now. Progressives need to be people who are standing against this, not looking away from it. There is so much trauma here, so much grief, so much fear, and we hold on to it so tightly, and nobody acts well from a place of fear. It does not bring out our...
Yeah, I think Brad is a great candidate to basically show you can be anti-Zionist and also, like, Jewish and pro-Jewish people. Like, I think this is something that he does a really good job of exemplifying in his race.
It rises with fascism and with war, and we're amidst both right now. Progressives need to be people who are standing against this, not looking away from it. There is so much trauma here, so much grief, so much fear, and we hold on to it so tightly, and nobody acts well from a place of fear. It does not bring out our best selves. But we have an opportunity in this moment, a responsibility to insist on everyone's humanity all the way down.
Hell yeah.
Last week at a synagogue in Brooklyn, I met 3 Israelis who do something called protective presence in the West Bank. They put their bodies on the line between their Palestinian neighbors and settlers who are trying to drive them from their homes, and in some cases, kill them. Now, the Palestinians they work alongside, they couldn't come to Brooklyn because they can't get a visa. But you know what? They do this work together anyway because they know their fates are bound up together. In Congress, I will try to carry a fraction of the courage that those folks carry. I will be one of the Jewish members of Congress most willing to stand up loud for Palestinian human rights, freedom, and dignity.
Hell yeah!
And I will stand firmly against bigotry aimed at Jews as well. That's not 2 different jobs, that's the same job. And of course, that's the job that Rabbi Hillel gave us 2,000 years ago. Im ein ani li mili, if I am not for myself, who will be for me? Uksha'ani la'atzmi ma'ani, but if I am for myself only, what am I? V'im lo achshav ematai, and if not now, when?
God,
I'll put this another way, and that brings me to my 4th and final lesson. Bimakom she'en anashim lehishtareh lehiyot ish. In a place where no one is acting like a human being, try to be a human being. Because that is exactly the moment that we're living in right now. On one side, our empathy is being hacked by a fascism that needs someone to blame. Immigrants, trans kids, women. For problems it has no intention of solving. And on the other side, algorithmic social media and AI are coming for something quieter, but just as real, our attention, our judgment, our capacity to sit with each other's complexities instead of optimizing it all away. So here's the 4th idea I think Democrats should run with this fall. Not just a platform.
I do have to say, I do take pleasure in knowing that tomorrow, everyone that works at the Daily Wire is going to be furiously recording enraged pieces and screeds against the socialists who've been elected in New York. And it's gonna be funny. Like, they're just so upset about this mild-mannered man getting elected whose main position is, golly gee, what if we treated each other like neighbors? What if we actually put some funds together and made sure our neighbors were housed and made sure there was food on their tables? And made sure people could get health care? Golly gee, wouldn't that be a swell society? Anyway, I'm going to get on my tandem bicycle now with my good friend Zoran Mamdani, and we're going to go on a lovely little bicycle ride and have a picnic in the park. Bye! And meanwhile, Ben Shapiro's just like, I can't believe this guy. He's gonna turn it into some kind of socialist hellscape. The red apple, more like the moldy apple. Got him.
Did he just say Democrats? That's truly, 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 truly outrageous.
Well, I would give you props for that Tarek reference, but then I'd have to admit the truth, which is that Mordekaiser es numero uno. Wait.
But a spirit. Let's call it a new humanism. One bill for this moment.
A new humanism, you say? Like a socialism?
When the loudest forces in our politics and our technology both seem to have an interest in making us less human rather than more human. A new humanism doesn't ask what's efficient, it asks what's worthy of us. A new humanism says dignity isn't a value you balance against other values, it's the floor everything else stands on. It says joy is not a luxury for having after the fight is won.
Wait, Jack didn't watch Gem and the Holograms? What face?
Wait, did Gem? I didn't watch Gem and the Holograms. I know the truly outrageous line as a voice line from Tarek from League of Legends. I didn't know it was a reference to Gem and the Holograms. That's my own personal failing that I'll never live down.
Joy is part of how we win it. And boy, you saw and you felt and you lived that out on the streets of this city over the last couple of weeks. And don't let anyone tell you it doesn't matter. It matters. And that new humanism says purpose comes not from being right by yourself. It comes from being bound up with other people, all other people, including ones that an algorithm or an administration tells you you can ignore.
You mean like, the kind of new humanism that says people should have agency within their workplace? The kind of new humanism that says, people should, the workers should own the value that they produce? The kind of new humanism that says, hey, democracy's good enough for your country, it should be good enough for your workplace too. I could get behind this new humanism idea.
Pope Leo, in his recent encyclical on AI, made a version of this same case. And you don't have to share his faith to recognize the instinct that there is something in us. Call it soul, call it dignity, call it whatever you want, that neither a fascist nor an AI can take away from us.
Hell yeah.
That is the spirit that has been moving through New York City over the past few weeks. That is the spirit we've been fighting together for the past 30 years. That's the spirit we built this campaign on. And that is the spirit that I will carry into the United States Congress.
Let's go!
Thank you all very much. You've been incredible. Let's have a party.
God, I love his energy is just so good. And here he is partying. They're just charming. I like it. And also, I did try and see if they had victory speeches up. I could not find them at the moment. But worth also saying that Daria Liza Avila Chevalier has also clinched the victory, winning by... How much was the final difference here? Last I saw, it was by like 5 percentage points or so, which is pretty great. We watched her debate just the other day, and it was straight fire. Like, she is one of the most whip-smart and quickest and most composed politicians I've seen in quite some time. She was great. It was like watching a once-in-a-lifetime debate performance, And not only that, we also got Claire Valdez elected as well. And guys, everything's coming up the Mamdani sweep. What can I say? Look at us here. We're thriving. We're eating good. And all I have to say is that as we get through this, check this out here, all right? This is the DSA election night party. Like, DSA is fucking killing it. Also, the DJ at that party you just saw, Chelsea Manning. Because, hell yeah, of course. And last but not least, I do want to remind you guys of this particular Axios article as we add potentially 3 new members to Congress, specifically the House of Representatives. Jeffries faces growing threat of 2027 rebellion. And this was from March. Like, if anything, Hakeem Jeffries is in for a very rough 2027 and potentially an even rougher 2028. It's some good stuff here. Hakeem Jeffries, for a very long time, seems to have been treated as if he's like impervious to any kind of political pressure.
Party surrogate strategy works. This is how we win.
Absolutely. Like, I think that he genuinely is gonna have to fight to like remain majority leader if he makes it that far. And like, I don't know, I'm excited to see him squirm a bit, because especially with New York increasingly going towards the Zoran Mamdani end of things, his own position in power is kind of dependent on the Chuck Schumer wing of the party. And the second that no longer is the case, like the second that Chuck Schumer wing buckles and breaks, he's gonna have very little wiggle room to reposition himself as a, lefty progressive candidate. So I'm excited to see how that all goes down. Anything that makes the establishment quiver in their boots, I think, is a net win for us. So, all that being said, folks, we finally made it through multiple tech issues and all. We did it. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this massive Mamdani sweep. And in the comments, of course. And also, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We just need people to show up. Showing up, organizing, that is the majority of the work, all right? You can do it. I believe in you guys.
If we can defeat Yorm the Giant, we can knock Hakeem Jeffries off his throne of cowardice.
That's true. Love the Dark Souls 3 reference. Let's go. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. So, folks, I wanted to take a look at this video, right? I wanted to take a look at this video by More Perfect Union, and in it, AOC goes and talks with MAGA voters about, I think, AI data centers. And I think that this is smart for a couple of reasons, but I haven't watched this whole thing. I thought it might be a good way for us to talk about AOC's prospective run for president that is coming up. I think she's probably going to announce 8 months from now, maybe. If I had to take a wild guess, somewhere in February of next year. But that being said, let's see what's really happening in this More Perfect Union video.
Been on a couple of months. My sister-in-law's ceiling come crashing down.
Nobody from Amazon has bothered to say one word.
It was 3 blasts a day, 7 days a week for months.
This is unbelievable.
What happens when you take Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to the heart of the data center revolt?
And they're just trying to say that no one should cover this?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I'm on a Social Security check. I can't afford to do that.
You didn't blow up your ceiling.
No, I didn't.
We wanted to know how voters who feel politically homeless,
and raise your hand if your electricity bill has gone up and your water bill has gone up.
from the black suburbs of Atlanta
Are the local politicians supportive or what?
to conservative rural communities,
This is not a party issue, this is a people issue.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter what party you are, it's wrong.
how are voters going to respond to a Democratic socialist from New York?
People want to call me woke, whatever. This is about power.
With the Trump administration pushing for more data centers,
I think this is a great example, by the way, of what I've been talking about when I talk about material needs not being met, and those material needs not being met, radicalizing people, opening up doors or possibilities that hadn't previously been open to them, or, even mentally possible for them, Okay, yeah, she's gonna shoot for president. Yeah, look, I've been saying this. I saw her give speeches at the rallies against the redistricting after the Civil Rights Act was struck down. She's talking like she's going to run for president. She is doing what she would need to be doing if she was running for president. So I think she's absolutely going to run. And I think this is part of that. I think this is part of her strategy. In part, I think that it is likely she's still, to some degree, testing the waters of whether she's going to run for president or Senate. But I think she's leaning more towards president as time goes on.
The AI race is a big deal. The construction of colossal data centers. We have to get this stuff built.
where does that leave regular people, like Beverly Morris?
Well, I feel trapped because I have no way out.
How is the backlash against a data center boom the key to unlocking America's politics?
We've never been more polarized. I just think we got to show up in these places and see these things for ourselves.
Well, do you want to show us? There's been some damage to your house?
Of course. Yeah, sure. Come on.
Pamela Felder purchased her dream home 3 years ago.
So the first initial thing I saw was the crack in my porch.
Right here. Wow.
All the way across.
All was well until explosive blasts started to shake her home earlier this year.
It sounded like someone picked up my house and went boom. A week after that, that's when I started seeing cracks all throughout my house. And I found out they're putting a data center in my backyard.
The 2 million square foot hyperscale data center is being built less than—
Please God, don't get Liz Cheney endorsements. I think AOC is savvy enough to know, like, not to actively court a kiss of death for a progressive campaign.
a mile from Pamela's home.
At least I would hope so.
You can still see where the paint is ripped all the way up my stairs. I noticed the ceiling that looked cracked across there.
My dad worked in construction, so
Oh, he did?
so if I look like I'm really sticking my nose
No,
in here,
I don't care.
because
I
I'm
want you
taking
to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing
Wait a
the
minute.
same thing.
Wait a minute. Fuck yeah. Look at that. We love to see a potential presidential candidate being respectful and taking off her goddamn shoes when she goes in somebody's house. All right? We love to see it, folks. We love to see respect for ordinary people.
I don't care.
Because
I
I'm
want you
taking
to.
a real look. And your neighbors are experiencing the same thing.
We're all sending letters out to the blasting company.
And what are they saying when they deny it?
They said my house was settling.
Oh, so everyone here's
Everyone's
house is settling
settling
at the same time.
At the same time.
Pamela's neighbor also came by and insisted we see a giant sinkhole she said was caused by the blasts.
Holy shit.
Makes you want to cry. No one's listening. Why a data center? Why now? Why here?
Unprecedented amounts of money are behind the race to build. Meta is.
I mean, why here? Why now? It's because they have the money to do it, and the entire ethos for every single one of these AI data companies is just it's the Silicon Valley ethos blown up on a $1 trillion+ of investment revenue or investment money, and it's move fast and break things. And if the things that are being broken are just now your houses and your communities and your air and your water supply, and like that's what's being broken, and people thought move fast and break things was all good and dandy when it was, oh, you're going to move fast and break things like your own website. Like, okay, I guess. But it has moved beyond that to move fast and break democracy, move fast and break whether or not you have clean drinking water. It is extraordinarily evil, and it's fueled by a truly vile amount of investment capital.
Investing $600 billion.
What the fuck is causing the blasts? It's construction on these massive, ginormous AI data centers, right? They're blasting out a lot of the necessary space because they want to do it very quickly, in
data center infrastructure through 2028. OpenAI has pledged over $400 billion. Even
by the way, we'll see if a lot of that money winds up materializing in the next year or two. I am still very firmly in the camp that like by the time we make it through this year, the AI industry is going to be in deep shit because of the economics of it just don't work out. The economics of AI absolutely does not work. Like it so doesn't work. It's actually comical. And like they keep talking about it. They keep talking openly about how it doesn't work. Also, just want to say a huge thank you to Anime Sidekick Gal for the 20 gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Thank you so much for allowing me to do what I do. I very, very, very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. But one of the things I'm going to bring up, many of you know I have been sitting on just a massive, truly massive AI episode for quite some time here. I'm going to play this during that segment, but it's worth playing for you guys right now specifically.
I think like America needs to have a very strong open source strategy. And in the absence of that, even if there's no technical limitation of using a KME model within your environment, I think there's going to be a certain level of restrictions, and you need to have a good, strong investment in open source in addition to proprietary models that are out there. And I think NVIDIA is doing a good job right now with NeMo and the entire portfolio that they're investing in. And by the way, in the past 96 hours. A lot happened in that entire domain. So like new image model came out, new video model came out, new language models came out. I do think that that's going to be a self-propelling thing because there's going to be enough demand signal there. Right now what's happening is the costs of tokens are far higher than the actual value that these tokens are generating at scale. And so what ends up happening, and the big risk in the market is if you don't create an equilibrium there, then people just pull back on using tokens, and that's actually not good for anyone.
Yeah, so that last part there is absolutely damning. I'm going to play it again here, right?
New image model came out, new video model came out, new language models came out. I do think that that's going to be a self-propelling thing because there's going to be enough demand signal there. Right now what's happening is the costs of tokens are far higher than the actual value that these tokens are generating at scale. And so what ends up happening, and the big risk in the market is if you don't create an equilibrium there, then people just pull back on using tokens. And
he's out there saying straight up, the value generated by tokens is way less than what it costs us to make those tokens. And tokens are now the currency used in order to query large language models, right? So you get a certain amount of, if you're a company that pays an AI company, you get a certain amount of tokens to then use with these advanced AI models. So what he is saying here is that it costs the AI companies way more than whatever the value being generated by these token uses actually is. Like, it is truly bad. Yeah, no profits to share. Please buy more tokens and save us, you plebs. Exactly, Xendu. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But like, that's why tokens? Because it's the currency of like you can think of it as like the company script of the AI business model. What they're saying is the AI companies are massively giving away uses of their technology that costs them an exponential amount of money, right? And what they have been doing increasingly is saying, "Oh shit, we've been giving people basically unlimited queries on our system, and every one of those queries runs us up a certain cost." The reality is, the cost to us is way bigger than what value companies are getting. So effectively, they cannot pass on the full cost of those tokens and the use of their technology to their customers, because otherwise their customers would not use AI. That's what he's saying there. When he says people would pull back on token use, what he means is, if you transferred the cost of what it takes to actually have AI function to end users like you or me or any large company that wants to embed AI into their systems, well, basically, no company is going to fully integrate with AI if they had to fully shoulder that burden, right? If you had to write a cookbook and it was just for your own personal use, you could maybe forgive a free AI model. This is just an example where you have no compunction about using AI whatsoever. I would never do this. But like, if say you wanted a cookbook, right? And you had just AI generate one. And then you use that yourself, and like maybe you accidentally like poison yourself, or you have like, shitty tasting food, what have you. That's one thing. But in the vision for the future that these people have, you actually, as the end user, pay the AI to generate you this work, this cookbook. And suddenly it's a lot different mentally for end users if you had to pay, $100 to generate this cookbook, and it was full of shitty recipes and poisoned you. Like, you would suddenly be like way less forgiving of the errors in that book because you had to pay $100 for it, when you could have just put in the work yourself to like put together your family's recipes. So like, it's a big problem with AI. Not to get too sidetracked here. I just don't see that there is necessarily a future where by 2030 they are still plowing ahead with this.
The real estate company responsible for this site just closed a $3.25 billion.
I'm still not sold that AI does enough to be worth the hype. It absolutely does not do enough to be worth the hype. All of the venture capital going into AI right now is basically being justified to investors as, you aren't investing in what AI is right now. You're investing in what AI could be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, right? And the thing is, all of those promises that are being sold to investors are bullshit. AI, as it stands with large language models, cannot do the things that they are saying it can do. Not even in its best, most perfect form. So like, it's a massive scam, and the bubble is gonna pop. The question just is, when does it pop? And I think that question is answered by whenever these companies start, out of necessity, needing to pass on costs to their customers in order for their companies to continue to function and to justify the investment capital. And you're already starting to see that happen. And I think we're going to start seeing it happen more and more. And suddenly people are going to be like, well, I fired a third of my workforce and now I have to hire them all back. You're going to start seeing those stories pretty soon.
Funding round.
if these tech folks love these data centers so much, put it in your backyard.
That's right. That's right. Or
put it in your backyard.
Put it away from people's homes.
This is why we're saying we need to slow the roll on this, because they're moving fast. We're just saying
what
pause
engineers
it
would call a
so
solution
that we
looking for a problem.
Even outside of the ethical issue, a lot of AI is what engineers would call a solution looking for a problem. Okay, I was also going to hold on to this because I don't want to get too sidetracked, but this is from a 2026 report on AI engineering. Basically, oh, look at that. Output is up. Impacts of high AI adoption on engineering throughput. Wow, 66.2% more tasks, features shipped. Wow, 33.7% more things being done. Wow, pull requests. Whoa, PR merge rate per developer, 16.2%. Whoa, that all looks great. Let's scroll down a little bit further. Code churn. Plus 861%. Lines deleted to lines added per quarter for merged code. Basically, what this says is that by using AI, sure, you're shipping code faster, you're shipping features faster, but ultimately the amount of bullshit that is being put out by AI is massively, massively accelerated, which then in turn leads to colossal problems on the customer end. A 242.7% increase in outages or security breaks or failure towards customers, which means you put all of your customers at risk when you adopt these AI features being shipped out. You put all of your data at risk. You like the vulnerabilities being put out there by AI because people think like, oh well, if I just prompt it to not make mistakes, it won't make mistakes. Fivehead, like this is not a sustainable thing, and this is like the best case scenario for AI use right now.
Models that can't provide the value they claim running on hardware that doesn't exist in data centers that have yet to be built utilizing infrastructure that isn't capable of supporting them.
Yep, absolutely. Exactly, Green. And thank you for the $10 super chat. A commenter 69 says, I'm a software dev. I refuse to use AI to generate code. Listening to ones who do feels like listening to people abusing amphetamines go on and on about how productive they are now. Yeah, and that's the thing. You might be more productive, seemingly, but the second anything goes wrong, you have no idea where it went wrong, what kind of shit this thing output. You don't know how the code could be abused by a malign actor. Like, it is so much bullshit and so much vulnerability being baked into huge things right now. And we'll talk about that in the inevitable AI episode, but like, worth pointing out, this stuff is doomed. Sorry, let's get back to this.
Can move forward in a more just way.
That's right.
In a fair way.
Yeah, for everybody.
For everybody.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you for your...
But far from the black suburbs of Atlanta is much Trumpier country, and the idea of AOC isn't as enthusiastically received.
There's some really extreme liberal views out there.
Before they met her, I asked folks what they knew about AOC's politics.
Just from an overall...
The extreme liberal views, like, it's okay for men to marry men. It's Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve. And when I think two men marrying, that's not what God intended. They weren't married. Adam and Steve never got married. They just loved each other.
View. Very fringe left.
I'm probably a lot more conservative than she is.
How are your politics evolving? And
they're evolving.
I'm not.
Like, what is that? But like, evolving how? Please elaborate.
Real impressed with the politics on either side.
We first met Beverly Morris and her husband Jeff last year when they showed us how the construction of a 2.5 million square foot Meta data center is contaminating their drinking water, a charge which Meta denies.
This is my cold water pressure in the kitchen.
So you can see the sediment from the data center.
And this is what's in all the pipes.
Oh my God.
They should be responsible for that, not us.
Okay, I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm vomiting, I'm throwing up. I want MAGA voters to understand, when you are voting for deregulation, shit in your drinking water is what you get. Like there are regulations that prevent your water supply from being contaminated. When you vote in to power people who are going to deregulate systems, what that translates to is shittier buildings that are going to be more prone to collapse. What it translates to is shit in your drinking water, sometimes literal shit in your drinking water. What it translates to is your schools closing down, your local hospitals closing down. What it translates to is you getting shittier care, shittier services, shittier food. Like, it translates to going backwards to a time when we didn't have all these protections that our forefathers fought for. You know, people fought and died to have the regulations we have now. You know, the saying when it comes to OSHA regulations, for example, is that they're written in blood. And that goes for a lot of different regulations in this country. God, I'm pleading with you guys. When you start experiencing this kind of exploitation, regulations are designed to protect you from this level of exploitation.
When we were here last year with them, Meta was still building this data center, but now it's operational.
I worry about using the water for everything.
Yeah.
I don't use the water for cooking anymore. I did for a while, you know. I thought, oh, you know, I've got to use it.
Right.
I wouldn't drink it. I haven't drank the water here in
it should
years.
I mean, this is my view, but it should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone.
God, look at that comparison right there. Holy fuck. But like that is what corporate exploitation does to everybody. They don't give a shit that you have to drink the shit water because the people who run the company will never have to put up with that. Ever. Because they have more money than God.
Should be a right for you to be able to turn on your tap and drink what comes out of it.
The Morrises aren't alone. Other residents also came to us with stories of their contaminated water.
This is the sediment that
Gross.
It's picking up. The cold water pressure everywhere is pretty bad. You cannot take a shower and wash dishes or take a shower and fill up the horse's water. You just can't.
Our refrigerator broke, our HVAC broke. We have issues with the pool. So anything that's water related, we have issues with. And this is the filters from the filtration system after we pull it out. So.
And you used to change those filters once a year, or?
Yeah.
I think typical people are probably 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
And now you're doing it once a month?
Yeah.
But you feel stuck, right? You feel like you can't, even if you wanted to move, you can't.
No, not and be able to get the value that we've put into our home.
Well, let's keep going down the line here, Connie.
Our fight is in Coweta County. We just had a large parcel of land rezoned for a data center, but we don't know who it is yet that's coming.
And I'm Tina. I live in Oxford, Georgia, and it's the Amazon data center.
We're not just fighting Facebook or Amazon or any of these data centers. That's not who we're fighting. We're fighting the entire institution that allows it.
They think people aren't paying attention. They'll go sniffing around, jiggling every door handle to see what county they can push these things through on.
It is necessary. I understand the need for it.
It's not, though. Like, that's the thing. It's not. I desperately want to, like, shake these people by the shoulders and be like, what has AI done for you? Like, you, like, retired lady, what is AI doing that is so necessary for your life? How is it making your life better at all right now? Like, it's not. It's not making anybody's life meaningfully better. Like, genuinely, it's not. It's making people dumber. It's making people sadder. It's making people more isolated. It's making people more easy to advertise to, I suppose. But like, I don't think that's necessarily an upside for us. The upsides in AI are all entirely for corporations. Yeah, mass surveillance. Yeah, exactly.
But the manner in which they're going about it is not only wrong, it doesn't even make sense.
I don't blame Amazon. I don't blame those businesses.
You know what, with Otro? Exactly. Clean water is more valuable than AI. 1000%. I think these people would take clean water over any AI technology any day of the week. And I'm pretty sure most human beings would take clean water over AI in basically every aspect. Well, like, but the thing is, Grits, when we talk about large language models and like the need for these gigantic corporate data centers, you don't need the massive data centers they're building to have niche AI uses, right? You don't need what they are building, the system that they have created that is polluting water on a mass scale and like destroying the environment, destroying our society. You don't need any of that for the kind of AI use that is used for like specialized research, like in the medical field, for example. You can still have that. There's just nothing that these public-facing large language models do that is useful for the average person at all. Like, also, for those of you who don't know, don't use AI transcribers for when you go to the doctor. Don't do that. There have been numerous cases now of people getting misdiagnosed because AI transcribers transcribed the notes wrong. Like, just say, no, I'd rather you didn't do that when your doctor asks you. I also tell them no.
I'm our government. That's who's supposed to be taking care of me. My commissioner should have been looking after our community. Our governor should be looking after our state. Like, it goes up. A business is a business, and it's about making business, and they don't care what they're doing to people.
Right.
They don't, and that's a shame, but they're greedy and they don't
the
care.
way it is. Yeah.
We appreciate you taking the time to come hear about it, because until someone at a national level gets really serious about it, nothing's going to happen.
We should be starting congressional investigations on the effect on these and figuring out with precision how we protect our water supplies, how we protect your power bills and water bills, and keep people from getting sick.
50 miles away from the Morrison.
See, what's interesting about this is that AOC in this video so far has not really said all that much. And I have a theory as to why that is.
Is a group of residents successfully...
But I want to finish going through this video first.
...pushed for a moratorium on a 95-acre data center project.
Now, wait a minute. Where do I know you from?
I'm a congresswoman from New York.
Oh, come on. Yeah, you my girl. You know,
Thank you. We organized because we know what we want in our community. And they did not anticipate that when they had the Board of Commissioner meeting, that hundreds of us were going to show up. They couldn't deny us. They had to stop and say, wait a minute.
Across the country, more than 50 local data center moratoriums have already been enacted, with dozens more proposed or under consideration across the U.S. But this patchwork approach has left a lot of communities vulnerable.
We're in a neighborhood that's in unincorporated Clayton County, but just over the fence line is the city limits of Forest Park, and that is where the facility is being built.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Jesus.
So the county...
Like, it's truly apocalyptic. Like, the line of life and liberty over here, and then just, like, absolute devastation.
The county has a moratorium.
Yes.
But the city does not?
Correct.
Wow. And so the city, even though the city's inside the county,
Correct.
It's not covered. Hoo-wee.
Yes.
All right. Talk about a loophole.
Yes.
For now, the local fight continues.
The community has said, we want walkability in our neighborhoods. We want clean air. We want clean water. But we have to keep fighting. It's like a continual fight. It's like we're surrounded by piranhas They just keep trying to pick at us, but we just keep fighting.
Oh, wait, was that Rua Roman? I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That would make sense because she's running in Georgia and we're outside of Atlanta. That would make sense.
Keep fighting.
Cool.
In March 2026, AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders introduced legislation at the federal level called the AI Data Center Moratorium Act. It's both a response to growing opposition to these facilities, but also about the need to establish a nationwide policy about their construction.
Our responsibility is to take care of people, and that is what we're here to do today.
Why are you dressing up, dude, when nobody's watching? Let me just take a quick look at the numbers for how many people are watching at this particular point in time, just because I'm curious. Okay, on YouTube alone, we have around 410 people watching right now, and on Twitch, we have another 124. So around 535-ish people are watching right now. So I think dressing up is a bit okay in that regard.
Proposing is a national moratorium.
Yes, and it's it's not the same thing as an outright ban, but it's saying we need to meet some basic protections for people. We need some guarantees on your water, on the air that you breathe. We need to make sure that the jobs that stand to be wiped out, that there's a plan for that, and we're not just leaving people, out to dry. And we need to just have some really basic common sense protections for people.
The bill would require a building moratorium until the federal government passes laws mitigating job losses, preventing utility rate hikes, and establishing environmental protections, among other things.
Which, by the way, will all incur additional costs on AI companies, right? One of the reasons they're moving fast and breaking things is because they're hoping that they're going to make a breakthrough that achieves profitability first for their particular company when it comes to AI. And it also, by moving fast and breaking things, means that they don't currently have to protect the environment. They aren't currently being charged the full amount for utility hikes in the region. And so they are doing everything they can to try and keep their costs as low as possible while pumping the most money imaginable directly into the industry, right? And so, the reason they move fast and break things is because it's actually cheaper when they do that. Like I said earlier, when not given nice power deals, a lot of data centers pull out, like with my employer not giving good energy prices for new data centers. Yep, 100%. Because what they're looking for, they're like vultures. They're looking for the poorest places that are the most easily exploitable. They are deliberately seeking out those places.
The question is whether this is enough to persuade conservative voters to support someone far across the political aisle.
Now, this is what's so interesting to me, right? More Perfect Union kind of closing out this video being like, would these voters support someone far across the political aisle like AOC?
Do you think that people here could get behind someone like AOC and her ideas for AI and data centers?
I think they would get behind anyone who was going to fight for their rights to clean water and to live their life without dealing with this.
Now the tide on this is starting to turn. The politics on this, because everyday people are starting to catch on to what's going on.
She may be on the left, but on the data center issue, seems more centered and genuinely concerned about people. And that's refreshing to hear.
How do you wrap your head around addressing this at the national level?
We need to put people first, and we need those protections to be ironclad and guaranteed before we can have a conversation about what does and doesn't get constructed.
Do you think that this is an issue that could maybe pull our country together?
I don't know if it's going to pull our government all together. It's pulling the people together.
If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it.
Days later, AOC showed Beverly's water samples to an EPA water official testifying before her committee.
I have a jar right here. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met.
There are a lot of people with a lot of money who don't want to see this thing slow down. They're like, the train's moving fast, we can't afford to stop. Doesn't matter, we'll figure it out later.
I've been in a lot of political fights that have seemed insurmountable before that we've won.
1, 2, 3.
No data center.
No. I just don't believe in impossible. I just think that, you know, if you think something's impossible, it's just that's an imagination problem.
We're going to keep.
Okay, now, like, come on, she's running for president. She's running for president. She's running for president. Like, you're not going into rural Georgia with like a, progressive running for Senate in tow, and like talk to rural voters if you're not planning on doing that. And I can understand like why some people would like watch this and like cynically think like, oh, like she's trying to convince these specific Trump voters, and that will just never happen. But my theory going into this video, and I think it's been validated by the end of it, is that what she's doing is a PR tour. Like, this is not for the people in the video, though I'm sure they felt differently about her after meeting her and talking with her about this issue, right? I think what's happening here is that she is setting up a situation where other people see it, whether conservative or Democrat, or especially independent, and they think, here is somebody who is reasonable and who actually gives a shit about rural people. And it's on a subject where she doesn't have to make any concessions to a conservative framework. Instead, all she has to do is like actually mean that she wants these people to have clean drinking water and like not have their air polluted by AI data centers. And so like, I think that she picked a very safe issue to basically introduce herself to a lot of rural Americans who care about AI data center stuff. Because I'm guessing, going out on a limb, this was posted like a week ago. It has over 1 million views now. And I am curious here. Yeah, like not every More Perfect Union video has over 1 million views, but like this one does. And I would wager a portion of it is related to the fact that, folks in rural communities are sharing videos like this, being like, hey, someone's listening to us. Because I can tell you, like, when you are organizing on the ground, like, people do pay attention to stuff like this. Like, if you are organizing, especially around one issue in particular, you know who in Congress is your friend on that issue. And so I think that she has played her cards very deliberately in order to cultivate enough allies in Congress where if she was elected president, she would be able to get shit done, right? And like Begrackled, I 100% agree with you. I don't want her running for president yet either, right?
I don't want Doc running for president yet. I want to believe she's building a left caucus in the Senate.
I mean, I think she's doing more than just building a left caucus in the Senate, right? And she's doing more than building a left coalition in the House. Like, I think that there is right now a very unique and limited time opportunity for her to run. An opportunity that isn't going to come again. Like, there is a time right now, a window open right now that isn't going to be open in 2032 or 2036 for someone who is, a socialist endorsed by DSA to actually have a shot at winning the presidency. She's the most popular politician in America. And the only reason I can think of that she has played things so cautiously is because she wants to be the first socialist president of the United States. And I think that she has the ability to do that. And I think she has the intent to fulfill promises. Like, I would prefer we live in a world where she runs for Schumer's seat and has more time to cook in Congress. But genuinely, I look at the current field of potential candidates in 2028, and I see no one who is up to the task of hauling the sorry state of our country across the finish line through all of the fucking changes we need to get done in just 4 years. She's the only one who I think actually has the grit and genuine inclination to do it, So that's kind of where I'm at with her. And I think much like a Mamdani situation, if she is able to actually get results, it would do far more than any Senate seat could possibly do to validate the socialist and leftist movement, progressive movement in the United States than basically anything else. I like looking at the field, like the next closest on the left would be like who? JB Pritzker? Maybe? Like I wish the situation was different, but I don't see anybody else. And that I think Chris Van Hollen, I don't think is angling to run for president. I think he's angling to run for Senate Majority Leader, if I had to guess. I also don't think Ro Khanna has the national profile to be able to run. I'm not convinced he's going to in 2028, but we'll see, So that's kind of where I'm at. I think that there has been good politicking here to position herself in a way that is beneficial. And I don't view this as her trying to she's going to win over MAGA. I view this more as messaging to folks like us who are the most likely ones to see it, and to independents who are thoroughly frustrated with Trump. And I guess more than anything, if to the extent any of that was intended for MAGA folks in rural areas to see, I would imagine it is there to soften opposition to her rather than eliminate it altogether, Because essentially, I think in 2028, it's going to be really important for MAGA not to see the person coming into power as the absolute devil. And I think that is something that she is pulling off. And it's worth remembering, she's popular even among Republicans. So when you include Republicans, she is the most popular politician in the country right now, on the left or the right. And that's really saying some shit. So I think I think that's kind of where I'm at with what this was meant to do. They don't have to like her, but they just have to be convinced that maybe she's not the devil and is going to be doing her best to get them clean drinking water. I don't think Jon Stewart wants to be vice president. I just don't think he does. And I honestly, I'm not as sold on the Jon Stewart for president idea, I guess. AOC is Tallaricoing. I think that might be a good comparison to make. Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. And if you thought it was interesting, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about AI data centers or AOC for president, all that stuff. Also, what's not to like about Jon Stewart? He's good to veterans and all that. Jon Stewart, I think, is more centrist on a lot of political issues than a lot of folks might like. I think a lot of people give him a lot more credit on his politics than I personally would like in a position of power. But that's, that's my take. I don't hate Jon Stewart. I think he's a better comedian and a better like analyst than he is a politician. How funny would it be if Joe Biden ran again? It's impossible. He'd break his ankles. But all that being said, if you got anything out of this, like, comment, subscribe, and also get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. We need folks doing door knocking. We need folks doing phone banking. We need folks doing text banking. We need people doing research. All right? We need people getting involved because we are right on the edge of going into those midterms. And like the primary season it's starting to wrap up in a lot of places. So folks, get involved. Make your local Dems farther left. Make them more progressive. Kick out those centrist, sold out politicians. Get those APAC politicians out of there. All right. You can do that when you get involved on the local level. All right. And also join your local DSA. Make it more effective. Model your local DSA off of the New York City DSA. We can get shit done. But we got to work together and we got to organize, okay? And if you need help getting started doing that, do reach out. Join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems, and reach out to GamerG for help organizing your local DSA. You guys, they also have years and years of experience organizing within those respective organizations, and they can help give you tips and tricks and advice on how to better organize in your chapter and your area to most effectively pull your org into effective leftist advocacy. All right? And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is sexy, comfortable lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going.
Riverboat Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube and Swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack. Riverboat.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Welcome, Antonio. Welcome to the chat. Sorry that this show has been delayed. Well, you know what happened with me, besides the storm and the power outage and the Wi-Fi outage and the tornado warnings and my health and my garden and my life. Here we are today, finally doing this show on Lebanon. Now, I have to tell you guys that this is not easy. It's not an easy show in any way whatsoever. I have a lot of emotions involved in this. A lot of emotions. We have a lot of emotions because, we see all this stuff happening, and it is just, well, there are things that put me over the top, but I wanted to start out with talking really quickly before we're going to do an intro video. And then I'm going to give it to Antonio for history. But I wanted to talk about this in this way. I remember Lebanon as a country my parents loved. And back in the 50s and 60s, my parents' era, they watched the Danny Thomas show. And Danny Thomas, whose parents were immigrants from Lebanon, it was a cosmopolitan, prosperous country, and it was like the Switzerland of the Middle East. And Beirut was the center of banking and tourism and education and culture and wonderful things. But what happened with that is the United States intervened militarily, once again, to support the Lebanese government. But there was a civil war, and there's all kinds of things that happened. So we're going to talk about those things, but it's just that I really wanted to talk basically about, those things that make me feel this attachment to Lebanon, to Lebanon, to the country. And again, it's had its problems. Oh, it certainly has had its problems. I mean, with the environmental crisis, it happened a long time before the current war between Israel and Hezbollah. There was a garbage problem, waste management, dumping, burning, sewage. I mean, but it's never the fault of the people. And Antonio, you'll agree with me that it's weak enforcement of like environmental laws, or it's corruption and political patronage. It's not the people, and the people are always the ones that suffer. And so the tragedy now is that the war it's shrinking the landscape that had already been wounded. And southern Lebanon, the ecosystem survived centuries, but centuries of logging and dysfunction and political dysfunction and pollution and all that. But it's a beautiful country. And it was, I mean, just a beautiful country. So you think about Lebanon, and you think about, it was Mediterranean woodlands and oak forests and pine forests and olive groves and habitat used by migratory birds. And so southern Lebanon has had its share of destruction. And we're going to talk about all of that. And thank you for being with us, Antonio. If you want to add anything to that before we do have an intro video that I put together, because it's a bit of a long one, but it's basically gives you the outline of what's happening in that country.
Yeah, I think that was a very good introduction, Sandy. So thank you for that. And it's absolutely true that a lot of environmental crises that the Lebanese face are in fact a failure of public policy, right? Many of the areas that you named, whether that's energy generation, waste treatment, water treatment, having proper facilities, sanitation networks, these are things that are required by developing societies. What I like about the case example here in Lebanon that we're going to look at today is that I think it helps Americans understand what a mid-range industrial society, so a society that has industrial technologies but doesn't really have those systems acclimated in a way where you have a lot less of these environmental crises. So it almost takes us back to a time pre-Clean Air Act, pre-EPA, pre-clean water, right, in the United States. So we'll get to highlight a lot of those crises, those specific and unique crises that face the Lebanese people. And as you say, overwhelmingly, the people who are most vulnerable, the people who tend to be victims, are average, ordinary Lebanese, as opposed to the elite. So absolutely a lot. out
And
there.
of course, the chat is coming in with the oil, gas, petroleum, fossil fuels. You know, that's always a favorite go back
That
to.
is always a problem, but I think as people are going to see here, while that certainly is an issue, there are other issues that go well beyond just fossil fuel industry, right? Because there are a lot of different other industries that impact our environment in many multifaceted ways. So this won't be super heavy on the fossil fuel part. Although when we talk about energy generation, I suspect we'll talk about fossil fuels and carbon dioxide pollution, its impact on the climate, but also just locally for many of the people in Lebanese municipalities.
Okay, well, I want to thank Alex and Andrew Looney Tunes for moderating this morning, and for everybody that is here. It's early on a Sunday. It's the first day of summer. It's Father's Day, so I know that it's going to be a difficult to get a lot of people, but we're going to have a good long show. Now, I'm going to start with this video. I want you guys to sit back and watch this because we don't have to repeat some of the things. There's some wonderful people out there, journalists that are not in the United States, I have to say. Wyon and Al Jazeera are two of them. So let's get ready and sit back, digest this, understand it, and then we will go from there. Okay? All right. Perfect.
Whether it is a blast, a civil war, or an economic collapse, it seems that Lebanon and the Lebanese people cannot have an uninterrupted peaceful life. Every decade, a new flock of Phoenicians migrate away, while others die in varied battles. To understand this misery, we need to take a quick look at history. This is Beirut City, the capital of Lebanon. 100 years ago, and before Henry Gouraud declared Greater Lebanon, Beirut was still a part of Syria. This is Greater Syria, also known as Fertile Crescent or the Levant. It remained for centuries under the Ottoman Empire's occupation till they lost World War I. Upon a French-British agreement named Sykes-Picot, the nation was divided. On September 1st, 1920, Bekaa Valley, Beirut, Tripoli, and Sidon were added to Mount Lebanon, and the Lebanese Republic was born as a baby of the French Mandate. 23 years later, in 1943, the French left Lebanon, but not out of an independence fight, but because the British took over. Their ally Bashar al-Khoury was the first president. Less than 10 years later, corruption and poverty helped white revolutionist Camille Chamoun take over as president. His years are known for the wealthiest in Lebanese history. In the 50s, the Arab oil was starting to cash in, and Lebanon had banks. Then the Soviet Union versus United States competition for influence put the sectarian country on the route for a civil war that broke first in the year 1958. War, crises, deaths, to the arrival of the 6th Fleet of the U.S. Marines to Beirut. It ended in Egyptian Pan-Arabist leader Nasser agreement with Eisenhower on a new president for Lebanon, Fuad Shahab. This one was known for the era of building the administration and also for political oppression. His leadership would end 10 years later by burying all his archives and saying, Lebanon is an unfixable country. Now it was a turn for a second, more destructive civil war. 1969 Cairo Agreement decided that the PLO is legit to have military presence in southern Lebanon after the Israeli occupation through Palestinians outside their country. Palestinians in Lebanon versus Maronite elite are to start the longest, ugliest civil war, year 1975, and that continued for 15 years. In 1982, the Israelis occupied Lebanon. The Lebanese resisted them, forcing them to leave Beirut. Year 1990, the United States blessed a Syrian-Saudi agreement in a Ta'if city in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, upon which the civil war ended. The Syrians were granted power and army presence in Lebanon, and the Saudis were granted the prime minister. The man that changed the shape of Lebanon forever, Rafik Hariri, and Lebanon doomed to be governed by a sectarian deal between warlords. For the next 15 years, till the day he was assassinated, PM Rafik Hariri resembled the Syrian-Saudi governance of Lebanon. He is known to have rebuilt Beirut downtown city and buying all the owners out, which changed the shape of the capital and also demographics of all Lebanon. Year 2005, after Hariri's death, the Syrian-Saudi agreement died, and the Sunni-Shiite war in the region started to rise, which resulted in a volatile situation of political and social unrest, during which Lebanon was attacked by Israel in a 33-day war in which Hezbollah defeated the Israeli troops and maintained the borders. The growth of Hezbollah power and rivalry with American-backed PM resulted in a mini-civil war in 2008. Then again, the Lebanese politicians gathered in another country, this time Qatar. The Doha Agreement was born.
People here salvage what little they can from their destroyed homes. The reduction in violence has allowed some South Lebanon residents to return and inspect their towns, many of them devastated. Israeli bombardment has leveled some entire neighborhoods. The government estimates losses amount to about $20 billion. It still hasn't been able to address the reconstruction bill of the last war in 2024. The World Bank says the cost of the reconstruction amounted to $11 billion. Government data shows since the latest hostilities began, more than 68,000 housing units have been destroyed or damaged. But that figure doesn't cover the past months when Israel significantly escalated its strikes. Many villages are now uninhabitable. There's no water, no electricity, no telecommunication network. More than 60 hospitals and other medical facilities damaged or shut down.
The full economic impact of the war has yet to be assessed, but officials believe it will contract by up to 10%. And in southern Lebanon, it's been pushed to near total collapse. Businesses have been destroyed.
Many worked in the agricultural sector. It made up 80% of the local GDP. It's estimated that 25% of all cultivated land nationwide has been damaged, burned, or is inaccessible because of the Israeli occupation. Nearly 77% of farmers in the region have been displaced. The conflict has caused repeated mass displacements in the south, which the United Nations says has made it even more difficult for people and authorities to cope. Hundreds of thousands lack food, with prices of water, fuel, and electricity up by more than 30%. Schools are now shelters for the displaced, affecting education. The United Nations more than doubled its appeal for donations for Lebanon, requesting nearly $640 million over 6 months. It has only received roughly $186 million.
So there we are. And I thought that Wyon and Al Jazeera did a good job, and that's why I compiled this, because they are good. I think they're great references. I have argued with some of my friends that, oh, Al Jazeera is all propaganda. But I don't find that. And I certainly don't find that Wyon is. I think they've done some great climate reporting and other reporting. So why reinvent the wheel when they've done it? Right, Tony?
And I'm sure those same friends, I mean, did they read the New York Times? Did they read the
They're
Washington?
Israel first. I mean, sorry, but I have to say it as I say it, you know.
Well, let me just say, I mean, that's like saying, you know, the New York Times is a bad reporting, you know, institution because it supported every single regime change war in the last 80 years. But that's neither here nor there. Let's focus on Lebanon. What I felt that little special was just getting actually to see the country. A lot of times when we talk about these foreign places, people may or may not. I mean, we have a smart audience, so you know it's hard to say. But a lot of people don't know where Lebanon is. They don't know what it looks like. They don't know what the Lebanese people themselves look like. They're not attached to the social, cultural, geographical milieu of the people. So that was important to bring in. That video, though, did focus a lot on the war, which we definitely do want to talk about. Unfortunately, the forever war that is in that neighborhood between Israel, Lebanon, you can even include, of course, Jordan, of course, the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, but even formerly with Egypt, right, in the Sinai. But absolutely, war has horrific effects on a society that already struggles, right, in so many ways in terms of public policy to deal with waste management. So you have a situation where the government already struggles to properly deal with sanitation, where you have physical material, waste product building up on the side of streets in some instances. But even in Sidon, which is a coastal city for Lebanon, you have a landfill that's now almost 4 stories high. Yeah. And this is absolutely horrific, but also kind of gives us a little insight into the greater climatological and sea level rise crisis that the planet faces. Here, this one's more man-made, it's more direct, but you have this situation, this port city, where they have a landfill that has accumulated on the coast, and it's built up so much over time that it's almost 40 feet high, and it's huge. It's huge. Now, this landfill, you know, people don't understand. Landfills in the United States are very regulated properties. You cannot just dispose of anything you want in a landfill. Certain landfills have certain requirements. But these landfills, oh yeah, see, these are the type of pictures that I'm talking about. And that's a huge, huge sanitation, health hazard, environmental crisis, all in one spot. It really just shows you.
The crescendo was 2015. It was a crisis, I remember it.
So, and this is a failure of public policy, right? Because you think about the United States, we also in our past had these type of crises too, okay? So it's not like unique needs. But, you know, for the modern day Lebanese, they have to deal with this. And here in Sidon, this case example that I'm bringing up is that it's not just, you know, your household trash that ends up in the landfill. And that's important for people to understand. And that would be bad enough. The emissions that are generated when it rains, the seepage into the groundwater and runoff from those areas, all of that is horrific. The plastic pollution, everything that goes into having a typical landfill. But beyond just that, there's a lot of chemical waste products. There's e-waste. There are rotting carcasses of different animals and things of that nature. And all of this fumigates around and becomes a horrific health and human safety problem because people have to breathe in now this decaying, mutant, toxic landfill of such a variety of different waste product and material.
Not their fault.
Right, that's a failure of public policy, right? But also it's located on the coast. And so a lot of it actually ends up falling into the sea itself because it's not a well-regulated or well-built or maintained structure. And because of this, so you have terrestrial and you have sea pollution that's occurring as landfill sites like this start to develop across Lebanon. But this is just the physical trash crisis that the Lebanese are facing. And again, this is well outside of the context of war, right? This is just a failure of domestic public policy. This has nothing to do with being bombed by the Israelis. But of course, the environmental crisis that's linked to that war, a separate and ongoing issue, is also very, very serious, right? Because in many instances, it destroys infrastructure that was already loosely put together, right? And that's not just literally physical infrastructure, but also governmental and municipal infrastructure too, that would be in charge of civil services responsible for sanitation and waste management.
You know that Hezbollah actually was involved in some reforestation and some efforts. There were some efforts to right some of these, but of course it wasn't enough. They were affiliated, some, but it wasn't enough.
And that's often true with, I'm not justifying these groups. I mean, in the United States, we call them, these, terrorist groups or what have you, because they certainly do engage in, guerrilla war tactics. There's no doubt about that, and use acts of terrorism to achieve their goals. But even with Hamas and Hezbollah, these organizations have governmental functions and activity, right? They're not just purely militaristic.
Right.
And of course, the environmental crisis is a real crisis facing many Lebanese, right? And so think about the next issue, right? Energy generation. So obviously, Lebanon is an energy-starved country where they do have habitual brownouts, habitual blackouts, and energy is sparse and limited, and not necessarily guaranteed to all people throughout the day. Now, in Lebanon, one of the ways that they've responded to that, of course, is private energy generation, usually in the form of diesel or gas, what have you, generators. And these generators pump immense amounts of localized emission into the atmosphere. And so people are around them. This is actually the problem we're having with, some of these data centers, right? It's that having a buildup of generators to run your infrastructure localizes emissions, and they're very intense. And so people who are very close, who are local to these generators, are exposed to all these particulates, all these fumes, and these emissions from these generators. And again, this is absolutely, you can't imagine, and the sound of these generators is horrific. If you've ever been in a situation, right, where the power's gone out and your neighbors turn on a generator, that's a very loud,
very loud, obnoxious. One thing you could say is solar battery backup does not sound like that, and that's what I have here. Yeah, doesn't sound. You don't hear it. It has a little tiny little buzz. That's it.
So that's definitely right. So you have a number of different impacts from having this really makeshift power grid in Lebanon. And again, that is a failure of public policy, right? Because you not expect ordinary citizens. In fact, that's why you have such extensive generators being used, is because in the absence of public policy, in the absence of successful public policy, of course, private individuals are going to step up and try to meet their energy requirements through alternative means. And one of the alternative ways to do this is through having these backup generators for when the energy grid inevitably fails, which of course it will. But unfortunately, then the trade-off is having increased emission, chemical and particulate localized for you.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you know, I don't know. I just can't. I get emotional over this because then of course it goes into the actual wildlife, and it goes into the fact that it was so biologically rich, and it is being destroyed, just being destroyed. And you think about the birds that pass through, and they have to deal with eagles, buzzards, their kites, storks, pelicans, bee eaters, swallows, flamingos, all the natural world that it is part of this country. What's happening with all of it to the jackals and the foxes and the hyenas and the boar and the hedgehogs, and there's so many bat species and reptiles. This is a diverse country, and it's just so sad.
Yeah, I completely agree, because of course the impacts go well beyond just the immediate human impacts, right?
Yes.
And that's another thing to think about, because any of the wildlife that is localized in the area, they're also having to breathe in the same emission.
Yes.
Right? They're also having to drink from the same contaminated water supplies from the failure of runoff water treatment facilities. But also having raw sewage end up in the same drinking supplies. So these are the things that not just humans have to endeavor through, but also the local ecology as a whole, right? And then of course you have devastating industrial impacts, right? The logging that's taking place across Lebanon, the mining that's taking place across Lebanon. These industries also negatively grade the ecological systems in Lebanon as well. But then also you have this third impact, which isn't widely true for the North American continent, is war, right? Widespread war. So when war comes into town, of course you have the destruction of physical infrastructure and civic systems, but then also all the removal of that destroyed product, whether it be homes and stores and other facilities. So that's also very, very problematic. But it also destroys, quite literally, the infrastructure that is in place. And we see all the time, at least in our world, where things happen. I was actually a victim of this a couple of years ago, right, Sandy? Where an industrial plant by my house, ended up having an emergency, and it was emitting huge amounts of emissions into the atmosphere.
Terrifying.
And had a blast radius of over a mile. Well, I don't know exactly. Actually, let me take that back. But it was a very large blast radius that actually the border of which hit my neighborhood.
Yeah, we did a show on it.
So yeah, it was very, very alarming. Now, imagine this is a situation that Lebanese are, of course, dealing with a lot more frequently because of war and because of failed government policy. So really the intermingling of failed government policy, public policy, and then the ongoing forever war with mostly their neighbors in the south, the Israelis, really provides a situation of continual and habitual environmental degradation. And it is increasingly difficult to see how the Lebanese would actually respond to this situation because, investing more money into this infrastructure that is necessary also means that infrastructure is still going to be likely attacked. And if that infrastructure is attacked, you won't necessarily have the funds or the insurances to make sure that infrastructure is going to be rebuilt, repaired, and maintenance.
Right.
And at the same time, the population is still going to have these demands, right? They're still going to have these energy demands. They're still going to have, And that's why I think it's important. And you saw this was with the war, that the Lebanese are trying to solarize, right? They don't necessarily have the same sort of politics as the United States does when it comes to renewable energy technologies, but it's a financing. And you saw that when the Israelis invaded southern Lebanon, they destroyed the solar plants, the solar panels that were providing localized energy. This is terrible because this is exactly what I said. So you have these investments in all of this infrastructure, and then because of the forever war, you get huge setbacks in progress, development, and in financing. And you also don't really have the insurances. So the question is, once the Israelis, if they do, I mean, my goodness,
Don't make me spit my coffee out.
yeah, but what have you? If it were the case that the Israelis were to withdraw from southern Lebanon, what energy systems would replace those solar? I mean, I would hope that solar would come back, right? But see, here you have this sort of tug of war between building and rebuilding. Very little progress can actually be made, and certainly institutional and sustainable progress.
It's not just about the energy. It's also about the fact that recently it has been discovered that Israel is destroying the land and the soil with glyphosate at ridiculous concentrations to purposely destroy the farmland so that these people can't even have a livelihood. So that destroys the farmland, it destroys the wildlife. It is very, it's disgusting.
Well, so using glyphosate on the agricultural land, and then also Israel's now been accused of using white phosphorus.
Oh, that's been for years.
On the urban populations there.
Yeah.
And so, this is a serious problem for the Lebanese, because the destruction of both urban and agricultural land, and the Lebanese have so little, right? Means that demand for these materials, these resources, is obviously going to increase substantially. And this is already a problem with a country that is facing higher inflation. And certainly the inflation crisis in Lebanon is much more serious than it is here in the United States. But these are the sort of the problems that dynamically impact people's access to resources, right? And oftentimes, even when it comes to the hospitals are overwhelmed. And certainly now in the crisis with, nearly 1 million Lebanese have now moved out of the south and into the rest of Lebanon. That's a serious demand and problem for already these weakened and degraded systems. So imagine huge, because Lebanon, again, is not a very big country. It's a bit smaller than Israel, nearly the same size as Israel. So you think about the population having to be on the move, and now you have all these people who are moving, not the same way that, you think about how someone who's going on vacation, masses of people in the south or the north might come to the south for vacation. Our society's set up where, there's restaurants, there's hotels, so it's an organized movement of people. When you have such a large movement of people in this manner, it is very unorganized, which means that there's going to be an immense amount of pressure already on local municipalities that struggle in the absence of this additional human pressure. So think about more buildup of waste on the sides of the street. Think about more contamination, more pollution in terms of runoff into lakes and rivers and streams. Think about more energy generation pollution. People are going to have to bring in more energy generators because their systems are going to be taxed more. And of course, there's going to be the real crisis of homelessness, right? That people are going to be homeless. That brings a huge other problem, because as people become human, they still have to expel their own waste. But now this is going to be. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sandy.
Well, as people becoming, well, the Israelis went door to door. I've read firsthand accounts by Lebanese people writing on Substack, and I read something on Drop Site News, which is an excellent resource. And they went door to door, and they gave these people no time to get out. No time at all. Just get out. Can you imagine? It's like okay, I get the other day a tornado warning on my phone, and it's blaring, and I have to run downstairs, make sure these people are getting the same thing, only it's war. We're going to blow you up. We're going to kill you. They just killed people again. They violated the ceasefire, and it's just insane. It's insane. But this is what's happening there. So when you say there's going to be refugees, yes, where are they going? Just like Gaza. But this is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing, going to the doors to make them leave. And it is emotional for me.
And it certainly is a horrific violation of international humanitarian law that's happening in South Lebanon now. And Sandy, I think you are right to say that the peace negotiations that the Trump administration has been trying to push to have essentially failed. I don't see that the Israelis will accept the negotiations, certainly as they've been situated now. And that certainly means that war and the impacts of war are likely to continue in southern Lebanon. And unfortunately for the population there, I think you're right in terms of certainly you can qualify what's happened now as a sort of ethnic cleansing.
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of Lebanese have been forced to evacuate southern Lebanon. And it's true, you're asking people to move. I say it's disorderly. These people don't, think about it, if you were told to move, people are, let's say, 80 miles north or south, 60 miles north or south, 20 miles, right? Anyone told you to do this, and you can't go back to your home. You would need more than an hour, I would imagine. I would say that you would need more than probably like a week just to make sure that everything's together, that you're situated, that you know where you're going, and you have a place to go and to have your stuff.
Right, but that's not, they don't care. They don't care because they do not see them as human. And you know what really gets to me is how, in Israel, the so many Israelis are saying, well, Ben Gvir and Smotrich, they're just, don't listen to them. They're just right-wingers, the ones that call other people animals and call them non-humans, whatever. But they're the Security Council of Israel. They are making decisions. So this is what we're dealing with. It's a cognitive dissonance.
It's not just Ben Gvir and Smotrich. And people need to understand this. The entire Israeli political spectrum, its Overton window, is hyper right now.
Awful.
And so even the so-called moderates in Israel I would describe them as to the right of Donald Trump here tonight.
Yeah.
So you do have to understand, and I don't necessarily mean in terms of, because when people start thinking about the far right, they start thinking about fascism. I wouldn't necessarily describe many of these characters as fascists. I would just,
maybe.
Well, some of them I would, right? Smotrich, Ben Gvir, those people I would identify as fascists. Ben Gvir literally had a noose on his birthday.
No shit. I posted it. It was disgusting.
This is not a man that I would, he's not a rational human being. This is somebody who I would identify with a sort of Israeli Jewish fascism. And he's a horrific individual beyond belief. But I would not describe the whole of Israeli politicians that way. Really, Ben Gvir and Smotrich are unique individuals. But nonetheless, they lead sizable factions in Israel,
Right.
Particularly amongst the more orthodox and conservative factions in the Israeli population.
And then there's Yair Golan. He was represented the left, the Democrat. Yes, he was the IDF. He's very critical of Netanyahu. He doesn't like him. But then they have a political candidate named Naftali Bennett, who I have can I show you my little meme?
Okay.
Okay, I have to. This guy, let me get it in here. This guy, I made this meme because this guy looks just like Stephen Miller. And one of his quotes are, I already killed lots of Arabs in my life, and there's absolutely no problem with that. Stephen Miller, I will say and I will do things no one else in their right mind would do. Separated at birth. Horrible people. Horrible people. And he's running, and he's almost to the right of Netanyahu, and he's saying, the last quote he said was he was going to make this worse. Like he hasn't even seen. He doesn't even have a concept. We have been. They have been at war since February. He says he's going to be their worst nightmare. When is this going to stop?
Well, I think now we didn't want to, we're going to talk about what's happening in Lebanon, but
I had to. I'm sorry.
It's important to talk about this as well because
I'm angry and emotional.
This certainly is ongoing, and it's very important that because what's happening is it has global implications. Okay.
Yes.
So it is very likely that the peace deal the administration is trying to strike is going to fail if it hasn't already. And if it fails, that means the straits are likely to be closed indefinitely until the war is over. But also what this means is that people who are in the middle of these crises, whether they be in the West Bank, whether they be in Gaza or southern Lebanon or Iran, or even the GCC countries where kind of strikes have been made against them, or in Israel itself, people are going to be victims of failed policy of their government. And it's very clear to me that the Israelis have an expansionist policy that they're trying to pursue. That's how they understand their national security, that they won't be able to achieve national security without expanding their borders quite significantly. After all, they're only a country the size of New Jersey.
Yeah, I know, 9 million people, right.
And they've already stated that they want a buffer zone. Of course, that's against international law, but they want to enforce a buffer zone in southern Lebanon. That is to say that the southern Lebanese will not be able to return to that territory, to that land for the foreseeable future. And I think the use of chemical ammunitions, the use of glyphosate and white phosphorus in those areas will further lead to its degradation and inhabitability. But also, I think that with this crisis ongoing, we could see a lot more people destabilized. These are huge populations that will be destabilized, and there's going to be huge impacts from that. Whether that be a refugee crisis as an onset, the implosion of the Lebanese government in total, right, which would be a horrible thing to happen. But it's only possible to stop if the Americans start moving the same way that, actually Ronald Reagan did. And that is suspend aid to the Israelis if they're not on board with American policy. And that's one of the things that I think the Trump administration really didn't understand is the difference between Israeli policy objectives and agenda and American. Just because there's some on the surface similarities between, it might appear that way on the surface similarities between the policy agendas, they are very, very different, right? It is not in the interest of the United States to have the Iranian country's government implode. That is not beneficial for the United States in a whole host of ways. It is not beneficial in the United States also to go to war with Iran under stable patterns like what we're doing now, because look at what's happened. The treaty is really a surrender by the United States, an open statement that we failed to militarily achieve any of our objectives in our war with Iran.
Right.
And that's what's really being conceded by the Americans. So who is this benefit of? Who then does this ongoing war benefit? Well, it benefits the Israelis. Because as long as the war is ongoing, it gives the Israelis both, it gives them political, diplomatic, and a military facade of support, right, of legitimacy, because the United States is engaged in this as well. And because the United States is such a prominent country in terms of international politics, if it's doing this, the fact that it's doing it lends quite a bit of international legitimacy to the Israelis in being engaged. And the Israelis want to stay engaged because whether they are disengaged, the government implodes, or if it's simply just at war, it's a level of instability for the Iranians that is more ideal for the Israelis, because ultimately the Israelis would like to see Iran totally fall to the wayside, its government totally implode, and it be rocked by sectarian violence and infighting. That way, it's sort of decapitated, and it can't rival or question Israeli dominance in the region.
Antonio, I have a couple of clips that I would like to play, and I would like then you to respond, if you would, to what I've chosen. I think I'm going to start with, this one. Please respond to this.
Discussion about Lebanon, it makes me ill, because I go back in time to when Lebanon was the flower of the Eastern Mediterranean, and prosperous and economically sound, and along comes Britain, and along comes the United States, and then ultimately along comes Israel and contaminates the whole country. And as long as Israel is sitting there, and as long as Lebanon, possessed of enormous entrepreneurial skills, still possessed of an incredible economic bent, as long as Lebanon is there and in a position to possibly challenge Israel and thus challenge the empire, Lebanon doesn't have a chance. And it doesn't have anything to do with their capability or incapability. It has to do with what we have done to them over the last 100 years. It's disgusting what we've done, but we've done it, and we've done it in the name of empire. We've done it in the name of keeping the Mediterranean safe for the empire and for its vassal state, Israel. Discussion about.
Okay, now that's Lawrence Wilkerson. I believe he was a former, I think he was a colonel. Respond to what he said, please.
Yeah, I tend to agree a lot with what Wilkerson said, that a lot of our relationship with Lebanon today has to do, of course, with the last 100 years of imperial policy, right? And unfortunately for Lebanon, I do think it provides sort of a trap. The Israelis, of course, don't want the Lebanese to develop for the same reason they don't want the Iranians to develop or to have a functional government. Because if that's the case, then these countries will be able to challenge Israeli supremacy in the region. And so right now, I think you can think about what's happening in Lebanon as a sort of dismantling. And this dismantling will already cause those very weak and vulnerable civic and governmental institutions and structures really to implode. So the impact, that's what I was talking about, the relocation of, I do believe it's over 1 million Lebanese, Sandy. Do I have that correct? Is it 1 million Lebanese?
I don't have the number, but I'll look it up.
I just want to look that up because I don't want this to be propaganda.
Right. Okay, look it up. Anybody in the audience knows that would be great too. I think I don't have that number unless I have it in my notes, but I'm not going to pull them up at the moment because they're awful. Yeah. And while you're looking that
Oh
up.
yeah. So yeah, I just found it.
Okay.
So about 1.05 million to around 1.2 million. Some estimates 1.3 to 1.4 million, according to the United States and the UNHCR. Reuters reporting 1.2 million. So yeah, so this does seem to be, that's right in line, right in order, a displacement of over 1 million Lebanese. Which is absolutely incredible that this has been able to occur. And, you know, I think about this, that's not at all dissimilar from what we saw in the Gaza Strip.
Nope.
When the Israelis demanded nearly half of Gaza move to the south. So you think about these large displacements of populations. And what that means for them, right? These, like you say, they don't have a lot of time to prepare. There's not infrastructure in place for the movement of these people. Roads are overwhelmed. What public infrastructure there is overwhelmed. In a lot of cases, there just simply isn't that public infrastructure. And then also the sorts of aid and resources that the people need, that all falls to the wayside. A lot of times people are left behind, and people die, right, in these mass movements. And of course, all of this is in violation of international humanitarian law. And of course, my opinion, and I've said this for a long time, is the expansion of international warrants of arrest for different members of the Israeli administration and also the American. I know we'll never get the American warrants, but at least for the Israelis, you know, and then also for, you know, the Hamas, of course, I don't think anybody contests that for the Hamas leaders, and then also for the Hezbollah, excuse me, that has committed acts of terrorism. But that's what international law is about. Is ensuring that situations like this don't unfold, so that millions of innocent people's lives are not uprooted and destroyed. And of course, we failed.
Okay. Here's another one I would like you to comment on, since this is, I think I like this little exercise here. Okay.
Lebanon is blaming Israel in environmental damage. So here are a few facts that you may didn't know. War caused environmental damage to all sides. Doesn't matter who launched the rockets and where did they fall. In Israel, for instance, in the war in 2024, 200,000 dunams were burned by the rockets of Hezbollah. Hezbollah launched more than 20,000 projectiles into Israel in this war, and huge areas were burned, causing a lot of damages to the animals and to the trees in those places. Now let's focus on the Lebanese side. Hezbollah hid its weapons inside those forested areas of Lebanon, and that's why IDF attacked. We found tunnels, we found launchers, we found missiles in those places, and this was proven in many pictures and videos that were published by the IDF during the past two wars. Moreover, here at the Alma Center, we published a few years ago a report about Hezbollah military activity in about 30 areas in South Lebanon, which the vast majority of them are forested areas. Now you understand the context. Hezbollah launched its rockets towards our communities from those forested areas in Lebanon, and that's why IDF was forced to bomb those places. Lebanon is blamed.
Okay. My question, a couple of them, I want you to respond to her. And I would like to also ask you, why was Hezbollah created in the first place?
Well, obviously, Hezbollah was created as a response to the Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon. But this is exactly, I don't find anything she said to be problematic. I mean, it's absolutely true.
It's happened.
Right. That Hezbollah has hidden their military equipment in the forest. I mean, that seems like a guerrilla war tactic. So that seems on par. And it absolutely is true that when you shoot missiles, they do have to come down at some point, and when they do, they often will explode, regardless if it's in an urban environment. If it's not in an urban environment, it's going to be in a natural environment, and if it's in a natural environment, it's likely to, especially environments like these, in northern Israel and in Lebanon, it's going to cause fires. And those fires become wildfires, and they have to be put out, and they release immense amounts of emission. They impact agriculture, they impact the ecology, they certainly impact the animal life that's in the area. So that's certainly true. And that's why, these wars, it's really a huge degradation of both of these countries. I asked my Israeli friends, because I do have friends that live in Israel.
Me too.
It's a very different world, than in the United States. We really can't imagine a world, and Israel's like the best of it, right? I would, if, just thinking about it in terms of safety, I would rather live in Israel than in Lebanon, or certainly Gaza or the West Bank, or now even Iran, right? You wouldn't want to live in these places. But even for the Israelis, I mean, these are people who have to now be conditioned to run in not storm cellars, but war cellars, right? They have to get up from dinners and interrupt their lives. And this is increasingly part of their traumatized social psyche, right? Because, again, Israel's not that large of a country. And so really everywhere anyone in Israel has at some point had to respond to the reality of the forever war in this neighborhood, right? That Israel itself is a large part for, right? And so because of that, you do have a situation where constantly the land is being brutalized by the war itself. And oftentimes, when we're watching CNN or Fox News, the impacts of, missile strikes that don't hit cities, well, we don't really talk about that, right? We don't talk about when it hits a forest or when it hits a field or something of that nature, because we want to see the more graphic urban explosions of a vehicle or an apartment complex or something of that nature. But look at, I remember when that was going on, seeing Israeli fire crews running out into the north, being overwhelmed by the spread of these fires that were occurring up there. It's a real crisis for people.
Sorry about that.
And it's very dynamic for everyone involved, including the Lebanese, of course, who already have such a fragile environmental situation made worse by the conditioning of war. And just as she said, it doesn't really matter who fired the rockets or why they fired them, what tactic. The impacts are all the same.
I want to read this to you. This was from June of last year. From an Israeli. We're fine here. I have a bomb shelter in my house, so it's a comfortable situation. Many people have to go, and I'm sorry about that. You saw all my pictures I was looking for, but many people have to go out of their houses to a closed shelter, so we're fortunate. It's a good thing that we're trying to obliterate Iran. It's good for the whole world. I mean, you chose to live there from Long Island,
Oh, that's your friend's comment?
Yeah, from Long Island. I mean, they moved there 27 years ago. They were completely lefty, I thought peace-loving people that were normal, and now they are rabid, hateful, bigoted. They hate all Arabs. I mean, is it because they live there and because of what they've been through with the bombings? Is it the propaganda? Is the rhetoric? What is it?
Can you bring that comment back up? Okay. So we're not going to psychoanalyze this, okay? I don't want us to do that. I just want the audience to think here. We're fine here, she says. I have a bomb shelter in my house, so it's a comfortable situation. People have to go out of their houses to a close shelter.
Mm-hmm.
So we're fortunate. Let's just digest that.
Yeah.
The first sentence, the so-called, the incipit, you might think, we're fine, kind of sets the tone, right? But then everything after that actually suggests you're not fine, at least according to the way we would think about what it means to be fine. The second sentence, it's kind of a bit of a run-on, but I have a bomb shelter in my house. That's already kind of alarming because most people in the United States probably don't have bomb shelters in their house because
No.
there's no need to.
Tornado shelters, but not bomb shelters.
Right. So that already tells you that the situation actually is not that comfortable. And then she follows it up with a qualifier by saying, it is a comfortable situation, juxtaposing to the rest of society, right? Many people have to get up out of their houses and run to a shelter. And she says, so we're fortunate. So the last clause is a complete opposite of what the first sentence is going to lead you to think. Okay? So everything's not fine. We live in a wartime environment where I have to constantly run to a bomb shelter. But that's better for me because other people have to run down the street to do it. So that would imply actually everything's not fine. No. And then she continues. It's a good thing that we are trying to obliterate Iran. First of all, anyone who talks in such hyperbolic language, again, a complete juxtaposition, a complete opposite from what you'd expect from the first sentence, right? Yeah. We're fine. Yeah. You wouldn't think that you would pair the sentiment we're fine with the sentence, it's a good thing we're trying to obliterate Iran.
Well, those were the words that were said in the United States. And those were the words.
Right.
And this was last June when the United States did the first bombing. But I was so shocked and so disgusted. I can't even talk to these people anymore. Really, they love Trump. They won't talk to me. Well, they did.
You have to understand this person is as a someone who's being traumatized, right?
Yeah.
And clearly is not able to, even in her own language here, it's good for the whole world, right? What good would it do for, let's say, people in the Philippines if Iran was obliterated?
Yeah, right.
What good would it do for people in Chile if so you see there's very hyperbolic language being used here. There's very contradictory language that's being used here. And there's a lot of pain here. Yeah. I'm not justifying anything. I just want you to
I get what you're saying.
That this is a mind that's really not capable of engaging in rationality right now. Okay? And people need to really understand it. Oh, if you can just hold up one last.
Oh, you wanted me to? Okay, I'll put it back up. I'll put it back up. Okay, we'll put it back up.
And then it says, Peter is here at my house this Shabbat. Shabbat just ended here. Shabbat is, of course, the Sabbath for Jews, right? Which is supposed to be a time, again, this is so interesting. It's supposed to be a time of peace, right? The Shabbat. He's fine. We're all just waiting to see what happens. And so she ends it with a tonality of anxiety, right? We're all just waiting to see what happens. So she's running to her shelter. Her neighbors are running to their shelters. They're all on the edge of their seats. They're at war. This expression, obliterate Iran, is really a call to immediately end what's causing their pain, what's causing their fear, at least from their perspective, right?
Tony. Mm-hmm. You have a lot more patience or empathy maybe than I did at the time.
Well, because, remember, I spent a lot of time studying in history the Nazis themselves, right? And it is so intriguing to hear the things that people like Eichmann had to say for themselves, or hear the things that ordinary German citizens under Nazi rule, how they understood the crisis themselves. And so it's important to take a step out of our own emotions, our own way of thinking about what we're seeing, and really listen to and hear what what you might consider the perpetrators or other people are actually saying. And every sentence, every word of what she said was so indicative of the trauma that she is just immersed in without any ability to escape. But then it was also indicative of the trauma that is not just unique or depart on her, but the entire society, right? Talking about her neighbors and everybody else and how she's fine because she's a bit more fortunate in the crisis than they are.
Right.
And so you really do see, what I talked about earlier, is that after the Holocaust, when Israel's established, there's never really a national therapy that the emerging Jewish state goes through. And think about, that actually is beyond our civilization's social capacities, right? We don't have the sort of systems or institutions in place that could engage in anything like a widespread national therapeutic restoration. That is almost even outside of our linguistic capacities to even talk about. What would even such a thing look like? But it needs to be talked about because after the First and Second World Wars, we recognize, and even before then, that it is capable that we can wound the entire psyche of a nation by having so many people involved in such a traumatic event. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a Holocaust, right?
Right.
Right now, the Gazans have just now gone through a horrific nationwide trauma and still very much going through it, right? We think about 9/11 in the United States, that's minuscule to what the sort of national trauma. And remember the collective fervor that came out of the United States immediately following 9/11.
And the Patriot Act. Yeah.
And all of the stuff that came out of that. But imagine something a million times worse. 1,000 times worse, what have you. That's the sort of crisis that the Palestinians are facing. That's the sort of crisis the Lebanese are facing. To a much lesser degree, that's the sort of crisis the Israelis are facing. Now the Iranians are facing, right? So many people, and Iran was in the region a very developed society. I think about the universities in Tehran. I think about people my age in their late 20s and early 30s and mid 30s and 40s, and the life that they had to be subjected to, really many of which have never seen anything like the bombing raids the Americans and the Israelis have ran upon their society. Never seen anything like that before in their lives. Witnessing modern cities glow under the flames of war. This really, it's magnificent. And thinking about the oil fields being bombed and storms of industrial black toxic oil sludge smoke blocking out the sky for miles in every direction. I mean, it really is horrifying to think what has happened just in the last year here in the Middle Eastern region, and the millions of people, right? The millions of people who have been impacted by the forever war, largely due to Israeli insecurity and U.S. Imperial hegemony. So I think the hope, though, is that, interestingly enough, since this was such a quagmire for the United States, that the recession of its imperial hegemony also will lead to a recession of Israeli aggression, allowing more stability in the region.
I have one more.
Okay.
I have one more. And I think this is an interesting one too. This, and somebody else, Jack Weber, wanted to come on with me and really pick this apart. This is an American. I read was brilliant how they used social media to spread propaganda about Israel committing genocide and making Israel the problem. 100% opposite. Israel could have leveled Gaza in a day if they wanted to kill everyone. Instead, the disgusting terrorists sacrificed their people and accused Israel of targeting innocents. They certainly won the war with social media. Israel did not see that coming. They focus instead on protecting civilians, including Palestinians, Christians, Muslims, every human, and always have. How can you? I want you to interpret this one for me, because I had again. She's a New Yorker. No, she's not now. Florida, but this is a person who has never had to want for anything, privilege, just
this. And honestly, this is this sort of sentiment, not at my synagogue. But there are, because, synagogues, because there are so few, you have a lot of different Jews who will go to a Reform synagogue, but they might not necessarily share like the opinions of a typical Reformed Jew on issues. But this is an opinion that I've come across at my synagogue, right? Not, again, hyper minority opinion, but I've heard this before.
All right.
So let's deal with this. First of all, the idea here is that, and I don't want to associate my synagogue, because like I said, anybody can go, yeah. But in general, just thinking about this view. So Iran was brilliant how they used social media to spread propaganda about Israel committing genocide in the Gaza Strip. Let's think about that. So the social media sourced was out of the Gaza Strip itself, right? Yeah. Because the kids, in large part, the younger people in Gaza have, we live in 2026 now. And so cell phones, even though they may not be your iPhone 17, I guess is the latest iPhone, whatever. I have a 14, so I don't know. But whatever.
I have a 12, even older.
These phones are very, very advanced, even the later models or the earlier models, right? And so eventually even poor societies are going to get their hands on really good phones, okay? And the kids are going to do what kids do, and that's get on social media. And so when the war comes to town, they're going to guess what? They're going to do what kids do. And so for the first time, in a real way, not the first time, but in a very hyper concentrated way for the first time, in which such clarity, we were seeing people TikTok their own deaths. And because the infrastructure was not secure against such raw footage, so many Western children for the first time got to see what their parents were doing. Right? When I was growing up in the Iraq-Iran War, our parents' generation, those who were in charge, could tell us this, they could tell us that, and CNN would tell us, Fox News would tell, and we would have to believe them, right? But now we got to see what was really going on the ground.
Yep.
And there was a rush on both the American and the Israeli side to stop this. That young people in the United States, some 8, 9, 10 years old, 13, 14, 15, 18 years old, early 20s, are watching people who are their age get obliterated by some of the most
using that word.
Yeah. Getting obliterated by some of the most technologically advanced weaponry that are in the Israeli arsenal given to them by the Americans. And of course, the Gazans who are on the ground, they didn't know that the bomb was going to kill them. They didn't know that they were going to have to be, that they were too close to the collapsing apartment complex. Now they're running and their phone. They didn't know. So, and I'm laughing because if you don't have, you're gonna, this is gonna cry. So they don't know, and they're just, and so it's raw footage, just immense amount of raw footage is coming out what the Israeli strikes, and so all of the propaganda, right? Because this is going to create extreme cognitive dissonance for people, especially older people who aren't as critically thinking about these situations, right? And because remember, this person probably isn't on TikTok, probably maybe only has a Facebook, if that, okay? Really isn't engaged in the world of social media like kids are,
Well,
younger people.
you know what her job was? She was a lifestyle coach and a teacher. I mean, but look at the comment, the one, Israel could have leveled Gaza in a day if they wanted to kill everyone. What hubris. I mean, to me,
This
that
is a
is
comment, so this is actually a talking point that I believe this is an actual talking point. I haven't done my research, but this exact language is very, very interesting because I've heard this too many times, almost exactly phrased this way. So I think that some sort of think tank has thought about a way of lay people who are on the pro-Israeli side to use a quick go-to refutation. And I think that's what this is. And this is what propaganda looks like, right?
Yes.
It's sound bites. So this soundbite is ridiculous beyond belief, right? That's like saying, well, what Donald Trump said. We could kill we could destroy the entire Iranian civilization overnight.
Yes.
Oh, so I guess if we didn't do that, anything short of doing that means that we're not engaged in horrific war crimes. I guess. So the idea that a country could kill more people faster as a way to say, well, therefore they're not engaged in genocide is beyond horrific disgust, right? Of course, that has no impact. Of course, the Israelis could, right? The Israelis could just start bombing horrific, which, by the way, when you look at the satellite imagery,
they did.
It's
I
kind of
have
hard
that.
to say they didn't necessarily already do that.
Right.
But could they been more targeted in desperately just wiping out the population? Of course they could have. Of course they could have. But the problem with also doing that is, first of all, the Israelis are not, whatever you might think of them, that's not who they are. Okay? That's not who
the government, but the people are propagandized, just like MAGA.
Well, I think even Smotrich and Ben Gvir, at least at this point in their fascism, I don't think that either one of them would bring themselves to literally just start to carpet bomb the civilian population without hesitation. I just don't think they would do that. But even what they've done is still a genocide. And it's very clearly a genocide. And to say because the magnitude of genocide could be higher, to suggest it could be higher means that it's not, is itself ridiculous, right? Hitler could have killed 8 million Jews as opposed to 6. Therefore, who would think about, would you tolerate such a discussion, right? So when you're dealing with propaganda, unfortunately, it does place the rhetoric into a category of intolerability, right?
Yeah.
To even suggest because it could be much worse, therefore it doesn't meet the threat. And by the way, that's not how the Genocide Convention works. You go back to the Genocide Convention 48, the protocols there. The definition of genocide is the destruction of a population in part or in whole. And what's happened in the Gaza Strip, the destruction of almost 90% of its infrastructure, 80% of its residential housing stock, the destruction of the medical systems down there, the hospital complexes, whether it be the Nasser or the Khan Yunis hospital complexes, the murder of over 1,600 healthcare professionals.
Children.
40, 50,000 of it. And actually, we really don't know. And that's another thing. A paper was published in the Lancet back in 24, I believe it was, that showed that potentially 186,000 people could die in terms of attribution of the war. The number could be very well above that, above 200,000 people who have died in this conflict in the Gaza Strip. And people have to really think about that. And now the United States and Israel, these bulldozers, they're going to bulldoze what they've done. Well, what do you think that's all about? That's about burying the evidence, quite clearly. I don't even know how that's even controversial. Israelis have already refused to allow international arbiters into the territories to actually survey the damage that's happened on the ground there. So it's very likely that the Americans and the Israelis, even, we'll say we got peace negotiations, which I don't think we will, but we'll say that we did. I don't think that the Americans and the Israelis are going to let international arbiters into the Gaza Strip for some time. I think they're planning to literally bury the evidence.
Well, of course they are, and they want to make the Gaza Strip into Jared Kushner's vision for the Board of Peace for hotels and data centers, and give the Palestinians crumbs and shitty jobs for $7 an hour.
If they do that, and I don't mind saying this on international waves here, if they do that, build shiny new plazas, bury the evidence of all this, and just build shiny plazas, that would be the equivalence of bulldozing, the Germans bulldozing Auschwitz, which, by the way, that was their intention, was to blow up and destroy a lot of these. Yeah. And I'm sure they would like to build shiny new plazas over them too. So this is again, what's happened in the Gaza Strip demands international prosecution. I think of both administrations, and well beyond just the Benjamin Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir. So many. I mean, Yosef Gallant, the defense minister himself, issued the sort of language that's indicative of genocide. He said that he wanted a total siege of an urban population of 2 million people. No food, no water, no fuel, and no electricity. Well, of course, what would happen if you starve a population of those resources? Of course, people are going to die in droves. And that's why even looking at the so-called official numbers coming out of the Gaza Health Ministry, and this is not a sly against the Gaza Health Ministry, the problem is that their ability to account for the dead has been severely degraded.
Of course.
And Americans, and if you bring that up, it's dismissed like, oh, so you're discrediting the Gaza Health Ministry. They've been bombed to hell. What sort of report? You think their reporting is as good as it was on October 2023, October 9th? You think it's just as good as it was then as it is today? It's completely ridiculous. It's not gotten any better. They've had energy crisis. They can't even get water or food for themselves. The roads are impassable. I mean, what are people talking about? Of course you can't rely on the numbers from the Gaza Health Ministry. They have been severely degraded. Healthcare professionals themselves, humanitarian workers have been killed. And so the idea that we would be looking at these numbers of the 75,000 or so that they're reporting in Syria is itself a disgrace. What we need now is international arbitration of the area in order to discern what's really happened, the extent of the crisis, see who's even all left in the Gaza Strip. I think it's a serious question that we could be looking at hundreds of thousands of people gone in the Gaza Strip.
Okay, I have actually one more. Let me get rid of this. I have one more I want you to look at, and where is it? This one. This is Lebanon. Okay, this is another one.
This might look like a video of an airstrike, but there's no missile. That's because it's a controlled demolition by the Israeli military in southern Lebanon. Our investigation has found Israel has destroyed more than 1,400 buildings in towns and villages since March, which experts say may amount to a war crime. It comes after the Iranian-backed armed Lebanese group Hezbollah launched missiles into Israel in response to the US-Israel war with Iran. Israel has been carrying out these detonations in at least 7 villages and towns. This town was one of the 2 where we found more than 400 buildings destroyed. In Taibe, about 4 kilometers from the Israeli border, multiple aerial videos we verified show detonations of buildings after explosives were planted by Israeli troops. It's worth saying this is just a snapshot of the overall damage. The true scale of the Israeli attacks is likely to be much higher. It's part of an operation that has also displaced more than 820,000 people across Lebanon south. That's according to the UN. Israel's forces have occupied southern Lebanon since mid-March when they invaded to attack what they call key Hezbollah strongholds. Since then, Israel says it's creating a security buffer zone up to the Litani River, covering about a tenth of the entire country. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has said he ordered the military to accelerate the destruction of Lebanese homes and the border villages in line with what he called the model in Gaza. More than 2,000 people have been killed in Lebanon since the war began. That's according to the country's health ministry. Israeli authorities said 13 soldiers and 2 civilians have been killed by Hezbollah over the past 6 weeks. The IDF told us it operates in accordance with the law and that it doesn't allow the destruction of property unless there's military necessity. This might...
Okay. So I would like you to respond and give us,
I don't even know how much there is to say. The Israeli minister there admitted to it. A Gazification of southern Lebanon. I mean, like I said, you haven't seen issuances of war crimes like this since the middle of the last century. It really, at least for a so-called Western nation. So it really is incredible. I didn't realize the Israelis, the Gazification, I thought that was a term that the critics were using. That's a term that the Israelis themselves are using. So I think we should expect exactly that in the absence of peace negotiations. Again, the good thing here is that the Trump administration seems to, I think, really understand that this is not a good situation for the United States and its imperial status, specifically in the Middle East.
Not all of them. I don't believe Marco Rubio feels
I don't
that way.
think Marco Rubio does. I don't think that Pete Hegseth.
And I also don't believe J.D. Vance. I think he's playing, but I think that they're also vying. I think they're all liars. And Trump is, kind of.
No, I think that Trump realizes that, at least for his own legacy's sake, that
popularity.
It would be a bigger win for him to actually get some sort of peace deal. But that's
I will
not
give you that.
the Israelis will not allow that to happen. The Israelis are vehemently opposed to the negotiations that have occurred thus far, and they have signaled on public television that they would undermine them. Like I say, it's not likely to hold, certainly not for 60 days. I'd be surprised if we don't hear sometime in the middle of next week, or even over the weekend. But what does that mean? How will the American administration respond to the Israeli provocations? That will be very interesting, because the only way to restrain the Israelis, of course, is to cut off financial and military aid to them. And we've already seen there is huge condemnation of President Trump just for condemning the Israelis with these recent attacks, and with him going after Benjamin Netanyahu. And this is after Trump has really had so much support amongst the Israeli population.
Oh,
right?
Now they don't like him.
Yeah, now they don't like him. And so I think this will be interesting, because there's not a cult of personality of Trump in Israel. They're just fanatics. Yeah.
Fanatics.
But that can easily break, because there's no cult of personality. So as soon as he goes in the wrong direction, they can easily go the other way. That's different in the United States, where there's a cult of personality around the fanaticism of Trump, right? Because that's not going to, as we see, that doesn't just easily break. But for the Israelis, that cult personality doesn't exist. So if he's not going to be our guy, he's just not going to be our guy. We don't have to like him. whatever. But I think what that does is it worsens then domestic policy in Israel toward the United States. Because the last thing we would want to happen is the sort of sentiments that we saw between Netanyahu and Obama to arise between the current government and Trump. Because that means that we're essentially going to have the Israelis are going to openly really make it impossible for the Americans to move in any other direction but that which the Israelis are going to be driving us. And that part is really, really scary at wartime because, as we see here, in order to broker peace, everyone is going to have to be involved. And the Israelis are already signaling, we weren't part of these negotiations. This negotiation has no standing for us. It's signaling that we're still at war. It's still hot for us. So the Americans are going to have to do something to the Israelis to tell them that you're going to be compelled by these negotiations. And what that means is it's going to have to be some sort of financial or military blow to the Israelis.
Okay. I want to move a little differently right now then. I want to go back to, and everybody in the chat, please be respectful. I have to say we have to be very respectful. And because this is an important time. Well, no, I just listen. My channel got taken off of YouTube last year for an AI hallucination, and I just want everybody to be cognizant that, I don't want that to happen again. Although I've seen, a lot of things, and I'm not signaling anybody out. I'm just asking you to be respectful. Okay, I need.
This might look like a video of an airstrike.
Okay, I want to. This was what put me over the edge, because we are talking environmentally, and no, it's nobody. I'm just letting you know that I want everybody to be respectful. It's not anybody. I'm not targeting any one of you. I'm just letting you know what I went through last year, and we're talking about a very emotional and upsetting topic. All right. And this is what just put me over the edge, and I can't stand it. And I'm not going to cry. I do a lot on this stupid show when all this shit happens, but why? Decades-long effort to protect nesting site for turtles near her home in the south of the country. She was 76 years old. She was a marine activist. She was a beloved figure in the country for decades-long effort. I mean, why? I can't do it. Sorry. I can't.
Yeah. And
please help me.
Yeah. So this is
her name was Khalil, and she had the orange house. It was on the water. She did things like this. If this will play. I don't know if it'll play. Maybe it won't. But the whole point was.
Just give yourself a sec. Yeah, just give it a second.
I don't know. Can you see this?
I can see it, but are we going to get the sound?
All right, forget it. There is. Okay. It's just I'm upset because she had a house. This is what she did.
Yeah.
And she's already been through it, and she came back. She said she's not going to lose hope in turtle conservation, and we're continuing indefinitely. I freaking hate it. Sorry, guys, but this is the stuff that drives me crazy. That's why I'm a wildlife and environmental activist.
Yeah, and it says there, I can read this. I guess I'll start with, despite Israel's continued invasion, how do you say her name? Khalil.
Yes.
Khalil remained in her home. In a 2017 interview, she said that she had not lost hope in the turtle conservation and would continue indefinitely as long as God gives me life, she said. The Lebanese wildlife conservation group, Green Southerners, mourn the loss of an environmental campaigner, they said, had inspired generations of Lebanese to value and protect their ecology, the ecosystems. her work made her one of the Lebanon's most respected voices for marine conservation and biodiversity protection, the group said in a statement.
And I'm sorry, guys. I can't. How old it is? This is what put me over the edge. I mean, I've been over the edge many, many, many times. But I don't know what it was about this one. You know, Green Southerners strongly condemned the attack that claimed her life, Mona Khalil's life, and injured her assistant. The strike targeted a site that had long been known for environmental conservation, biodiversity protection, and public awareness. Her death stands as a stark reminder of the devastating toll that Israeli attacks continue to exact on civilians, environmental defenders, and the natural heritage they sought to protect. Live Love Beirut environmental focused social enterprise group said Khalil remembered through an incredible legacy. Her life was selfless and impactful. May she rest in peace. Why do these things? You know, I mean, why? We know why. It's just, I'm so sorry. I get so emotional. I just can't.
No,
I
mean,
can't
we're
stand it.
talking about.
Look what they've done. Why is this?
Really
They're crazy. They're just insane.
Well, the war unfortunately will claim many good people. And, you know, I think about whether it be Khalil or whether it be some 7-year-old or, you know, I think about the story in the Gaza Strip with the little girl who watched her parents get killed by the IDF, and she's on the phone with the paramedic, and they take her life.
Okay.
You know, it is hard. It is very hard to deal with this.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it's so important that we continue to broadcast and tell people about what's happening in Lebanon, what's happening in the Gaza Strip.
Me too.
And we continue to demand a change in policy because these impacts, well, you know, and certainly the girls' school in Iran, right? I don't mean to leave that out at all.
No, it's everything. And even, you know, I know that October 7th was horrible too, what happened in Israel, because they were probably,
Absolutely.
I heard that those people were like the innocent peaceniks. Like they got the wrong people. They got the wrong people.
Yeah. And that obviously is a hyper real reality, right? I had a young man come to our synagogue who was, I think he's like 25.
Yeah.
But he was kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th, and for almost 2 years he had to live as a captive, where he was abused and nearly starved to death, and lived in situations where, you know, he was put in I don't even know how to describe it, but you know, to say it was a room wasn't really a room, and it wasn't really a closet, but you could slide a human body in it.
Oh, God.
There was a door, and there was no light, and he couldn't even stretch or lay down. You know, so the crisis that everyone's had, innocent people. That's what people want to focus on. It's innocent people, whether it be the
wildlife.
girls and wildlife, right? The girls at the Iranian school, I don't at all mean to leave that out. I mean, the level of condemnation I had for the United States after finding that out, and of course we try to dismiss and lie about it and say, oh, it was a missile that was actually an Iranian missile that fell on it. Then we said, oh, well, it used to be a military factory or whatever. Stop saying war, it's a genocide.
The rich want to. If you go,
it a genocide in the Gaza Strip, but I would say it's a war in Iran. I wouldn't say there's a genocide in Iran.
Not yet. But I mean, Lebanon is ethnic cleansing, what they're doing. But believe me, if you go to I've studied the Holocaust museum and their terms. I've done videos on what they say are genocide and what's ethnic cleansing, and it's a very interchangeable line. That's all, and we
Well, I
understand,
definitely
Melanie.
do believe, I mean, from what the Israelis just said themselves, I mean, their mission in Gaza was originally ethnic cleansing, right?
Yeah,
That was their
which
original
is
mission.
what you said months
Yeah.
ago, and things
And then
change.
they just admitted to a Gothification using that same
Right.
model. But at the very least, they're admitting to ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. Now, the ethnic cleansing that they tried to operate in Gaza turned into a genocide. I don't think you can say that for Lebanon, and you certainly can't say that for Iran.
Yet.
But you can describe what's happening in Lebanon as ethnic cleansing, and you can describe what's happened in Iran as horrific acts of terrorism and violations of international human rights law. Well, certainly human rights, but humanitarian law as well. So you have war crimes in all three theaters, but the category of war crime may be different. So we do have to recognize these things with some nuance, but
Yes.
certainly we can condemn what's happened in Iran. We can condemn what's happened in the West Bank. We can condemn what's happened in Gaza. We can condemn October 7th in Israel, and we can condemn what's happening now in Lebanon.
Yeah. I don't know where we go from here today. We've been an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, so we can take up some last comments or questions, and we
All
can
right.
close. We don't have to belabor it here. And I know this is a very emotional show for a lot of people. It's an emotional show for me. I mean, we're all watching this together, and I feel always so bad for the kids. I do. So many kids. We don't think about that. So many kids' lives are being defined by these moments now, by this war, by this crisis. And of course the environmental impacts that everyone in the region has to suffer through. And it looks like, as I say, that this so-called peace initiative is likely to fail. And the Israelis have already kind of openly stated they will not be abiding by it. So unfortunately, it looks like everything that we talked about here today will likely continue for at least the foreseeable future.
Poppy had a good comment, and it was Sandy, it's not going to stop, only getting worse with global warming and diminishing resources, which that would be a continuation of this show completely. We do this all the time. These are the shows we do. This is what we talk about. That's why our channel nobody watches, because it's too painful and it's too difficult, and YouTube hates us, and they push us down in the algorithm disgustingly.
Yeah.
They do. All right. Well, here. Oh, who you got in the World Cup, Antonio? Thanks, Alex.
I'm actually not watching, so
neither.
I don't have a dog in the hunt.
How about the best team, the team that wins? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, war is always hell. It always has been, and we've always been on the United States it seems to be, except for maybe once, was always on the wrong side of history. All right. I want to know what else you guys have to say, and I thought that I could, and we love you too. I thought I could make it through this without getting upset, but the turtle lover, I feel like it would be me, there's the cat lover, is the wildlife lover, is the property lover,
it's important
and the land
to see
lover.
That's right, though, Sandy. It's important to see that the difference between you and her, the difference between me and them, is that we were fortunate enough to be born here.
Yeah.
Because that would be us.
Yeah. You're right.
You'd be out doing conservation, and I would be out maybe at a protest or something like that.
Yep.
Just like those young Iranian intellectuals, those kids that were protesting against the government, and the United States wanted to spend this. Oh, we're bombing on their behalf. Many of those kids got bombed themselves by the Americans, by the Israelis.
You're right, Cameron. Imperialism plus capitalism is our enemy, and we don't know what to do about it. And we'll probably, this. I certainly won't get monetized on this one, and I can't even afford the goddamn channel, which I whine about all the time. But okay,
And just an empowering statement, folks.
Yeah.
These elections are coming up. I know that there's a lot of questions around everything surrounding the elections in the United States, but it is so important that we make sure not only that the Democrats come in, because we see what happens when we have blue no matter who. We have to make sure that we have a very strong progressive slate comes in.
Yeah.
Because we really need to, I honestly think international tribunals are now necessary. And honestly, I hope we have the courage to look not just at the Israelis, but at ourselves.
At ourselves, totally. We have to get rid of, in my state, we have to get rid of Chuck Schumer. And then Kristen Gillibrand, her son just got $30 million. He raised $30 million in some crypto bullshit, which is, that's a whole other show, which is total bullshit. I am so sick of these people. I can't stand it. There's a few good ones, but I am so sick of the corporate bought off, and I'm not even going to mention the donations and all that shit. I that's a different show, but it is just so
But that's why it's
overwhelming
so important that we take our elections so seriously, because we'll read this. I don't have to talk.
Bless the beasts and the children, give them shelter from the storm, keep them safe, keep them warm, light their way when the darkness surrounds them, give them love, let it shine all around them. I love you, Karen. She's beautiful.
I'm almost wonder if Karen's Jewish, because it's very similar to a prayer that we have, Chasku. But yes, absolutely. We continue to pray for God's peace and shelter over all of humanity.
Vote no matter who, bitch. Eat it, Emma Vigeland. From the Majority Report, right? Yeah,
voting is super important, and like I say, I know that when it comes to North Carolina, it looks like we're going to have Roy Cooper. I vote for someone more progressive than Roy Cooper, because he's a freaking Democrat. He's basically an old school, like, Republican, like 90s era, that's gay friendly type. But in that situation, I'll be forced to vote for him over the Republican alternative.
Yeah. Thank you, Foggy. Go hug a tree and happy solstice. I have lots of trees to hug, and I do. I know, Cameron, it feels like that. Vote harder. That's working so well so far. Well, it hasn't, because of now our media is captured, and it's, you call it almost like the media is it's independent media is the way forward. I don't want anybody to fuck commercial media.
That's the big danger we have is these CNN and the New York Times, they're really going to go after our progressives. But
look who owns them now. It's a conglomerate of, Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. And see, that's another whole show I could do on why people are so angry at Jewish people in the United States because of all this shit going on. It's just so sad. It's just so sad.
I hope that people see through the bullshit. Really turning these big media networks off is the best thing that you can do for yourself. Because if we
get
don't,
that applause. Yay!
Because if we don't, they're really going to try to jade our view, and try to make sure that they put in all these corporate pro-Israel friendly Democrats.
He's funny. I love this guy. He's funny.
If we get a bunch of quote unquote moderate, these corporate Democrats, pro-Israel Democrats, what they're going to do is they're going to totally sour Americans toward the Democrats again, and then in the next election, we're going to see the Republicans come in big. And they may not be Trump Republicans coming in big, but they're going to be whatever the Republicans have on offer. And so it's very important that if we want to maintain an era of progressive Democrat politics, that we really vote to make sure that we get a very, very strong, because someone like Roy Cooper, if the Democrat Party is going in the direction of the progressives, he's not going to stand in the way. He's not going to stand in the way. But someone like Josh Gostheimer will.
Oh, and what
Someone
about
like-
Pennsylvania? Shapiro, who was in the IDF, Governor Shapiro. He's a centrist, isn't he?
He is more of a moderate, and he's basically what people have called progressive, except for Israel.
Well, no, but I have data centers and fracking. There's some problems there.
He does have some problems.
And I'm not picking on just Jewish politicians. That would be completely wrong and racist and gross, because I'm not doing that.
I mean, one of our
I'm not
best
doing
Jewish
it.
politicians is Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Who started it all.
I like my governor. I mean, he's kind of too moderate for me, but he's a decent guy. Josh Stein, he's Jewish.
Okay.
So being
we
Jewish,
don't want to. We're not racist or bigots or horrible on this channel at all. And
being
it's not
Jewish
about
isn't
hate.
the issue.
No.
The issue is being without any constraints, without any regulation of oneself, being over pro-Israel. And that's a big problem. And being pro-Israel, I think, in terms of just giving them whatever guns they want, whatever bombs they want, first of all, it's not pro-anything. That's just pro-violence and war. And that situation has led to the crisis where internally, Israeli society, I don't know if the state of Israel is going to continue to exist as certainly as we know it.
A lot of people say it's not. Oh, we have to do a flush of the day. Oh my gosh, how could we forget an environmental coffeehouse flush of the day, my friends? All right, we'll turn the music off. Give us a flush. Give us a flush, guys. We need a flush of the day. Who wants to pick a flush of the day? Do you, Tony? Or should we ask somebody?
Yeah,
in the
let
chat?
the audience. All
right, guys. For those of you that don't know, we flush something every show. The environmental coffeehouse flush of the day. And a lot of times there's a couple of flushes. So let's go for it. Come on. I mean, I do like ditch the weapons. We could flush the weapons, Loie. I mean, it would be nice to do that. All right, I'm going to first flush the weapons. Let's flush the weapons because they are, and the imperialist, horrible war machine will do that. All right, hang on. Let's flush the weapons.
Hey.
That is our environmental coffeehouse flush of the day. And there's always like 100 things we could flush. When Trump first got in, it was flushing Elon Musk for the first few months. Everybody wanted to flush
And you know what? We could flush him dead. I know he's the world's first trillionaire.
Yeah, really.
And just I know we have a smart group.
Yeah.
It is the sin of a nation that we have a trillionaire and we still have people living in poverty, people still homeless, people can't pay their rent, can't pay student college loans, groceries.
Yeah.
Shame on this country.
I know. All right, guys. I do have things to do today. As you know, I rescued a human and I'm going to help her and I think there's going to be kittens coming, and with my gardens and my life and my craziness and my illnesses and everything else, I'm trying to stay with you guys to keep up with the channel. I'm very happy. Yeah, Cameron, you're a wild one. Good luck flushing after we lose running water. Well, I have a well, but that could happen with a with a drought. So yeah, it's not lost. It's not lost, but stick around. And everybody, thank you for the super chats. Tony's going to be gone for a month, right? For July. You'll be gone for July.
Yes. So I'm going over to LA to hang out and celebrate the country's 250th.
Yeah. Whoa. Peace out. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing for that. I probably sit home.
Happy
Juneteenth. That's right. Juneteenth was yesterday. I mean, Friday. Juneteenth was Friday, right?
Yeah,
and that was celebrated in Buffalo. There's always a big celebration in the city that I was formerly lived in. And hey, listen, we are really appreciative. I'll miss you, Tony. I will tell everybody my schedule. You know how my life goes with things, and hopefully I don't get any more tornado warnings and power losses and all the other shit and the craziness that happened here. But thank you for coming. I love all of you, and I'm grateful for all of you sticking with our channel through the trials and tribulations. Thank you to the members. Thank you to the people that help out supporting this channel. I could not do it without you. From the Buy Me a Coffee, thank you so very much.